my fucking god! Oh my god. Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with that. Oh, he goes down to the knife and then doesn't go.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. That's right, we're here, Hunt Premier, partnered again with Battlestate Games to bring you Pinnacle Season 2. That's right, the NA region has returned to the screens and the scenes to show you just what they've got to deliver when it comes to mean and fierce fights inside of the arena. Again, as always, and backed up by this amazing partnership that we've been able to take part with, thanks to Aorus and AMD Radeon. Again, coming together to come together with the greater partnership from ourselves as well to help alongside Pinnacle Season 2. It's a delight to see you guys all again. We only got to miss you for a week's worth of time. We got to have our ACS entertainment a weekend ago, and now we're back again with even more action and fire inside of the scenes. My name, as always, is Cracked Wisdom, would never be seen anywhere else other than in the commentating booth in the arena, for my shot is terrible, and I'm joined by my man of mischief with the mustache that makes mean look like Keen inside of that arena scene too. It's Hot Sauce. How are we feeling, my man? And are you ready for some NA action?
Doing great. You know, I went to bed a little bit early last night so I could be prepped and ready for today. I'm excited to be back into my region. You know, I always feel like I'm the guy across the pond. So back for Pinnacle #2 here by Hunt Premier, of course, in partnership with Battlestate Games. And you know, honestly, I'm excited to see some familiar names. I was looking through some of these rosters, though, some new names that I'll be looking out for as well. So, honestly, I keep thinking about the Sicario squad, too. You know, we talk about Virtus Pro and their three-peats and what they've been able to do or the amount of championships they won. And it kind of has been the same here for Sicario in the NA scene. So, you know, obviously, we're going to have my eye, or probably both of us are going to have our eyes on them. But are there any maybe diamonds in the rough? Anybody you got your eye on for this next couple weekends?
I've got a couple of people that I've been given a little, I guess, slidden secret notes underneath my door frame to give me some hints and tips as to what we're going to get to look at. But before we get into too much of the nitty-gritty, I think it's a moment to take a quick look at something which our partners have got on offer when it comes to monitor specifics. This beautiful product, which is a part of their awesome range, thanks to Aorus and AMD Radeon, might just be something you guys would like to add to your setup so you can watch all of these amazing changes in the teams in slightly better quality or graphics. So let's take no longer in waiting and let's have a look at what Aorus and AMD Radeon have got on offer. Incredible. Can't not help but bop along to the tune and the cool moves of the Sentinel inside of that super awesome trailer provided by Aorus and AMD Radeon. Again, a final thank you and shout out to our partners that have been with us for the entire back half of 2025. All right, doing their bit in the arena where they can. ARS and AMD Radeon, top tier. Thank you. Now, let's tuck in to the real deal of today's damage, because we have 4 best of 1s and 2 best of 3s to back you up on the first days worth of NA Pinnacle. That's right, chat. Not just a small dosage of action. You're going to get a minimum, okay, of 8 games with the gameplay today. A minimum with a potential of 10. 2 best of 3s. Cinema. What more could you expect at Hunt Premier, baby? We don't do it any other way. Well, to have a quick look at what we are going to be battling out over and who's going to be taking place and fighting on the pitch, let's have a quick look at the teams. We've got some new faces, some new logos, and some fresh names with familiar faces under some of these new logos. So, Hawk, start me from the top.
Well, we're looking at Sicario up there, the team we kind of mentioned a little bit earlier. Barbaric, Cruisin', Strix, Apollo, and Watchful in this mix-up. So definitely one of the teams we talked about having our eyes on. New Dawn, Steez, a couple of those other teams that are a little more familiar, that maybe, especially New Dawn and Aspect both, that did very well in the previous Hunt Pinnacle. You got Slaughter, Pug, Aiden, Steezy, and Raisin on New Dawn. Aspect, Oberst, and Tom picking up Booperino, Corium, IFP, and Head Eyes on there as well. I mean, there's a lot of returning teams, but honestly, a couple of these teams like Generation, Covenant, that I maybe don't know as much about. Syndicate, I'm kind of seeing or hoping that we'll see maybe some of these other teams step up big here today.
Yeah, interesting swap there as the Apollo C from Aspect now moving to Sicario's squad as a starting member of that roster. Sleek no longer present for Sicario. Aspect then obviously filling the gap and having a big roster change around from their perspective. Like you said, Boop, Corey both being brought in. IFP there in there as well with Head Eyes. Familiar names, like we said, different brand, different swap around of the team names. Syndicate, the new team to look out for, honestly, from my eyes. You've got Yuki's, Europe, Not Mr. Kevin, Tizzy, and Nuclear, where the bottom 4 of that team have been around in the scene in various teams for a very long while now. Yuki's is returning after a couple of seasons of not playing and taking some time off to do other things. So interesting to see what the return of Yuki's and this new team in Syndicate can bring. As you mentioned, Steez with a couple of new faces as well. T-Rolf and AVT, a couple of fresh members looking to impress. We do have Duck back returning from his amazing performance the last time Steez took to the stage. So we'll be looking forward to more of what they have to show. And then you've got Generation and Covenant, 2 more familiar names from recent times that have participated, and the return of Aquila. We'll talk about Aquila in a second, as Generation's lineup's got a couple of different names. Sinner, PvP, Frosted, Roach, and Germ. A couple familiar names, a couple of new ones in there. And Covenant, CK, Boa, Ghostly, Dominic, people will remember, but Nick the Man, a new one for me, one to watch out for. And then, I don't know, chat, if you're a fan of the Backstreet Boys, Aquila feels a little bit like a school ground reunion, as it's a lot of familiar faces from a little while back. You've got Shelby back out of retirement, No Techniques, showing us exactly what skills he had to offer from previous. Eclipse is back, Clarity's back, and Bleak's a new face to add too. Interesting to see if this combination of valued veterans is going to be able to be the upstart in the pack today.
Yeah, Bleak, a new name potentially, but I'm sure it's a familiar face that we all know as well. So honestly, I'm kind of pulling for this Aquila squad. So see if maybe some of these old heads still got what it takes. I was talking to No Tech about him coming out of retirement the other day during his stream, and so I'm pulling for them a little bit. But we'll take a look at what our schedule looks like here today. As you can see at the top middle there, 4 wonderful days of action for you all, kicking it off on the 20th here in Sicario and Aquila going to be our first one. We talk about what that can be for some of these teams. Unfortunately for Aquila, it's a bit of a tough start for them, but it could be a great hurdle for them to get over. For Sicario, it's more like a good stepping stone. You can kind of get your footing, get your bearings back in this tournament. You're coming back as the previous champions from Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 1. So, I think this is a good start here for Sicario, but a really good test for Aquila. Steez, Generation coming up next. This Generation squad, I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got to prove here. Steez has been a great team, only continues to get better, goes to customs. You talk about Duck in the time he had last season. So, certainly excited for these first 2, but New Dawn and Syndicate, I think, is going to be another great one as well.
Ooh, getting a little bit of a note in on the sidelines there saying that Bleaky's a return of Trevi, the return of the mustache. So it's an interesting look to that one, if that's accurate. Yeah. I'm very keen to see that one coming back. That's going to be a fan favorite for the folks at home who remember the mythical mustache. Very, very interesting. But Steez and Generation, Matt, 2 New Dawn Syndicate, the best of one for map 3, is for me, in those first head-to-heads, probably the highlight match for the folks at home to keep your eyes on if we were to specify your real, like, spice match for the first of the 4. That New Dawn team that has continued its insanely good trajectory since entering into the scene has only ever seen improvements and an onwards and upwards trajectory. I'm just looking to see them finally secure themselves a position in a final. The one thing that New Dawn has not managed to do just yet is get it over the line in the semifinal to be able to actually challenge for a title. So New Dawn give themselves a chance. I believe they might have it within them here, but Syndicate is going to be a huge challenge for this New Dawn team to start out with. They need to show that experience coming to the table. And then we will finish with Aspect and Covenant later on for those best of ones. We'll have 2 best of 3s, as we said. We'll arrange them and notify you of them as they get updated going throughout the day. Let's have a look at the first head-to-head, Hawk.
Well, Sicario, yeah, and Aquila. I mean, we talked about it, right? For Sicario, it's a good stepping stone for them. I mean, they're the previous champions, so you know they certainly have a little bit of something to prove as well. We already know they're champions, but you don't want to fall early. You don't want to drop a game, especially against a team like Aquila. You talked about it, that high school reunion. The boys are back in town, and so Shelby, Eclipse, No Technique, Bleak, or Trevi, as we know. We got to respect the stash, as I love to say. Clarity here as well. So, like I said, I love Sicario. I've had the pleasure of hanging out with Watchful as well. There's a group of really great individuals. I'm often pulling for them, but I know they're that top dog. So. I'm pulling for the old heads of Aquila, and maybe they can find an upset here. We always talk about, right, the best of ones. That's the best place to find an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the map picks and bans. Let's see where we're going to be going for the surface and the territory, because that makes a big difference. We got a nice little bit of slide in here. So Bowl banned by Aquila. Sicario take out Bay 5 and Iceberg. Skybridge is then the next one slain off the table. So Fort is our founding feature for the first set of scenery. Arena, battle, combat in close quarters, and decisive fights, cooking inside of the kitchen even, maybe towards that A site. But the fort will be finding itself under assault. From both Aquila and Sicario's perspective, it's a tough one as this one for me, Hot. There's a good fondness for both teams here. Aquila is full of a lineup of members that I've had the fortune of being able to play with across pub, unranked games in Arena, and some base game endeavors themselves. Shelby and No Technique, 2 of the guys that first really messed about with playing with us in unranked games, where we really started to develop some form of skill. So there's a lot of good faces in there. Eclipse obviously used to work with the Epic Fails squad, which I've had some ties with before. It's a team of friends, essentially. I've always been a big fan of Clarity's gameplay. I think that is probably one of the more underrated Arena players in the scene. But you can't argue with Sicario. That team is dominant. And I had the fortune of meeting some of them guys out in PAX West and Seattle as well. So my heart is torn both ways on this one, honestly, Hawk. Which,
yep.
As a caster, I love. Because it means that I can go to the fact where I'm like, okay, I'm happy if either one of these 2 teams wins. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see one of them get the dub. I don't really care which one of the 2 teams gets the dub. What I want to see is I want to see both teams come away from it and go, we had a great game. Let's see a good, close, tight, fisticuff fight to start off the tournament for Pinnacle, and let's see what the boys have brought back to town, because it really is a return of the previous experience. You've got many members from different levels of success as well. Shelby and No Technique in their first couple of seasons placed really well with the team when they did their NA seasons. I don't know whether because it's Shelby, it's No Technique, it's Trevi, it's Clarity. It's like picking some of the gem moments of some of the first teams that initially started in the Arena scene. Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me very much of like what the first iteration of TFG was in the EU scene. The very first iteration with that friendly guy himself, Call Me Joe, Parents. You remember? It was a group of friends playing the game, really trying to compete with the best of the best. So these guys actually have a hell load of skill behind them too, like the same as TFG's squad did. These guys are talented gamers. Are they going to be able to bring that synergy together? Because that's what really makes it count at the top level today.
Yeah, and what Trevi do we see? Because when Trevi is popping off, I mean, this man is a menace as well. And so, I like to think I think when he shaves that mustache, we see him play, more poorly, if you will. So I like to think that maybe around the mustache as well. It's like Samson from the Bible, he gets all of his strength from that stash. So hopefully it's in full effect here today. They're certainly going to need it. Sicario, a team that you don't often bet against, but like we kind of said in the recent ACSs, we felt spicy in those opening rounds. When it is only a best of one, that is your best chance to find an upset. And especially it's the first game of the day. It's the first game of Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2. So, how warmed up are these players? Are they ready for this, this type of competition once more? So, I think there's a lot of questions that kind of fall into play, but we're not going to have to wait too much longer to get them answered.
I'm very excited for this first one. It's Fort, which is fast-paced. Neither of these teams are really going to get given the chance in the first map here to, just sort of feel each other out and take it slower. It's going to be very much, if you want to take any form of an advantage in this match, you got to assert dominance straight out of the gate. I'd like to see some explosive attacking rounds from our attacking sided team. I'd like to see our defending squads trying to work something off of either the A site or the B site. I feel something we spoke about in ACS afterwards, and something a lot of the pro teams had discussed when we were looking back at some of the footage, was how many aggressive walkouts there were on defending sides on Fort. How many people would walk garden aggressive towards showers to try and claim 2 kills because you just shouldn't be that audacious in your push. The same for mid. Let's see a walk out of bedroom. Let's see somebody try and walk out mid under hell, force that statue hold, which then stops you being aggressive on the attacking side. Stop somebody getting up to heaven for free to have power position over beacon, over bedroom. So there's a lot to talk about on this map. It's a very technical map inside of mid, as you've heard me sort of nattering a little bit off on a side tangent as the that battle for heaven and hell gets quite technical. But there's lots of ways to play this, and it really is tempo deterrent, depending on which one of these two teams really grabs these first rounds by the horns as best they can.
Well, I think as we get these players loaded in, we can take a quick look at the bracket and exactly how these 2 weekends are going to play out. You can see at the top left of your screen there, Sicario, Aquila, our first one of the day that we talked about. Of course, Steez and Generation coming up next. And honestly, it's nice to stay in that upper bracket. So I'm sure all these teams are going to be fighting for that. I love a good lower bracket run, a good Cinderella story, if you will. But obviously, as these teams are competing in this tournament here, none of them want to venture down there if they don't have to. Out of these first 4 games, is there any one particularly cracked that might catch your eye for a potential upset?
It depends on how you look at the 2 games. For me, I think that game 4 and game 3 both have the potential for an upset. I think we'd be dreaming a little bit to say game 1 might have something on the cards. I would love to see a very close game 1. I do think Sicario are going to find this one a little bit more comfortable than Aquila are. When it comes to Steez and Generation, I think a similar thing can be said. I expect that Steez will probably turn up quite strong. The last time we saw Generation, they were underperforming from what we expected. So I would see Steez favored in that one. Generation has some new members. I don't know if that means potential for upset. New Dawn Syndicate, that one's on the table. Like, we know the players in Syndicate. We know the caliber they can bring to the table. We've seen how well New Dawn's been performing. That should be a balanced game. And if Syndicate are to win that one out, I think that could be considered an upset. The same goes for Aspect and Covenant. Aspect have swapped the roster around a lot. It's a brand new set of faces, new synergy, can mean slightly, loose out of the gate, missing muscles, not quite warm enough. Covenant is a team that hasn't stopped when a small obstacle's been put in front of them. They've struggled when they've gotten to elimination stages further down the tournament. The first couple of games from Covenant have always looked extremely good, but then they fall off like a brick freight train. It just doesn't exist. So if Covenant take a win against Aspect, you would consider it as an upset. Aspect is the higher seeded team than Covenant by a long shot. I think our 3rd and our 4th match of the day would be the one to look out for. You've got a massive chance of some upsets in game 5 and game 6. Our 2 best of 3s we're going to get to feature at the end of the day. They're hot. Depending on how these first best of 1s play out, the first 4 matches could set up some really spicy best of 3s.
Well, we saw Sicario clinch that championship in our first NA Pinnacle last season. I believe it was Aspect who got 2nd, New Dawn in 3rd, and then Steez in 4th. So, I was a little sad that we didn't see Epic Fails back out there. I missed some of the homies. But honestly, a couple of those players, we talked about it, scooped up and going to a different roster this time around.
Yeah, actually, it just goes to show that the NA scene is expanding. A couple of honorable mentions, I guess, to some teams that didn't make it into the NA season this time over, missing the likes of Vanguard. I know that the Redacted Society roster had split apart, but they have reformed a new roster and again have been practicing too. So I know that both the Vanguard and the Redacted Society roster still out there. Obviously, the Epic Fails roster as well, still scrimming. So 3 teams that didn't make it here today just goes to show that the NA scene is continuing to develop and grow and expand and produce good teams. There are many players out there. Even some returning ones that, saw room to come back from some retirement and see if they could take a stab at some of the newer teams that have shown up. Maybe an old dog's going to teach all the young guys some new tricks. We never know. We could be delighted to that in map 1. That's what I'm looking forward to here in this first one, is what have Aquila got to put on the table to test Sicario? Because think about it this way. Sicario is the strongest team in NA considered for the longest time. They have the best record of accolades on paper and through each individual accomplishment that they have, acquired. Apollo, fresh off of his achievements in 1.0 base game, managing to create the Humanity's Savior survival completion, now moving to the top team in Arena, I think currently stated after his play in Aspect was one of the biggest shining lights for that roster altogether. Just see Sicario getting stronger. So this really is a test for Sicario. Can Aquila put pressure on in the first round here on Fort on the attacking side?
We've got Undead stepping in here today as one of those subs as well. We talked about that roster there, and on to Fort we go. Sicario and Aquila here in a best of 1. All 10 players still standing here. It is going to be Trevi, or Bleak rather, excuse me, that finds his first one on the trick. Shelby stepping out, picking up on the Undead as well, and it's 2 early opening picks here for Aquila.
Yeah, good trades of space on the kills as well from the attacking side. Sees them completely capture this B site. I am watching the bomb on the back of Shelby's bag. Wait, hold up. We'll try that again. I'm watching the bomb on the back of Shelby's back as I see it on the minimap in mid. Chat, don't be confused like my brain is breaking over right now. The bomb is not down in the minimap in the middle of mid. That is not accurate. It is being planted on B site right now. There we go. I'm sorry, my brain broke so hard right there.
I thought you were creating a new tongue twister. He knocks him down like bowling pins. No tech. Back out of retirement and firing on all cylinders. Watchful though. He's found one, but does he know there's one lying wait here in prone? Dipping back toward cannon side. 30 seconds on the clock. He's got to find 3 and the defuse.
Yeah, Clarity sneaky with it as well. This is something you'll see Clarity do very well. Commonly familiar, good for his off angles. That one in Eclipse is looking the wrong way. As Watchful looks to try and transfer to the member on site. He's not quite going to be able to do it. Numbers do play out for Aquila, but Watchful looking really fresh in round 1 as Sicario. They might be down a round. The engine's starting hot.
That was a nasty little play, but more importantly, I need to know what Eclipse was looking at over there in that wall. Not sure if he had saw that little cute caterpillar from the labyrinth, maybe telling him which way to go, but nonetheless, Watchful found him an early grave. Sicario down by 1 here, though, in the opening rounds, and we talk about it. Day 1, best of 1, easy. It's probably your easiest road for an upset. So for Aquila, they start out on the right foot. We'll work on getting that player who disconnected back into the game, but I think that's how it starts, 1 round at a time. If you can find yourself up 3-0 against a team like Sicario, I feel like probably those early game jitters are out the window.
Yeah, 1-0. It's hard to really say anything off of 1 round,
Yeah,
isn't it? You don't make a decision based off of that. You're right. 1-2. I like 3-0, but we do find ourselves, or I know I certainly do, find my mind just slowly drifting back to ACS, where we saw some really confident 3-4-0 starts, getting not just turned in the first half, but once those 4 rounds were put back to back to bring it to an even 4-4 half, there was no stopping teams continuing on to finishing the game. Like 9 times out of 10, it would be a clean, flawless 6, 7, maybe even 8 rounds in a row, and then they'd drop 1 or 2 to get it over the line. So you've got to look at it from the perspective of Aquila, if you're an underdog favor in the chat, to think, how do they not just get a good start, but it's how does that good start convert into a map victory? A lot of teams in recent time, especially this year, with the skill level increasing from all of the teams and the gap closing between them all, it's becoming really vital into execution in the minor parts of the technical gameplay rather than just massive macro misplays. So they've got to push the pedal down, not just once, but once the foot's over the throat halt, you gotta keep it there. You can't let off for even a second, because not even just Sicario, there are many teams in season 2 for NA Pinnacle that will just, I mean, they'll snap that opportunity up like it's breakfast for free.
I mean, hey, we saw it in the U scene for a while with Sicario kind of dominating the scene, and it took a little while. We saw teams getting closer and closer, and then all of a sudden, we saw other teams having their own run, and it was Sicario trying to find their way once more. So, NA Sicario hasn't really had to suffer from that yet, but maybe NA Pinnacle 2 will be that time. Aquila starting off on the right foot, but again, like you said, 1-0, it's too tough to, really get a feel for how the game's going to play out. But it is nice. It's nice to get excited, for the Backstreet Boys back at it one more time. So as we work to get them loaded in again, Fort, I think, this is a map that we've seen Trevi play really well on consistently. So it doesn't surprise me that we see him open up with a couple nice kills, but it's also a great thing for Aquila, because if there's somebody that you want to get going and going early, it's probably Bleak.
Yeah, I've got to speak to an effect in the chat. We might as well do this now and get it over with before the rest of the stream goes on. Chat, you can't 6-7, all right? Because 7, 8, 9 and got locked up for it, okay? You can't be hitting numbers out here without getting arrested, all right? Seven's locked away, all right? It's just 6, okay? It's just 6, all right? None of that, okay? We'll roll on. We're not even at a 2-0 scoreline yet, guys. We've not even got the scoreline points in it. Come on now. Come on now. Jokes aside, I hope everybody in the chat's having a good day today. We hope you're all enjoying joining us for Season 2 of the NA Pinnacle Tournament. It is an absolute delight to be back with the NA region for some action hot. I was literally thinking to myself before we got into the tournament today how we are being blessed with a around the world in 4 regions worth of arena competition over the next few months. We had obviously the ACS and HPL before, which is EU, and then the CIS regions. We're getting to feature the NA Pinnacle now this weekend and next weekend. And for those of you that have been keeping a keen eye on the socials, you'll know in the beginning of the new year, 10th of January, Season 9 of the OAL will be opening up, where the APAC region will be taking to the field again to decide their Season 9 champion too. So literally all 4 regions worth of arena competitive gameplay being broadcast to you from various different channels all the way throughout the holiday period. What more could you possibly want for Christmas, other than, I guess, maybe something from Santa under the tree? I don't know.
We always want more over here in the NA. We're greedy, baby. We want more games, and we got a lot of them here today. As Crack said, 4 best of 1s followed up by a potential 2 best of 3s there. So got to get through this first one, though. Aquila on Fort, looking good to start things off. But, we talked about this, I think, recently in the ACS as well. Does these little delays affect a team? Obviously, Sicario has a lot of experience. They've been in situations like this before. Aquila is certainly no strangers to the game, but, with the 5 players coming back here, does this little break kind of affect that fiery start that they initially had?
Hopefully not. Hopefully they can fly out of the gates just like the chat is right now. I'm telling you, if either of these 2 teams can embody themselves with the energy we've got going on in the chat, we're going to have some fire games today. You'll love to see it. The banter's already rolling. All of the famous faces and fans and friends for the arena scene, which I have to say, whenever we put on an arena event, you've got to give a thumbs up to the chat, because they do always show up, and that chat is always bumping with some hilarious comments and crazy entertainment. So W chat, honestly, big up to you guys. You make the definitely make the NA scene 100% a part of what it is.
We always love chat. I mean, that's the biggest reason we show up. Without chat, this wouldn't be fun. It really wouldn't be possible. It would just be guys, basically scrimming at that point. So it's always good to see the returning names in chat, keeping it hype with us. And obviously the new names are always great to see as well. We talk about the release of 1.0, the changes coming forward as well. And, the release on Steam. So I think we've seen, an influx in players. So, it's always nice to see new and old names both alike.
Yeah, absolutely. I just laughing at the chat as it turns out that everybody's turning up today, including the missus. I'm wondering whether I'm in trouble or not. So as I duck from probably whatever's going to get thrown at me from the chat, we're going to figure out what's going on with these 2 teams when they get back onto the field in Fort. Let's cook up a little bit of a scheme, shall we, folks? Sicario down 1, but they're on the defending side. When you look at this map as a whole, especially Fort, I certainly like to think that it has an attacking side favor to it, because you get to run that tempo, especially with the aggressive play style that Fort moves you into, the attacking side. I mean, you get to choose which site you're going to. And we've spoken a lot of the time about how the verticality versus the horizontal pressure on this map is drastically different to other ones. You think of Skybridge, it's very linear. It's a long map in that sense. This one is more widespread and out down at an angle too. So you're either committed into one side of play, whether you go towards that B site or whether you rock on down towards A. And to rotate through that middle chamber is very hard unless you have full control. So attacking side favor for the time being. Sicario have a little bit of work to do. They're only behind 1 round, but for the time being, Aquila have the advantage, which I'm wondering how long we're going to be able to say that one for.
Usually not too often, but honestly, yeah, like I said, there's just something about this squad that I'm pulling for here, whether it be kind of that underdog factor, or it's just, friends getting together and playing, like you had mentioned earlier, kind of, reminding you of that old TFG squad. So, obviously we're pulling a little bit for the underdogs, but Sicario has proven time and time again that, they can win regardless of the situation, whether they're up 7-2 and trying to close out an easy game, or whether they're behind by, a handful of rounds. They have that never say never attitude that we love to see. And again, the fact that it's only 1 round in, we really can't get ahead of ourselves. I think it's nice to get excited for this old squad.
See bars popping up in the chat. Surely Sicario wins. Surely Sicario wins. Well, we don't have to guess anymore, chat. We're going to dive straight back into it and find out for ourselves. Here we go, map 1 of the day. Sicario taking on Aquila, where they find themselves 1-0 up on the attacking side.
Right, back at it they go here. Pressuring toward Cannon's side. It looks like Sicario sending a couple down mid early as well. Trying to eat up some of the space, and from above, no technique. The flick of the wrist. It's Apollo, the first to fall.
That's not something you say very often at all. Too deep, holding back from CT is seeing Sicario really, really far pushed off this B site now. Strix looking to try and create some space. Tucks into Arch. Watchful goes down to Eclipse. Oh, that flash to Bleak's going to be pretty rough. He is 100% seeing stars for the moment in time being. They're going to try and kite back down towards the bottom side of ramp. Decides against it, actually. That flash wore off relatively quickly. Bleak now able to see enough for the time being.
Does find Eclipse, shot for the smoke, but it's undead from behind to find Bleak. Clarity right there to reel it back, though, to keep it a 2v2. Keep it competitive. We see Shelby waiting for the pressure to come up from his teammate, but Clarity quickly taken out. Shelby's going to pressure in, ring around the Rosie, but someone's out of ammo. Then they're able to get away and find the kill. Strix. Shelby maybe wishing he could have that play back.
Good attempt, took the tempo into his own hands after his teammate had gone down to push Mini before he was getting pincered from behind, but not able to find the shots to make it count. Slower pace out of Sicario in this round, sees them safe in round 2. 1 apiece, the scoreboard ties up. And it does look like we have lost a member again, though. So I believe we'll be rejoining you from the casting bench. Folks, apologies for the delay here with the gameplay. We will get you back into the action as soon as we can, but we need to make sure that it is a fair playing field. And 4v5, I don't know if anybody's missed math class, but I'll save you the work. That's not an even team set.
Yeah, and honestly, it doesn't matter what side's the 4. You definitely don't want to be going up against that 5, whether it's Aquila or Sicario. 2 very, very scary teams here. So a little bit of hiccups here in our opener, but we'll get it worked out for you. Again, a big shout out to everybody behind the scenes who doesn't get enough credit. So, working hard behind the scenes. So we'll get that ironed out here in a moment. One of these players, I didn't get to see who disconnected, but one of them unfortunately did get disconnected. So we'll work on getting, Apollo back in. Shouts out to King Connor here. But now we're back to 1-1. You wondered how long we were going to get to say that Aquila was in the lead. Well, not too long, Cracked. It looks like they answered your question in that single round.
Yeah, I wasn't hoping they were going to answer that one as quickly. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more suspense build-up before we got that one flattened back. But such is the strength of the Sicario squad. I mean, these 5 members have been exceptionally good since before they were even named Sicario, before they were named Unknown, actually. The majority of them have been together for a long time in this arena scene, so we expect nothing less than the best from them, really. No disrespect to any other team out there, but they're built for it. They've shown us many a time and time again, even when put through the test of teams that have stood up to being able to challenge them, that they can survive the storm and then come back just as fierce the next time over if they do lose a map. or even a full series, which still waiting.
Well, Cracked, I guess a good question for you is, do you think we're going to see Iceberg today? I know how much you love Iceberg. I know it's kind of, we got blessed with it in the ACS, but it seems like in the NA region, these teams avoid Iceberg at all costs.
I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, likelihood of Iceberg being picked by anybody, probably at least a 2. Maybe rough. Maybe that's fortunate. Maybe I'm pushing it with the 2. I have the ability to look into the future, but we're not going to cheat this time. I don't think so. I mean, we do have. Okay. All right. I'll hedge a bet. All right. We've got 2 best of 3s later on. Okay. Can I gamble 1 Iceberg across 2 best of 3s? Maybe.
I think, you know, I felt like that scene in Dumb and Dumber. You're saying there's a chance. You know what I mean? There's a chance. We got it, bro. We will call upon the Dumb and Dumber gods and see if maybe in one of those best of 3s we'll get an Iceberg. And honestly, I'm here for it as well. You know, it's been out long enough. I think if there are some teams that have been practicing on it, you know, maybe a little bit more than others, it could be, you know, kind of give them that advantage. But honestly, it's, you know, it'd be a little change of. I want to see how these NA teams operate on Iceberg, just because we haven't seen it as much. So, you know, I'm normally kind of that devil's advocate against you, but I'm joining the Crack side for this one.
The reason I'd like to see it played more now is from the ACS. The Russian teams have shown that they aren't scared of it. In fact, they've played more than enough of it to be comfortable picking it. And it actually became something that seemed pretty relevant when it came to pick bans in any series later on throughout the ACS. So I think more teams need to get comfortable playing this map now, because it is going to become a detriment not being able to be familiar with this map. That's the only reason. Like, yes, I love the map myself. My personal opinions are left in the sidelines when we get into the casting booth. This is an unbiased perspective on this one. So from an actual tactical perspective, when it comes to team versus team matchup, you've got a 5 map set to pick from. It's not a large map set where you've got a chance to have a throwaway ban or something like this going out there. Somebody might just not pick it. No, it's 5. You've got 5 maps. You get in a best of 5 series, you have to play all the maps. Iceberg's not your friend. You better get it done in 3 or 4, or else, well, sucks to suck.
Sucks to suck. Write it down. You heard it here first, guys. One of the final messages of 2025. We're trying to go out with a bang here in Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 2. And so as we work on getting Apollo back into the lobby, you know, we see a bit of back and forth here early in this one. So both teams fighting for that early spot here, 1-1. I know we got Steez in Generation coming up next as well. And again, I think I saw Ghost of Customs out there in chat a little bit ago. Looking forward to seeing him back in action. For me, that's a face I run into, I think, more than a lot of the others in my random pub games out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing which of these 2 teams is going to take it home in the first game. I'm actually just looking down the schedule and theorizing some of these best of 3s and the 2 teams that are going to match up against each other later on. And I mean, you've got like a potential for Sicario Syndicate or Sicario New Dawn. Vice versa, Aquila Syndicate, Aquila New Dawn is also a potential. I'm not sure. We'll see. We have more of this game to even think about that. But again, your flip side, bottom half of the bracket looks a little bit more spicy. That second best of 3 is going to be really close, regardless of which of the 2 of the 4 teams that make it into that one, actually. That game's going to be a real good one to watch out for. That's going to be our final game of the day, too. That's a really good sign, actually. The last matchup of the day is the one that's set to be arguably the most explosive, if that's a thing. They're all going to be great games, but that best of 3 really is, like, should be really close, regardless of who gets there.
I mean, I think back to Hunt Premier Pinnacle Season 1, where, you know, we saw Sicario go to that lower bracket, not in the first round, but I think in the second, the upper bracket semifinals. It was New Dawn that put Sicario down into that lower bracket. And so, you know, we know that they're certainly beatable. Now, once they got to that lower bracket, they didn't lose a single map. They 2-0'd their ways to the best of 5s, and then they 3-0'd their ways to the grand final, where they 3-0'd Aspect as well. So, you know, again, even if they were to be upset, I think early on, it's never too big of an issue for them, because, you know, even if you make it to that lower bracket at that point, they're all best of 3s down there, I believe. So once you get into a situation like that, I think Sicario tends to be that consistent better team where they're much more comfortable in a scenario like that. They have a little bit of breathing room. You can make an error, lose a game, but it doesn't really, affect that series as a whole because they consistently win. But so Sicario, comfortable from the lower bracket. I don't think it's going to be a problem for them if they happen to make it down there, but obviously, wanting to stay above if possible.
So here we go, back into it. One apiece. Aquila, Sicario on 4. Aquila on the attacking side. Sicario defending for the first half. 6 more rounds of the first half of the game to go. Early nade out towards Arch. Not going to pick up no technique as he lurks away from that one. Making sure to hold his pace. Shelby gets knocked out early with the bomb down out in Garden, though. As you see, the Aquila team is extremely spread across this map right now. Technique managing to trade back for cruising to pick the bomb up. Bleak picks up on Dead. Very strange pace at the start of round number 3.
Looks like Eclipse just kind of hanging out toward that spawn side to see if maybe any potential flank will come into play here. We see a little bit of attention shifting now toward that B site here from both of these teams. The Device trying to make its way on Strix here. The pre-fire comes out. Neither will connect. And now Aquila beginning to get some good positioning, but Watchful coming in from behind. It's Clarity and the Polo with the first 2, but Watchful will find Bleak to even the odds.
2v2. As soon as I say it, instantly curse Clarity into the ground. Apollo picking that one up. 2 versus 1 now with 40 on the clock. No technique left to deal with the 1v. Shots on from Apollo, a little bit of bait. 2 members juggle extremely well. Technique has no awareness that Apollo is inside a donut, and that's going to be the end of the round. Sicario do manage to work the numbers to their advantage. Pull the scoreline back in their favor. They take the lead 2-1.
Well, there's Sicario, back to Sicario things. They may have dropped the first round, but it looks like I think Eclipse disconnected this time. So unfortunately, they like to tease us round to round here, and well, Sicario has found their way to regain that lead. They were down for that first round, but now 2-1 in Sicario's favor.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's dropped more within the last 48 hours other than the internet connections in this is Jake Paul. And that's kind of tragic. Actually, kind of tragic to say. Crazy scenario inside the scenes in the arena, but we can't seem to keep our players connected to save our lives right now. So apologies, folks, as we try and remove Cord's Disabler from the mainframe. We're going to try and get these 2 teams connected back into the match. In the meanwhile, we appreciate everybody's patience and understanding, as we are going to bring you some amazing arena gameplay as soon as is possible. Like we said previously, we do want to make sure that it is a completely fair playing field. We want to give both of these teams the best chance to be able to put their best performance on the stage for you guys. And whilst I am stuttering, they shall not in their gameplay. So we want to delight you with that immaculate perfection. We're going to work towards that in the very near future. But for the time being, sorry, you're stuck with us.
Big shout out to Anthony Joshua for doing us all a big favor last night as Cracked comes up with a wonderful analogy. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to see some big haymakers and then this one on Fort. We've seen a little bit of back and forth, but it does now starting to seem like it is favoring Sicario. They even dropped a couple early members there. You got Watchful on the flank to come behind and even the odds, and then the boys just close it out when they need to. So far doing exactly what they need to get the job done. But, Aquila is hanging in there for the time being, and that's when I think, a team like them can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. The stopping and starting of the match for both teams is something that they need to consider as well. The keeping that mental in a good space, not letting the ebb and flow of the game just get ruined a little bit. If you're trying to find some rhythm in those first few rounds, obviously it gets a little bit more difficult to get that engine going as well. So, obviously looking to the players to, give them a pat on the back here, just to make sure they keep that composure together, just keep the vibes light in the chat. They'll be, talking about last night's doom scrolling, I guess, through the shorts on YouTube, or what they saw in the base game endeavors. Maybe Gluhard decided to one-tap somebody with BCP FMJ through tier 6, which is, delightful talking point for 5 minutes whilst you're trying to keep your head in the right space. So looking forward to the favor and future for each of these 2 teams. I'm keen to see who is going to take this one. We've seen back and forth moments of, I mean, it feels like first round jitters for 3 rounds, but rightly so, because they've been in a first round of restarting the game up again, I guess. So I'm just really keen to see each of these teams settle and what that means for the matchup, because right now we can't even really sort of start to make any decisions off of the first 3 rounds, I guess. I say that. All right, I'm going to take a stab. They've stretched from the Aquila perspective on the attacking side very far across the map so far, right? Now, it works and it doesn't depending on how you play as a team. As a team of people that have returned to the game, have a vast amount of experience, maybe not necessarily considered like the top tier of gunners out there, but as a team that would play extremely well, be good with the macro and the tactical gameplay. It's hard to spread your team out because that dynamic is aiming for good individual guns. Like you're looking to win individual fights in an area and the team amasses to that area to take the space. So I'm interested that this is how Aquila have gone about it. It's not been too bad for them. If we look at the initial kills in the round, they have traded well for that space. What they haven't been able to do so far is manage whoever's been coming on the backside for the flank to turn up whilst they take that space. And they've lost 2 members normally from that rotation, which as they are gathering to move forward has cost them bodies, and then they're in a negative numbers scenario when they're trying to plant the bomb. So maybe do we want to see a bit more respect from the flank from Aquila? Maybe do we want to see them being quicker at taking that space when they've got those kills towards the site? That's for them to figure out as we go on into the match. From Sicario's side of things, I don't really think they need to adapt too much so far. I think they're in a good place. They've traded well into those picks when Aquila have tried to play for space. They've gotten the first hand of the kills the majority of the time. They've started the kill feed, forcing Aquila to have to trade back for the space rather than being able to get kills without losing lives. So they've done good in that perspective, and their rotation on the flank has been quick enough to cut off the bomb going down every round bar 1 so far. So I think Sicario in a good place. Maybe a little bit more confidence in the ones. Maybe let's see if we can reinforce over those ones as a 2v1 so that we don't lose bodies when we're fighting early on the defending side. But other than that, Sicario doing a good job so far.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's 1-to-1 round. This third round, Aquila looked really good, and they did it without a player. I mean, Eclipse was stuck in the spawn, not moving. We saw that disconnect come in, and it does look like Eclipse is going to get subbed out here for this matchup as well. So maybe some internet issues, unfortunately for Eclipse. Hopefully, we can get that figured out in days to come. But I believe Don Piscelli is going to be stepping in here in this one as well. And a big shout out to everybody hanging out in chat. I see that hype train rolling in. Choo choo, let's go. Ski Mask Timmy out there. And we had an anonymous, clean mean. A lot of people dropping some subs out there. So a big shout out to chat.
Yeah, I was having a quick scroll through that just then whilst we got a second to catch up with it. I saw Cracked do a backflip 5 gifted. I'm sorry, mate. I'm old. These legs ain't getting me off the ground, let alone all the way around the full 360 for the backflip. You'd find me looking like that guy that's got the toilet on his head, just like kind of, a strange angle crumpled from the shoulders down and the neck upwards, 180-degree vertical after we've fallen halfway through. So, not today, sir. Sorry. Backflips are saved for LAN events only.
I've seen him do it too. He's crazy.
Yeah, it's real talk, actually, funnily enough. Didn't intend that at all, but anyway, coincidence is king, as is going to be one of these 2 teams crowned by the end of this match. We are going to decide which one of the 2 is going to go on and face off against our victor from the second best of 1 head-to-head, which will follow after this one. We're then going to delight you with 2 more best of 1 head-to-heads to decide a final best of 3 series for another 2 teams, which will follow after the first. If you got confused by all of that, then don't stress, folks. There is a bracket. We will keep you updated with the schedule as we are going through it. In fact, I'm wondering, is there a chance we can maybe pull up that bracket schedule for the guys at home to have a look at whilst we are hanging out here? There we go. Lovely. Look at that. Amazing work in the background there. So there you go, folks. This is what we're working towards today. Sicario plays Aquila. Winner goes into match 5. Steez plays Generation and faces that victor in match 5. New Dawn plays Syndicate. Winner goes to match 6. And Aspect plays Covenant, facing the winner of New Dawn Syndicate in that match 6. Those are the games featured today. Best of 1s for the first 4, best of 3s for the last 2 series. Then tomorrow's action will kick off with brackets 7, 8, 9, and 10, I believe, with us following up with next weekend's action, concluding the upper bracket and the lower bracket, as well as the final. Lots of entertainment to come and tons of games. We've picked our ones, I guess, to have our eye on. Hort, you've asked me. I've got my eye on game number 3, New Dawn Syndicate. Is the one that's jumping out to you from the matchups that you're watching over particularly?
Honestly, for me, it was this first one. A lot of great names on the side of Sicario. You talked about us getting to hang out with people like Undead and Watchful at PAX West. So it's always, it's fun to put those faces to a gamer tag and be able to, just get to meet people. So I just like this squad. I've resonated with them, and at the same time, the same can be said for me for Aquila. There's a lot of old names. I'm often stopping into a lot of these different Twitch streams like No Tech or Trevi, and so there's just a lot of familiarity between these 10 players on the roster, and so it's just a lot of people that I enjoy, being around. So definitely had my eye on this first one, and the third one as well. New Dawn, I believe second or third in the last NA Pinnacle, third, excuse me, and a team that upset Sicario in that upper bracket. So we know they're very, very good. Syndicate, as you talked about, the names on this roster are insane. So I want to see, what they have here in this tournament. So I'd say probably the first and the third one for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see the banter in the chat as guys are going all the way to the level of considering raiding each other's rust based whilst they're locked into the Pinnacle match on screen here. Guys are wild. You guys are so savage, but come on, man. Let a guy have a piece of break. Let him play some competitive arena in peace. Holy. I'd love to see the fact that the chat's having as good a time as we are in the casting booth, folks. I know we're hanging on for the gameplay to come back to you there, but I appreciate everybody's entertainment in the chat. In the meanwhile, this is good banter. Who we rated, I'm itching for it. You see, even King Connor's in on the keys. We're all sat ready to kick off as soon as we can, folks. All right. Raids either side of the pitch, whether it be inside of the arena or the people trying to raid away on Rust. We will be raiding today. Trust.
We will be. I'm going to be raiding after this for sure.
Well, we will. Well, we will.
We will. We will. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready to get this party started. Okay. Cue up the music. Start the rave because I'm ready for it.
Go the reel up, rewind that. Bring it back. I was just partying away, folks. We're just having a great time up in here. All right, folks, let's get a little bit of a prediction for you whilst we're waiting for this match to roll back up in the chat there, because you're all super active today, all right? If you think in match number 1 that we're going to see Sicario taking home the victory, slam a 1 in the chat right now. If you think on the flip side that the old boys are back to stay, it's a number 2 for me. Let's see if we can get the chat flooded with some 1s and 2s as we work up and wind up into our next game. For me, I'm going to throw a 1 in there. I'm going to be honest. It's a 1 from me, Chief. It's a 1 from me because Sicario have shown us many a time that every time they are challenged a question, they have a response, and we've not really seen them fall short. So until I'm proven elsewise, I'm going to stick with the evidence, all right? I'm going to go a 1. But if you're a believer, if you like a mustache, if you're just a fan of clarity, whatever your choice may be, then it's a number 2 for you.
Yeah, I feel like I got Tequila on this shoulder and Killa on this shoulder, number 1, number 2. And honestly, if I'm a smart man, I would go with number 1. If I'm feeling spicy and maybe a little bit crazy, then I would go with the number 2. And honestly, yeah, I'm always feeling spicy on day 1. So, we talked about it in the recent ACS. If there's ever a time to upset, it is day 1. So, I'll be that devil's advocate. I'll toss up a big peace sign, a big, a big 2 in chat here for Aquila. But it's hard to bet against Sicario. They're such a good team.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. It's a tough one to bet against. It's a tough one to bet for as well, actually. It's going to be a similar story for a couple of the matches today. In fact, I don't really think we have a match that's not going to go the distance of at least a good, maybe 14, 15 rounds. I think we could see an overtime in a couple of them, potentially. I do see one of the series being more decisive than the others, but again, that's a base dependent on who turns up on the day. We have a couple of team rosters that we're going to talk about when we get to those matches that will have a little bit more consideration on the players rather than the map or how they play as a whole as a 5. There are definitely some members of the NA scene that struggle to get out of bed, for want of better words, honestly. It's a who turns up on the day is going to make the team kind of feel. And you really feel for teams like that when they don't turn up, because you can see on the days they do turn up just how much potential they have. But the issue is consistency. And this game does not really give you any space for an issue with consistency. It's very unforgiving in that sense. So maybe a different roster, slight tweak of, stronger minds around these volatile players will help guide them to success. We're going to get to find out today at least, but I'm not convinced just yet.
I think that's why it's important to have a really strong and vocal team captain, because on those days where you don't maybe or you're having a little bit of a tough time, I think you tend to get in your own head even, I'm having I'm tough time, I'm not playing very well, and then you just you don't get better because that's kind of that mindset. So you need that good vocal point, that good captain, that leader to step in and say, hey, it's fine. We all have bad games. You had a couple bad rounds. Like, focus on the one ahead. Let's start turning it around one round at a time. And if you can get that player in a position to find an easy kill or two, all of a sudden they get those kills under their belt. They get a little bit of that weight off the shoulders, and then they do start playing better. So, you know, as important it is to have that strong team, I think it's equally important to have not just a strong captain, but one that can vocalize those things to you as well.
Yeah, sometimes there's a conversation to be had about overcoms when you're playing in a casual environment and you're unranked games with your friends and stuff at home. In the competitive environment, that doesn't really necessarily tend to be too much of a thing. You'll if you've ever had the fortune of modding for any of these teams during different tournaments, whether it be here or anywhere else, and you'll have had that experience and can at least validate this one. But it's not a quiet environment in a comp atmosphere. These guys are yelling, you know, "This behind, he's behind, you got a one on the flank." It's fast paced as well, and you have to be able to digest 4 or 5 different players with the comms and segregate their audio from your game audio to really be able to intermingle and play both at the same time. So it's a tough skill. It's a very tough skill, and it's a lot different pace to what you play when you just go and jump in casuals with your friends. So credit to be given to the players. It's a tough environment. I certainly don't envy them when they're playing against some of the demons that are out there.
Yeah, I don't envy a lot of these players, honestly. It's a tough it's a tough ask, but honestly, this is what they live for, right? I mean, they love competing, they love being in these types of situations, improving. That they're the best of the best. So I'm absolutely for it. I love the fact that we get to come in here week in and week out and yell at the microphone cracked. And I'm always sad when we have these long breaks, but we just had ACS last weekend, followed up now by the Pinnacle this one. So it's nice getting right back into it and not having that little bit of a break.
I mean, maybe, just maybe, we stole a few too many of the hamsters out of the server rooms to be able to deliver out all those special Terra Group cargo packages that were sent out this week to all the content creators in appreciation for the 1.0 drops. Just maybe we could have had a few of them back on the generators for the arena games. But it is what it is. Jokes aside and rats back in the wheel, everybody looks like they're cooking out of spawn. We have a 5v5 game on our hands between Sicario and Aquila here on Fort. Scoreline resumes at 2-1 Sicario.
Wasting no time into this round as Bleak and Strix finding Apollo on a quick peek. Puts Don Pasquelli, says, welcome in and welcome out, baby. The sub comes in and the sub goes down. It's a numbers situation that favors Sicario. And look at where they're posted up on the minimap. Just great control here over Fort.
Big Don. This is his first on-screen game in the comp scene. I believe it is, no? Now, this gentleman is an exceptionally skilled gamer, as Don Pacelli. He'll be one to watch out for as well. Had many a run-in against him in my late night arena sessions, and he is a demon with a weapon just as much as most of the players inside of here. So really interesting to see how he can do on his first outing. Shelby's going to pick up one of them with the MP7 at the cost of half of his health bar. Fracture in tow. 3v2.5 as Sicario find themselves a lead in the health pools, but that's it for now.
Need doesn't find a home. Apollo will pick up on the Shelby here as well, and Sicario now with that player advantage. The device down here, and you can see Apollo in that prone position here in the background. No tech will look to drop off a smoke. Not sure if that went exactly where he wanted it to, though, and we'll go down to that prone to Apollo. Watchful at mid will find clarity, and Sicario will continue to put the rounds on the board.
Okay, so we cruise off to a similar start as we did in the first round. Apollo found himself in a good position the first actual round of the game to a similar effect. This time he picks up another 3-piece as well. Some discipline and some composure shown inside of the K1, K2 angle. He worked himself between. We saw he almost picked up an extra kill inside of the archway. The wall bang through that wooden window. Another little bit of tech gameplay. Apollo, a vast amount of hours in this game, knows every little nook and cranny to be able to play off. We see him running through into Palace there, through the walls, thanks to our spectator POV, as Bleak is pushed back from position of power in heaven via a really good smoke from the defending side, Sicario.
More utility toward mid. We talk about the importance of utility. We have any top aim Sibiris or hards here in the NA as Cruisin finds one. Watchful one more. No tech. Quick to get the trade back at mid, and the hailstorm of bullets are raining down everywhere. Bodies falling left and right, and only 5 standing after that. 3 for Sicario. No tech clarity. Trying to reel it back as he finds a Polo. But again, these trades from Sicario on point. And now they've found their stride once more. That snowball beginning to turn into that avalanche.
Yeah, let's get that first pick from Sicario. Get that first 1-for-0 kill, and then let the enemy team push you in to gather for information. They kill one, you trade one back. They kill one, you trade another back. They'll take a third out, and you'll take that third back. And because you got that first kill, you're going to be the team with one left standing at the end of the domino game.
Well, back to the A site they go this time. They're going to stampede this direction here as well. 2 tucked on. Shots are ringing out. They've got a numbers advantage if they can find a way to get on and get these trades at a minimum. But see that subtle rotation on the minimap from Sicario. Watchful to find Bleak for the opening one as Don Piskelli tries to shift out here. Has to be cautious and is not. Cruisin will find 2 more. Sicario is dropping bodies.
He left Mercedes in the garage. He swung wide with the Golf. That GTI Turbo just blitzing its way out into Garden, picks himself up a 2-piece. They don't say cruising for a bruising for nothing. He's out there doing damage in double doses, and he's gonna tip it off with a triple. That's the cruising you remember. Smooth, silky gameplay. 3 clean kills. And another round falls into the lap of Sicario. This game that felt like it might have been a little bit closer for the first couple of rounds, now feeling very heavily favored.
Yeah, Sicario, I mean, we had those high hopes after that opening round for Aquila, but it has been all Sicario. And Strix will continue that toward Cannons. Don Piskelli, maybe not warmed up either, having to jump in mid-game as a sub due to those issues. More problems will continue this time for no technique. It's a Polo raining down to find that pick. Bleak in great positioning, though. Will find Strix, and now has an opportunity.
Try and pick up an extra little bit of damage towards Bleak in that position. In mini, Aquila have managed to leverage themselves some form of pressure towards the B site. Watchful is in a great spot to start this walk up. Had a secret behind Bleak. He's not going to get a chance to. Undead's going to nail some great shots from Beacon as the bomb goes down. Undead and Watchful now together start to work the angles.
We'll find Shelby. Clarity picks up one, cruising right there to get it back. And with that, the device will be deactivated. Sicario looking very strong. And you can see why they're the returning champs here as well. Now 6-1 against Aquila. And it looks like that first game upset quickly slipping away here.
Still a couple of rounds left in the bag before Sicario find themselves at map point. 6-1 up. And a 5-round cushion. They're in a great position to close out a minimum of a 6-2 first half, which would put them in the best spot to finish the game. 7-1 would be just a bonus at this point. Early shots open. Bleak takes a bit of chip damage. No technique, looking to try and find something under help. Apollo covering off this bedroom push. Bleak up into bedroom's going to take damage to the legs, as is Clarity. So Apollo not going to be able to find the headshot on that angle, though. Crucially, gives them a bit of time to play with their life. Watchful finds no tech as Nate goes off towards Strix for his health. Finished off Bleak and Don Pacelli paired together for 2. Now Aquila feeling a little bit hot and spicy in the realm. Undead's not going to allow Beacon to go for nothing, though. Forward on the chase. The cheese pushes him back, runs him into the line as Bleak. It's chaos inside of B.
Absolute chaos indeed. Watchful cruising, the last 2 standing here. That device hasn't been planted just yet, though. We see Aquila getting into position here toward that B site. Utility raining down here as well. That smoke will begin to plume. We see it happening on the site as well. And 50 seconds still on the clock. We're going to see Watchful rotating around. Shelby's there waiting, though, and now it's a 3v1.
You could tell the difference between the honed edge of Sicario and the returning team in Aquila, feeling just slightly looser in execution. Members slightly left out open and cover, big swinging angles instead of just playing slightly more disciplined and pixel peeking or jiggle peeking. Cruzen here manages to get away from the B site to push out a cover, but in the 1v2 he's got a long job to do, and it's not going to get further than the first challenge of Bleak. It's a round back, 6-2. They go into the half with something. A shimmering light at least, a consolidation prize. Something to try and motivate them to bring this scoreline back, 6-2. They've got a long way to go of Aquila.
And that's something we always talk about, right? That 6-2, how you want to try to avoid that at all costs. That 5-3, so much more manageable, but been a little bit of a tough start to the day for Aquila. Obviously, they had some disconnects there with Eclipse as well. They had to drop in a sub Don Piskelli, who's trying to get going. So it's just one of those unfortunate circumstances that you have to deal with on the fly. That's what makes some of those good teams great. Aquila going to have to deal with it from the defensive side, though, as Sicario is going to be opening up toward B.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit to Don. What a first game to be stepping in front of the Titans of your region, the currently seeded #1 team in the scene. Further empowered by the new pickup in Apollo. Sicario looking good in good positions. Aquila matching and mirroring a very similar defensive setup towards this B site. Stack actually stronger, 3-2 towards that B site. Now 4 versus 2 on B for Sicario as they push in. No technique starts to level that numbers advantage back in their favor as a 1-for-1 trade in CT. And a good pickup from Clarity sees them in the lead for now.
What can they do with it? The Undead rotating back here as well. Strix does find no tech and watchful onto Don Piskelli as well. Undead has some good intel toward the A site. We see Bleak trying to shift forward. It's most likely going to hear watchful on this right side, though. And Clarity posted up at mid. Sicario's going to look to get the pressure down on A. Bleak has found one through the smoke. No, it's close, but no cigar.
Bit of pre-fire spray might find him though through the smoke as well. He's got support coming in from his teammate now. Flash out towards site. Step wide from Undead as he's wise to the tricks and the antics inside of the A site. He's going to creep, slip and slide behind that smoke off into Cult. Does he get to the end of the time? He does. Turns the challenge, doesn't find the kill. Clarity with a crucial pickup's going to knock the bomb down with 20 seconds left on the clock. I'm pretty sure he's done all he needs to do to be able to just leave the vicinity now. Strix is going to be here in time to plant, but Aquila have a great shot here.
Clarity's going to fall back. Really, not a ton of time. He's going to get out here with just enough time to put it down. Now the pressure comes in. Clarity takes a bit of a gamble, and it pays off. Strix goes down. Aquila now starting to put multiple rounds in a row on the board.
Interesting rotation out of Sicario. Actually leaves them caught a little bit out. The switch up of the site and the tempo looked good to begin with, but because the rotation was down a different section, Undead found himself isolated in a 1v1, and Clarity does not miss shots like that. He picks the kill onto the bomb. It's another round claimed back. 6-3, Aquila starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in the game themselves. Are we about to see a comeback?
Oh, a little too early to tell just yet. Because Sicario has really put themselves in the position to drive it home. Just a few more rounds. From the attacking side, we can see that Stampede heading toward Cannon. Shelby's going to have to back off a bit. Help will get into position here as well, but see that knee just missing the mark on the swing. Watchful back down the stairs he goes.
Both teams actually nade the same place. You see them both going off without picking up the kill. The push up from Sicario, the tight back from Shelby. Very, very good on both sides. Cruzen and Shelby playing this 3D chess match right now as to which one can get the other to drop the patience bar first. Strix holding off against no technique. You see individual ones starting to press up across this B site as both teams stretch and shimmy against each other for space.
Oh, Polo. Beautiful positioning. Creeps on up. Clarity had no idea. And now the space taken here toward mid. Watchful. Dancing, flirting with disaster. It's Don Piskelli to find Watchful. And now we're back to that 4v4. Aquila, both of these teams really doing a good job of finding those trades, but now we'll see blue in the kill feed as Cruzen, Strix, and the Polo all find big picks. and all of a sudden it's all down to Don.
Yeah, I feel a little bit of Monsters Inc. energy here as Don Pacelli did manage to find him. Achille sat out in garden. He's always watching Wazowski. A little shade of Raz as he finds his 1 kill, but now finds himself left in a 1v4, fighting back towards the B site. This is absolute nightmare fuel. What can Don get done? First shots towards Beacon. A little bit of magazine left to be able to fight off. 19's not enough as Apollo puts him down.
Well, Sicario heard you, and they said, hey, don't call it a comeback. Not just yet. Up to 7. 1 away from match point. 2 from shutting it down here in our opening game. Aquila, they've had, they've had a couple good rounds, and we've seen, what we like to call those moments of shining greatness, but it's about piecing it together. And you wonder if, did those early disconnects have a factor? We saw them take the first round. Then they have the few disconnects. You have to step in with a sub, and so it's certainly an additional problem you don't, you hope not to have. But now that it's here, how do you deal with it?
You got to make sure that you're getting good pace on the early opener of the round, trying to at least settle the dust of the chaos given the numbers advantage. 2 out towards Garden makes Bleak life really difficult. Watchful's going to be able to find the headshot onto him to hammer him home. 2 members down from Aquila, 1-2 now down from Sicario as the bomb carrier gets caught with a nade in his hand. Strick's able to level back. Apollo finds the Watchful inside to Shelby, and he's not quite got the shots to kill him. Sicario steal another one into their favor, put themselves on map point here in the first match of Pinnacle 2.
Peak's having a good day at 8-7 as well. We see obviously some of those numbers are probably slightly skewed from the few rounds that were reset there, but it's just about that whole team playing together. And when you have those issues early on, you have to have that sub step in. It can be difficult, and especially when your first game is against the returning champions as well. So a little bit of a tough start for Aquila, but hey, that's why we love these. You got that double elimination, so even if you do fall here early, always those extra opportunities. Undead is going to let that P90 sing, but it's cruising to pick up onto the kill, and now that pressure toward the A site.
Still have a lurking member in Apollo as well, looking to try and pick up a potential rotate from No Technique. Watchful has found his kill onto Clarity again into the wards. Garden at 90 angle now, completely in favor for Sicario. Front sight control taken. Long push is going to be immediately deleted. Watchful's aware. Strick's holding his right-hand side. Covers off from headshot. No Technique left in a 1v5.
Not an ideal situation, but he can join the rest of his friends there in that grave as we do see him go down. And just like that, Sicario will close it out in dominating fashion here on Fort 9-3. And your MVP is Watchful. 13 kills, 7 headshots.
This is why we game. First match in the record books. Sicario have secured themselves the victory after a slightly shaky start of getting into the game for both teams. They both managed to survive the servers and find their way to the edge of match number 1 with a 9-2-3 scoreline. Aquila did a good job of making it look like we were going to have more of a comeback on our hands, but it was a short-lived dream of 2 rounds with a success. And then Sicario decided that 4th, 5th gear was no longer where they wanted to be and slammed it straight into 7th and then proceeded to slam the game home. Great showing from Sicario. I can't speak any more to it. Aquila, first match back for a lot of them for a little while. They'll have had a thrown in the deep end scenario, feel rather rough for them, but their next matchup and the second chance saloon of, losers bracket and so on will give them a chance to fight back from that one. We'll get to revisit that. Not today, though. That will be tomorrow's action for them. So for the time being, we will see Aquila off. but it does mean that Sicario do find themselves sitting in that first spot in the best of 3 series for the first best of 3 later on today. Congratulations to Sicario. We will have some highlights coming up for you guys shortly. But before we get to dive into the scenes to see what happened in game number 1, we're going to have a quick talk about what is coming up just after that for game number 2. The next head-to-head also set to be a spicy one. Hort, this is one that I've had my eyes on for a little bit. I know this one has got a lot of talking points with different members swapping teams and a new lineup to come into this one, as well as a potential for an upset. So I'm really interested to look at that next head-to-head in a moment as well. There's lots to come. The first day of Pinnacle Season 2 is going to be fire. We've got so much entertainment for the folks at home. I just can't wait to get into all of it, honestly.
I mean, Steez, they took 4th place in the NA Pinnacle #1. So looking to slowly climb higher and higher on that podium. That'll be our next matchup coming up here in just a moment as they look to take on Generation. But yeah, you know, for Aquila, I think, you know, it's like you mentioned, a little bit of a tough start today. You had that first round, then you know, unfortunately had some disconnects. Eclipse had to step away from the game. You had to have a sub step in. So I think, you know, those factors, along with the fact that you are fighting arguably the toughest team in the NA Pinnacle on your opening game, it's just it's a tough thing to maybe have to deal with. But hey, it's nice thing about having multiple opportunities here. So not out of it just yet. We'll look to see if they can bounce back and maybe create their own little Cinderella story from that lower bracket. Sicario, I mean, much like season 1, they won their opener. They did struggle a little bit in the semifinals in that upper bracket. So we'll have to see if maybe they've made the adjustments to make sure that doesn't happen again this time. But enough about that and more about these wonderful highlights that were a little bit one-sided here on 4th.
Yeah, towards the end, it looked a lot different to what we get to see here. No technique in a good position underneath. Hell manages to find himself a good double kill. Watchful cleans him up. He gets shots from Bleak, and it's a round in the bag for Aquila straight off the rip. Second round starts good as well. No technique finds some good positioning. Clarity gets picked off by better shots from Strix, which is not something we're unfamiliar to.
Back on board, Apollo was finding some good kills. We saw Shelby on this MP7. And then back to Apollo again. We talk about these trades, these gun battles, and it was Sicario winning the majority of them. We saw Clarity, a nice pick there as well, but most of the times you were seeing Blue lead that kill feed there. Undead picking up a couple as well. Bleak had a phenomenal game, I thought, on the side of Aquila. Was off to a good start, put up a decent amount of kills on the board, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, you're going to see Clarity here caught a little bit unawares. Apollo in, I mean, arguably a very off angle you wouldn't expect from, but there were still some slight errors showing from Sicario at times. We do see here bomb carrier holding, util as a push through smoke. You could argue the push through smoke is a bit ambitious, but it's something we saw a lot of in ACS from Russian and European teams actually in equal measures, was smokes a deterrent, not a guarantee. Whether it be safety from being shot through them or whether it be somebody just going to walk up out of that smoke into you, it's a possibility and you have to be ready for it at all times. So looking forward to more attention to that as we move on, but we do have our next head-to-head to show on screen. Let's have a look at our next 2 teams taking to the table. Hort, Steez, talk to me, because they looked good last time.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about him being in the top 4th, looking to do better than that here this time around. Ghost of Customs, he's always out there pubbing. I see this man a lot. Yes, T-Roll, AVT, and I believe Duck, that last one there, who you mentioned before we got going today, had a phenomenal NA Pinnacle Season 1. So looking to take it to the next level here in NA Season Pinnacle 2.
Absolutely. Their opponents on the other side of the field, a familiar name and an icon people will remember from the last time over in Generation, but a roster with a couple of changes. A new face in Sinner. You've got Frosted, Roach, PvPer, all back. Germ, again, also a name that people may or may not recognize, but a familiar face if you've kept your eyes on the socials that Generation have been running with recently. Good results from their scrims, from what I've seen, shall we say. But this one is another very close match. I mean, Jez, we've seen Jez pop off many a different time. Ghost of Customs and Duck as equally destructive players. Like we said, Ghost of Customs been around for a little while, but Duck, fresh to the scene last time over, did a great job. I reckon we might have a pretty close match here. Territory is going to be very important. I think Steez favors the more longer range matches. A Skybridge or a bowl here for Steez I think would be very beneficial, but I think if you're looking for a generation map, I think we might find ourselves going to 4 or maybe even Bay 5 actually. So tell you what, Hort, let's have a look at those map picks.
Well, there's going to be no Iceberg, as Generation says no to that right away. And, you know, we talked about some of those longer sightline maps, but Steve says no thanks to Skybridge or Bay 5, which means Generation will say goodbye to Bowl, which means we're headed right back to Fort one more time for the one time. So how do you feel about Fort for these two teams?
Yeah, I think CQB environment favors Generation overall, personally. I think they play better in chaos. They like to be able to fight the, not ego fights, but take the aggression to the enemy, I guess. Even on the defending side as well, you can probably expect to see a few aggressive walkouts on the defending side from Generation. Steez are good at heads-up gunfights, especially when they had the numbers played well, and we saw them playing good as a team together from each other. We also saw some insane clutches at the back end of rounds from Steez, so don't be surprised if Generation gets a couple of early kills and then Steez starts to swing a lot of the rounds back in their favor. You see a very, I guess, hot and cold game where it's going to go back and forth. I'm really curious as to who gets to attack first. I think whichever team is attacking first is going to look to finish the first half with an advantage. Probably that 5-3 or the 6-2 scoreline we're going to look for here, but I don't think that's going to decide the game. I think if we see a 5-3 scoreline halfway, I think regardless of which team goes into the attacking side in the second half, we are going to have a closer match than what we just saw.
We'll be Generation attacking first, I believe, and Steez on the defense to open things up. But yeah, I think honestly, I think both teams could be happy with a 5-3 half. I think, at that point, depending on what side you're on, you felt like you've done your job. We always talk about it. That 6-2 is often that number that we see the majority of teams just for whatever reason struggling to overcome that deficit. So I would agree. But for me, I don't know as much about this Generation squad. And so, we know Steez has been here before. They've been that top 4 team in the recent NA Pinnacle. So they've got a little bit of experience under their belt when it comes to a competitive atmosphere like this. But best of one, man, any given Sunday. So, for me, it's all about letting these players do the talking on the battlefield.
I'm keen to see which of the two teams is starting on this attacking side. I really am interested because both of them are going to have a very different approach to attacking this map. I think we see a very A-heavy approach from Steez, and I think we're going to find it being more B-focused from Generation. I think we'll find that Generation will be comfortable playing like a 1-3-1 split on the defending side. I think Generation will probably have somebody playing mini cannons and then maybe a 3 more player heavy control towards mid, and then once the A site where they'll rotate deep off a spawn. But we'll have a look at it. So Generation on the attack first, Steez on the defending side. Generation looking to get aggressive towards that B site already like we expected. 2-4 middle control. We have AVT on an AVT. No shock there, I guess.
I love it. I mean, if you're gonna cosplay, you gotta go all out, and so we'll see if you can make the magic happen. T-Rolf, we've no stranger to some P90s out here, but there's a little smorgasbord of weapons on the side here of Steez, and now dancing around it is PvP here to find the first pick.
Yeah, problem there for T-Rolf is if you don't find shots early enough, all 3 of the members of Generation that are running you down are going to slowly close that gap and suffocate you inside of the spiral. Sinner's going to find one, and it's going to be left down to duck, dip, dock, dive, and dodge. And he's not going to be able to do that, so don't get throwing wrenches over in his direction anytime soon, because he won't dodge that one either. Jez also not going to be in the way of the Matrix. It's going to be a clean, flawless round from Generations in round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm a little bit shocked by the different weapon choices that we see on the side of Steez. I'm hoping that they can make it work here well, but I think this is one of the first teams that we, see not running 2 or 3 P90s.
Unsuppressed P90 as well as a preference choice, which I think actually it is better overall for the ergo, but P90 being as whippy as it is, I'm not sure that it makes enough of a difference. That early grenade from Sin is going to find himself being caught by the walkout. We talk about these aggressive walkouts on the defending side, and this is what happens when you squeeze the Steez, or they squeeze back. 3 quick kills come out, and Generation starting to feel Like they just got rolled by a generational play out of Steez. They certainly did. You want flawless. How about back-to-back opposing flawless rounds from both teams for a one-apiece tie?
Yeah, I mean, what a better way to... There is no better way, honestly, to answer back after a tough round one like that. So a great bounce back here, as both of these teams will now again fight for the lead. And I love seeing it from Steez, especially. I just mentioned how, you know, these weapons aren't typically maybe the meta that we've been seeing, but certainly putting it to good use here in round two. Kicking off on round three, we'll see where Generation opts to go this time. Took a lot of pressure through mid, and will be met here as well from Steez. We see one above in the background through the silhouette here. I believe that is AVT posted up center. Now down below, beginning to pressure through mid. Frosted cautious here as well. Now the shots being exchanged. Roach able to find the first one. Frosted is aware that there's potentially someone close to come and spot. And now we'll find him. AVT goes down. Still no success on that marksman class just yet. Jern is here. Shots exchanged now indoors. Oh, and Tree Wolf not able to find it as well. Is in some big trouble. He's lost half his life.
Seems like nobody's able to put any damage down unless they actually get inside a mini onto T-Roll. There's like an invisible boundary there, boarding him off. Well, Frosted feels that fear as well and walks straight on into the corner of the dome of his adversary. Sinner's going to find one onto Jez. Left on goes to Customs. He is tucked away inside a secret, and the only secret left is how long it's going to last. Not very long is the answer. Frosted finds the final kill. The scoreline goes to Generation 2-1, back in the lead now. Frosted in a good position of 4-1 scoreline on the back of a 3-kill round.
We were hoping for a little tug of war here at some point today, and we're certainly getting it early in this matchup. But much like in our previous one, we kind of saw that back and forth in that opening round before Sicario began to run away with it. So we'll see if Generation can do something similar here from their attacking side. Frosted already 4 kills on the board.
Big explosion towards the A side from the attacking side this time. All 5 members of Generation here. Quick ducks. Pixel is spotted by Roach. Shots through the side of the wall. Don't quite manage to find the wall bang. PvP starting off hot and steady. Ready early on. Jump for the grenade. PvP here on the backside. Finds the flank into one of the defending field and then swings himself back with a 180 to the big box kill. Queen. Really clean sight taking. Generation as we hesitate. I pause for breath as ADC gives him a push. The second one straight into Roach 2. Somehow Roach is still alive. What's going on?
What is going on? It is bodies left and right. And, well, as the smoke and the dust and the blood clears a little bit, you'll see the Generation is still standing tall. We talked about Frosted's 4 up to 5 now. PvPer will join them in that 4 club. And Generation looking good here through these first few rounds. It's going to be up to Steez to slow him down a little bit. It's really tough if you allow a team to start to run away with it. We talk about, you know, that magic number is only 9. It's not a long series or a long game per se. And so these rounds very important in this competitive scene. Steez really needing to reel it back here in round 5.
Yeah, AVT trying to prove to the world that the left-hand peak is the way. He's going to get himself the first kill on Frosted. Double swing as he turns around and deletes the dome of Sinner. That's some good work out of AVT. Now covering off from top mid. He's going to win that fight out. No Germ's going to clear him out.
Oh, turns on a dime. Roach still able to find one. And the team kill coming in as well. Roach. They haven't found a way to squash the bug. He sneaks in, finds 2 big picks. And now Jess all alone here at mid. That device, though, is down in a bit of an awkward spot. PvP or Roach going to have to work together on this one.
The PvP just quickly tapping into one of the bodies he's picked up to be able to claim some extras as that health needs topping up. Half of it left. He dips, ducks, and dives across sight. He's going to be able to race swing for the kill onto Jez. That's a good shot out of PvP. Home in the dome. And he'll take that one.
Well, and this is where we start to worry a little bit, right? They're starting to run away with it. They've increased that gap by 3. We talk about the dangers of 5-3 versus 6-2, and it looks like that's right where Jin is heading at the moment. Steez has to find a way to slow him down. They haven't quite had an answer here for this maybe awkward aggressiveness that's coming out from this squad.
Oh, here comes the thunder, here comes the boom. Both teams are going to run their line of scrimmage again, head to head, head first into each other in the middle of this lobby to try and fight for space. And no technicality inside of this gameplay, it's just who can shoot better, and at the moment it's going to fall for the way of Duck as he finds himself a great timing on the right-hand side, swing out of kitchen. One member left in Frosted as Generation left down to one member alive. Bomb collected. Frosted's going to look to try and run away, but here's T-Rolf.
We'll reel it back a little bit. Cut that lead in half here as well. Duck finds 2 in that round. And so, I mean, they keep it close, and that's the important thing. And so, I mean, still an opportunity even to win these last couple rounds and find themselves at a tie at half. They had a couple scrappy, rough rounds there, it looked like, where maybe, you know, I don't know if it was a break apart in the comms or just the aggression from Jin that caused a little bit of that discombobulation, but it seems like they've been able to take a deep breath in that last round and reset. They still need to put a couple rounds in a row, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the one thing with an aggressive play. When you both slam out of the site and an aggressive attempt, the potential is that the risk factor doesn't pay off and you end up getting heavily clapped instead of doing the clapping. So sometimes these strats don't necessarily always work out in the forward. This is an interesting one for me. We are full slow walking towards lobby, which should call the audio. But S3 have almost matched the pace 2 rounds in a row now, where they both slammed out of their positions early the round before. This time both teams have taken to a full reserved approach and have mirrored the setup again.
Slower round. Center does eventually find Duck here. That might open things up a little bit. They've got PvP are still toward this creating some noise. A little bit of a distraction, but S3 isn't going to bite. They're already shifting toward the A site. Center's going to let it rip. Jess able to find Roach. Now Customs finding Germ, and S3 beginning to pick it up.
Frosted is able to find a consolidation kill towards the member, towards back a headshot, but ABT then is going to find one in response, Center down. Shots from T-Rolf, take out PvP here, and it's Frosted again, last left alive in a 1v3 this time. Down he goes.
AVT putting in work with the AVT here. And now all of a sudden, looking at a potential tied half here. So it looked a little bit rough for Steez, and not necessarily the opening round, but the couple rounds that had followed it there. And so maybe, again, I don't know if it was just that aggression from Jin that was throwing them off slightly. They seem to have made the proper adjustments now, and now one away from tying it up.
Both teams push out a spawn, a similar spread from S3 as they do send 2 members towards the A site for defense. Generation full 5 fledged towards the B site, 2 for mid control, looking to try and uproot this AVT that is locked into Palace. Been doing a really good job of keeping support so far in the AVT, and again is the first in the kill feed.
That's gonna follow him up. Center to go down. T-Rolf tries to step out, but unfortunately doesn't connect on the shots. And now on the quick peek, will eventually find the trade on the PvPer, who did find a teammate in the background, though. And again, it's numbers in favor of Steez here.
Round slows down. 2 remaining members of Generation on the attacking side in a tough spot with the bomb down. AVT holding that bomb hostage. It's now his new best friend. I like the stack from Generations. 2 towards Beacon. They start to try and buddy up and take that space, covering each other's corners, watching the extremities on the other side. Jump out is going to find a death. ABT has to reload, tucks, ducks, and dives as the angle favors him from the height.
They're just trying to flush out this Roach here. He is going to step into a firing squad. Duck will find him here, and well, Steez has found a way to tie it up. Again, it looked a little bit tough for them in those opening few rounds, despite that first round, but they've been able to take that deep breath that we talk about, reset, and bounce back. AVT sitting at 9-4 here in this one at halftime.
Yeah, Iron Sights as well, doing a really good job with it, but CQB environment, that's where this weapon does an extremely good job. We spoke about the armors that are particularly strong in the Scout class. It's not just the P90 that's good. That class all round in a very good place right now because you can wear tier 5 armor and have the P90 with 50-round magazines. You can carry 3 or 4 of them if you really squeeze it. You add your stims on top of it with 3 magazines, the kit's just very strong. Its one upside is the fact that people have a slower TTK than you do on the P90, and that's because of the armor. Now, you take something like the AVT that's firing that 7.62 round, a big round that's going to do some extremely good damage by 54. Well, it gets through that Scout class very quickly, so there is some logic in it. Obviously, the AVT does not lend itself to very many attachments, which is why you see him running it with the iron sights.
Better, I guess, here. Duck finding PvP here. Jess finding Frosted as well, and Steez. Maybe it just took him a little bit to get going here because they are rolling at the moment. Roach tries to slow that momentum down a little bit. We'll find a pick on the Duck. Now inching forward here. We see that smoke down as well. Shot almost connecting, but it looks like Goats is going to be able to drop this plant down on the site.
Yeah, Roach almost actually managed to pick the header from the jump shot over site. 3 members on site. Roach gets himself into a good spot. Sinner's now out towards Arch, takes the aggros. Nick gets thrown onto site. Members are going to avoid that, but 2 versus 4 Generations. I mean, they're in proximity to do something about it, but the smoke's over the site are going to drain the time so much. When they get a chance, it's going to be way too short a timeline to make it work. 2-round CT, 1 in Con. Con dead. Great shots from Germ. Space is made. They have a chance. T-Rolf down. Pressure diffuse potentially incoming. They don't know that bedroom. Customs down. 2v. It's doable, it's possible, it's believable. 15 on the clock, and they have the defuse position. It's done for. Generations pull out a beautiful round to close it out, and that's more like the gameplay we've been looking to see, where the first 8 rounds of this game have been diabolical chaos and what looks like silver scrapes and bronze gameplay. That looked clean.
Yeah, that was a really great retake here from Jen. Roach absolutely popping off in that round. We'll put them up to 8 kills on the board, and they'll get the luxury of regaining that lead here after halftime. So far, Steez has been able to keep it close, but other than getting that first opening round, we really haven't seen them, enjoy a lead yet, and neither team really enjoying a comfortable lead. So much closer series here in game 2.
Yeah, this is where we saw S3 offended last time round, though a good round out of Generation spurred Steez to come back with an absolute screamer of their own. An aggressive push towards the A site, nade towards Frosted, only finds a quarter of his health. As 2-man defensive sites hold. Generations has them in a very, very good place to pick up early kills. Duck goes down.
Roach just trying to find one here on the edge of the smoke as well. Shots continue to rain through these smokes, hoping to find a body, but no one does just yet. Jen still on that player advantage. We see T1 Rolf in the background. It is Jess, though, on the Ash 12. Finding a pick on the Frosted. Jess tries to come through the smoke, but Roach will find him. T-Rolf on the trade. And S3 still here. 3 standing, but not able to get onto the site just yet.
That smoke overhead shot gives them some forward access. Sinner recognizes that the inside corner of that smoke might just bleed enough room for him to see a model through it. The ebb and flow of the gameplay leaves space for AVT to pick up one onto PvP, though. Sinner's doing a great job of hiding here in the smoke. He might just be able to play spoiler. He spots the shoulder of Rolf on the edge of the smoke. First goes crucial. Can he transfer to the second? Goes to Customs is offside. Bomb down 2v2.
Oh, Germ's running right into the waiting arms of AVT. Now Center stuck in a tough position, maybe looking to scoop up some goodies off of a fallen friendly here. There's no pressure. Comes in behind it for S3. They've got that device planted. They can remain calm here. AVT already into double-digit kills here with 11. Center dancing around, but S3 just doing a great job of eating up the time off the clock.
Remember, both of these teams playing for a chance to face off against Sicario in the best of 3 later on today. So Goes to Customs picking up that final kill and closing the round out to a 5-5 scoreline. Sees us again tied up. AVT, like you said, having a day of it. 11-5.
I'm here for it. Again, we talk about the metas of the consistent P90s that we often see 2 or 3 of on almost every team. You got a little bit of everything over here if you look at the S3 squad. I mean, so I'm here for it. And AVT put in some great work. 11-5. You can't complain about that. But more importantly, than those kills is that dub on the board and staying in that upper bracket. That's the big goal here as Germ opens up with a pick on Duck.
Shots in the pre-fire from PvP is not going to be enough to close off Ghost of Customs. He's going to walk straight up into the ramp and ram home his authority on top of that one. Shots in Connor, T-Rolf, and Synerdual back and forth. The close member of his teammate in S3 behind him to help trade it up, but Germ's playing his life extremely well and covering off the back of Sinner. Goes down to Customs. Germ is still holding on the backside here. Bomb is inside a mini, we can see. Germ's probably aware of some audio there, but not necessarily that is the bomb. Headshot is beautiful out of Germ. AVT can find himself written off immediately.
Man, hit him with a control alt deleted on the jump here. Jin, numbers in favor. The device is going down here. Jess, cautious of the peak, holds one. Shots ring out. Good for one here on the Ash 12. Not a ton of rounds in a mag like the Ash 12, though. We'll see that frequent reload, dealing with a light bleed. Nothing to worry about just yet. Ghost on the other side here as well. Patience, time dwindling down. Ghost spots one. They try to peek together. The jump across. Can he find one? He does. Roach answers back, and now it's all down to Jess.
I think he's done enough to be able to give this. The 1v1 allows him some space to be able to play Ring Around the Roses. Roach going to be swinging out towards this midsection. It's the Ash 12, though. The big bully bullet. All he needs to do is wait for the right timing to swing, and the gun is going to walk into his favor here. The longer range fight doesn't favor that Ash 12. Roach playing well into the favor of the P90. Only 9 rounds left in the mag for Roach, though. Keep an eye on that one.
Those don't fake, they say. He is going to go for it. Jess gives himself enough time to get back, though. And a great job here by Steez. They'll go up by 1 here late in this one, now 6-5.
Yeah, that's a scary concept as Jez on that Ash 12. You want to talk about a difference maker. That gun does damage, and as does this player. So 4 and 5. You expect that scoreline to start tilting itself the other way very soon if he starts feeling himself. S3 starts to come alive across a few different players. Duck also in a similar position, readied, poised to be able to start making some plays too. Could see this game start to get away from them if it's a generation perspective. Top swing out from PvP is going to put Jez in trouble early.
See if he can work his way out of this situation here. Thorax in a bit of trouble. Be healed up from the stim, though. Now cautious of this peek from above. Frosted will bait out the fire here from Jess. That'll give him a little bit of intel to work with as well. S3 at the moment appears to be wanting to go to this B site.
Shots out of Frosted again are good. Patience paying off. You see how Frosted again doesn't run to the forward section of Palace to try and challenge for a second kill in mid. Instead he kites back around. It does allow space for S3 to expose that a little bit. Both Duck and T-Rolf have got position on Frosted now. He's going to have to play extremely well to be able to pick himself up a 1 for 2 if possible from this position. Jez holding off from bedroom. Frosted is literally being held by 3 separate members from different spots right now.
See everybody kind of shift toward the A site here. Jin potentially looking to mirror that a little bit on the mini-map. You can see him rotating. Roach is already there, though, and he has found Duck. Not able to get onto the site. Makes it a bit tough for Ghost of Customs. Or the backside here as well. And now they're going to try to force him off the site and get control. But Frosted has come in on the flank of his own. And Frosted has found 2 nasty headshots. Roach will follow suit. And Jin will tie it up one more time.
Generation starting to show forward as a team now. You can see them working off of each other. Great workers. Frosted gets tasked with a challenge. He gets told to stay up in Palace and to not give his life. The threat of Frosted being there is what forces Steez to rotate. They don't like how confident Frosted is playing up there. Like, he shouldn't be up in Palace after he's killed one and can hear three people pushing him without having support somewhere. So Steez is worried about the threat of a third party they don't know of, even though Frosted is kind of just big bluffing that there's a second person there, as they were all holding towards CT in the A site. So good mental gameplay and 3D chess match out of Generations as Germ's going to pop off in the early opener around number 13 with a fat 2-piece and 2 domes. Claimed.
That's why the P90's so good. Talk about it all the time. The 50 rounds in the mag, the ability to put multiple bodies down, and AVT falls with them now. And a 5v2. Jin has set themselves up to take the lead very late here on Fort. Jess toying with Frosted again, and they haven't been able to deal with Frosted up here. I mean, he baits out these fires. Eventually, they'll put him down. Germ, though, has found a nice nade kill as well.
Bomb down from the defending side. That's the most important part about it. Jez is going to be sent on the hunt a little bit as the last left alive. Nobody's moving from Generation. This is smart. Why go searching for a kill? You don't need to find your 4 versus 1. There's 40 left on the clock. The bomb is open and exposed. Oh, Jez. You got to feel for him. He swings one, gets a good kill, but the back exposed, and Germ finishes himself off a 4K for the round.
Yeah, there was just so many opening picks on the side of Jin to kick things off that Steez was really put at an early disadvantage. They weren't able to overcome it as well, and now they find themselves down by 1, desperately needing to tie it up here. They don't want to allow Jin to get to this all-important match point here, so a very big round here for both of these teams.
Round number 14, straight out the gate, we see Steez looking to Generation's Garden for pressure. Frosted, however, says Winter's coming and sends one of them straight back where they came from. Duck did not duck quick enough to get away from the bullets.
They're going to try to shift onto the side here. Frosted is holding it, though, and has been a staple here in these last couple rounds. Normally, we see him playing from above, but again, Jin's kind of swapping where they're playing, and it's almost like they've read this playbook of Steez here.
And both teams have seemed to match up on similar sides of the pitch both times over, but audio very telegraphable inside of Fort. There's finds one with the Ash 12 out into long angle. AVT doing AVT things again. PvP goes down to the BT. 4 versus 3. Steez with some pressure from T-Rolf takes out Sinner. 4v2 now. German Roach on those P90s left to try and save the day. Germ's going to find one. AVT goes down. And the rotation is going to come in. That's a good pick again. Top mid being played by AVT 2 or 3 rounds in a row. So Germ starting to reach some patterns of predictability. The swing out of Roach, confidence. He's looking for one. Doesn't find the 90 and then goes down to Ghost of Customs. Germ last left alive in a 1v3.
Seen some crazy plays and kills from Germ already here on the P90. We'll scoop up an extra weapon here as well. 30 seconds on the clock, and Jess in great positioning to find the headshot. Back and forth we go. The game of tug-of-war will continue throughout the entirety of this one. And we've got 5 members into double-digit kills here between these two teams. And of course, as we always say, I know it. You're like, duh, yeah, but I mean, obviously, both of these teams want to be the first to get to that match point. When you're in that driver's seat, it makes it so much easier to close this series out. So, as crucial as that last round was, I think because Jin won it and tied it up, this round, probably the most crucial one of the game yet.
Yeah, Steve's definitely managing to do a good job for the first round we've seen on their attacking side of playing the post plant well. All 3 members kited off back from the site to a defensive position to hold out. Didn't over-aggress for isolated kills and give the life away too easily. So Steez play the round right, and they claim the round a crucial round for it as well. You do not want to go down 8-6 at that point in time and give your opponent 2 map point chances. Instead, it's 7-7. Either team here have a chance to claim themselves the one shot of stealing the match before overtime.
Does appear the pressure is heading right back to the A site here for Steez. Center right now with some good control, but that Ash 12 can't seem to be stopped. Jess pressuring on, finding the 2K here as well. And now Roach having to deal with this smoke that's about to plume out in front of the site. They're going to look to advance on and try to potentially get this device planted.
Device is going down. Duck picks up on 2 PvP. We've got the 2 remaining members are left caught trying to pick pockets as Duck does get traded out, but he's not going to be taken without finding one of his own. 1v3 German, a similar situation to that from the round before. Rolf and Jess doubled up on the back of this pillar. Jez is going to take the distraction as an opportunity to try and creep out on the right-hand side. The shots come in from Jez. The second Germ exposes. And it's going to be Steez to get the shot of the game.
Up to 8. Back and forth we go. Steez, though, the chance to close it out here in regulation. And I'm sure they'd love to, but honestly, I love my overtimes. I love when it comes down to the wire, so I would not be disappointed if Jin can find a way to send this into overtime. But it's big moments like this that can really separate those great teams from other ones here. And again, we talk about the importance, that luxury, that comfortability of staying in that upper bracket.
Yeah, does Steez go for the Hail Mary? Do they throw everything in the kitchen sink at this round, as some teams like to do when they get the foot on the pedal? They like to slam it into the floor and just try and put that last round home quickly before the defending team can do anything to get grips a hold of it. The trades early as Duck goes in and Jez goes down.
Sinner's going to find another 2. Goes to Customs now, has fallen. T-Rolf answering back. Germ right there to get the trade. And again, these trades consistently coming in. And it's really been for both teams. It's just, it kind of varies from round to round. AVT now has to find 3 kills. And you take a look at where that device is. Realistically, he's going to be looking for probably at least 2 of them before he considers that plant.
Yeah, I don't think there's any saving this unless of a miracle world play from AVT. He's got 3 members to get through and not really a whole load of time pressure to have to do it in. And it's still 3 of the stronger players in the NA scene to have to fight your way through. Frosted's been having a very good game here on Fort at 11-11. Germa's been a very strong part of the backbone of all of these rounds for Generation. Alongside of that, and Roach, shots from Frosted will find AVT creeping, trying to do a bit of alien energy on the site. It's not going to work out. And that takes us to overtime, baby.
Into OT we go. Ask and you shall receive here. So this one's going to come down to the wire here. And it's about, you know, honestly, who can make less mistakes. I mean, we've seen both teams have some great rounds. We've seen both teams have a little bit of a kind of scrappy, rough rounds as well. And, you know, I think that's why we've seen a lot of this back and forth. So I think it's about kind of minimalizing these mistakes here in OT. You know, honestly, I love the fast aggression that we see here, but sometimes it's good to slow things down a little bit and be a little more patient, especially on that defensive side.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I think it is definitely a case of needing to tighten up some mistakes. The later rounds of this game got better and better for both teams in cleanliness and execution. I think maybe both teams just looking to try and find their rhythm, but this overtime will be decided on a small margin of errors. And I think it will come down to errors in execution. Both teams have shown they are able to execute well, but slight mistakes has been the difference maker. T-Rolf is going to find the first onto Frosted. That's a big pickup from the Gen lineup, as Frosted has been doing some great work. Roach finds T-Rolf. AVT takes damage and trades for Sinner. Customs is going to pick up Roach as the bomb is now left on its own towards the top section of site, all exposed. Beacon open. Germ on site with the bomb actually does win that fight into goes to Customs. This changes it slightly for Generation. Now they have good position.
Oh. Duck actually denies that device being planted here. Meanwhile, Jess picks up on the PvP at the same time. Center fighting for his squad has found Duck. AVT still toward mid-side. Jess tucked in toward the spawn here as well. And Center knows he has some time to work with here. Trying to bait out a pre-fire for intel. Unfortunately, will step with his back to Jess. And, well, the rest is history. S3 up by 1 in OT.
They were in a good position until that aggressive push from the top mid straight through to Beacon claimed the bomb. You're absolutely right. The swing synchronized with the push around from CT. 2 quick kills claimed, and Steez robbed the round back into their favor. Then this 11-point home on the board. But we spoke about these minute errors. Bomb gets caught on site for a second, not respecting Beacon. And the angle gets used to the advantage of the defending team. Retake was very good from Steez in the first round. Remember, overtime, folks, for those of you at home. Best of 4, 2 attacking, 2 defending rounds per side. Duck opens up, PvP of the first down.
A beautiful opening pick here by Duck. And that nade is a tough one. You could hear it fall. You could see my man just look away like, oh no. And then even more bigger of a mishap that it's your teammate that kills you here as well. We talked about minor mistakes. That one may be a little bit of a bigger one, and S3 capitalizing on it. They'll find another pick here. And with that, a 5v2. This is a tough one for Jed.
Yeah. Catching a vital element of many sports, but not this one. Throwing very much so. Those grenades require some great accuracy, and when they don't, they end up catching your caught prey for your own devices. It's a 10-8 swap of the half in the first overtime, as S3 find themselves in a position with 2 match points to try and close out instead of the one that they had in regulation time. So 2 chances for Generation to try and fend off the approach, but S3 looking like they're in a great spot. And I'm going to be honest with you, Hawk, that mistake, that might just be the nail in the mental coffin.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, you make a couple minor mistakes, one leads to a team kill, and then all of a sudden you find yourself down by 2 rounds in OT, where your opponents only need 1 of the next 2 rounds. You have to win out just to force another OT, and so it's stuff that's tough to deal with, both physically, I think, and mentally here. So, Jen, a good test for them here now in these next 2 rounds, but you're right, Steez has really set themselves up for victory here, and we'll see if they can maybe get all 3 in a row here in OT.
Does go to speak a little bit about the diversity of weapon choice in the game at the moment, the rather more meta-oriented lineup from PvPer and company, and the 3 P90s and the 2 assault classes, whereas you've got like almost a Halloween-esque Frankenstein's pick and mix of weapon choices over on the S3 side, where we've got a couple of P90s, but you've got a Val in there, you've got an Ash 12, and then you've got the AVT. Both teams making it look effective. I mean, S3 have a 2-round advantage with that Frankenstein's combobulation they've put together. So it's working for now.
It's alive.
It's alive.
Sometimes you just need anything to awaken the beast here, and that's what Jen's going to be calling upon. Maybe howling at the moon, looking to reinvigorate themselves once more. Gen 3 stacked in toward the A site, but for S3, they're split across this map very well. And if you look at the mini-map, they're drawing over Gen toward A site. They pick off 1 in the rotation, and they're not aware yet, but it completely opens up this B site.
Yeah, but look at Frosted, who's still sat up in this position in the number 4 spot to play spoiler on mid. He smells a little bit of something going up towards the B side. Frosted also is going to play his patience and discipline. He's not going to try and give his life away too soon. He wants to try and get in the ranks. He's going to find 1 team off on the ramp. Kite off top is covered by Palace. AVT has Sinner. 3v2 or 2 point a bit v2, as Paul Frosted is left with not much of his health left. Jess is going to find him.
Oh. PvPer stepping up, finding Jess here, though. They've got the numbers to work with. The AVT gonna sing out once more, and unfortunately doesn't find a body just yet. They're gonna inch a little bit closer, gonna hold from a distance here. And Roach able to find it. If AVT could have got across quickly, he might have been able to deny that plant, but great positioning, great reaction time here from Roach, and now we're just 1 away from a 2nd overtime.
It's a good round out of Generation again. They play a very good post-plant retake. It's the one thing they've looked very good at, is regardless of the numbers, once the bomb is down, being able to retake site is very, very strong from them. I know Frosted doesn't maybe get the most of the kills that round, but he makes a great play. He creates just a little bit of space for his team to get in. He gets that first kill top ramp, and it's a big pick. The Generation with 1 more round to have to stave off to force a 2nd overtime. Oh my, so much utility going out. 3 lethals all going off. You hear all 3 of them explode, and not a single member filling into the kill feed shows that now it's going to come down to the gunplay. 2 members out towards Gardener's hero. And Jez together looking to try and swing all the Generation men that are here in tow, just playing games of musical chairs in the smoke. But T-Rolf also trying to play a game of whack-a-mole. It's Jez that picks up Frosted.
PvP and Roach are going to find a couple quick ones there, and there's that flank from Germ. Big kick on the Ghost to Customs, able to reel it back. Jess and Sinner will find picks a piece here as well. And AVT all alone one more time. Couldn't find the clutch in the previous round, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do it here in a 3v1 either.
Yeah, I feel like overtime 2 is on the horizon. Does kind of feel like Roach is going to play his discipline well. That arm is poking out, but it's not going to be enough for AVT to be able to take him down. Kite away, pick up the device, which he's going to be able to do safely. 30 seconds left on the clock. A 2-man hold towards spawn, just in case he decides a rotation. And good play from Roach as he kites off back to safety, out of the way of the wall bang. Ooh, hey up.
Oh?
He doesn't have time. There is no way he gets to B site and plants in time. There is not enough time for this rotation. He's going to get to site with just enough to plant the bomb, but somebody should be here. They've not read it. Oh, he gets enough time. He's just in time because nobody's matched. They're miles away.
I feel like he's the second left. Yeah, he's just a second behind here. That one hurts a little bit. That one hurts just a little bit. But, I mean, honestly, I don't see him getting that clutch if he tries to kind of stick it out on the site he was on. If that decision maybe could have came in just a couple seconds sooner. But this gets tough because now you really put yourself in a position to win an OT. You let this team hang around maybe a little bit longer than they should. Now you're heading to another overtee, and this is where it starts to really get dangerous.
It's always that timer that catches me, you know, Hawk, because 0 seconds on the clock is not the same as 0 seconds on your bomb plant timer, because you've got that second between 1 and 0 still to count down whilst you're planting that bomb. Whereas when that 0 pops up on your scoreline between the two teams' scores, it's 0. It's not 0 and a second left, it's still flat 0. You're absolutely right. It's just outside of the time boundary. I mean, there's millimeters of discipline, though. AVT just outside the boundary of that rotation working. You like the play.
Sometimes you just got to take a little bit of a gamble. Pay off this time, but at least they've got a couple extra chances here as we head into our second overtime. This time, S3 starting out on defense. We see a much slower approach here, and you take a look at the mini-map. There are some Gen members really just kind of crab walking here, posted up toward cannon side.
This is set to work really well, actually. If they commit to this properly, T-Rolf is not in a spot to spot this early. This is going to be a sneak up, and this almost feels like something which I remember from a time back in the Outcast days. This is a real slow walk up here. What's crazy for S3 is they have, if you look at the mini-map, 3 very forward defensive positions on the A site. They're almost pushed off the site so much that you could probably confirm there's nobody here. And yet there's no reaction in response to the B site to try and reinforce that as the overstacked site. Currently, we see them 3-2 split towards A. Now, we start to see Ghost of Customs thinking about the rotation through. Long pressure comes in from Arch, and the whole team starts to move. But Generation are going to flood this site quickly. It's not going to be deniable anymore. This is going to be a full retake angle. Now, how much can Sinner get done in the middle of the enemy team?
Oh, AVT pressing down, and you saw 3 quick kills come out from S3 there. Duck does find a way to get Roach here as well. Now S3 looking to take the lead here in our second OT.
Yeah, full close plant setup works out perfectly. Ghost of Customs have primed a nade for the plant, so as the bomb begins to be put down on site, it gets immediately countered as well as a kill. So Ghost of Customs picks up a grenade and a gun kill, and S3 clean up the round in what looks like a good setup from Generation. S3 don't care. They say you can come all the way onto site and plant the bomb if you like. We'll just wait and we'll blow you off of it after you've tried to do so.
Well, they'll be enjoying a lead here momentarily. It'll be up to Gen to answer back again. From this attacking side here, they're going to be stampeding toward the A site, it would appear. So 2 toward B here for S3. It does look like they're going to mirror and tuck 3 toward the A site for defense as well. They love shifting down in toward this mid, but Frosted is ready this time. And no, it's Roach that gets credited with the kill.
Jess comes out with that Ash 12 to do some extra damage, swings in from the tight right-hand side of the angle. PvP is looking for him, but he doesn't realize how close he is either. Jess going to get 2, he's going to swing it open for the 3rd. Shots going to ring, but the bullets are going to run out as he tucks away again out of sight for safety. 3 members of Generation left alive, all tucked towards kitchen together as Jess is still playing Ghost and Mirrors. He ain't smoke and mirrors anymore. This man's disappeared into the scenery. He is gone. As are the Generation Squad looking for a full rotation. T-Rob holding off the spin. Doesn't find himself man enough for the challenge on Roach. Gets put down. Duck also looking to delay the B push. He's going to give away some information to Roach, which is going to call a potential counter flip back to the A site. Headshot is waiting. Frosted goes down. Jez again. Right place, right time.
He's been insane on this Ash 12. Help's going to come in from the background here from Ghost as well. Jess finds one. Ghost taken out. Jess finds another. It's an ace on the cards. And our first one of Pinnacle #2 here in the NA region. Jess on the Ash 12 finds all 5 for the Penta as we get set and ready to switch sides.
3 kills short of a 30 bomb in the first game for Steez. Jez will be more than happy with his performance. I think Steez will be more than happy with his performance as well, given how sloppy the first half of this game was from both teams. It was messy and it felt like it could have been dice rolled either way, but now both teams seem to have settled. The game feels more in the favor of each of the team's hands. They are able to control their own destiny a little bit more here and starting to play with the textbook really well. We've seen responses out of both teams so far on their defending halves, but nobody really able to make the difference on the attacking side. Generation now have to do the same again as Overtime 1 to cover off 2 match points.
Just need one more here. And they are stacked toward the A site. We'll see PvP are beginning to rotate that way as well. Germ in the background had a nice flank in that previous OT. Goes to Customs. Nade lineup here as well, and it's almost beautiful, but it's just a bit behind center. Roach and PvP will find kills as the nade rains down, and Jin looking to inch this one back.
Roach, Frosted, also jumping into the kill feed. It's Ghost of Customs left last alive for S3. And the first round of the defending side of Overtime for Generation also feels just as comfortable as Steez had made it look for 2 more previously. A Ghost gonna have to find himself a miracle play. Can he put an ace on the board just like his teammate and Jez did the round before to save themselves from the fear of another overtime? The smoke over that K1 angle is going to cover off any form of a pixel peek. He might be able to push for an isolated one. The jump over the top of the box might give him a chance. He's going to lose a bit of tick damage onto the arm, but chip off the shoulder. It's not going to claim you 5 kills. PvP is going to nail the shots. The headshots to Ghost of Customs finishes the round, and Generations pull 1 back.
I mean, Jess is making me think of a little bit about Zaki here, who used to dominate on Fort with the Ash 12. What was it, 27, I think, kills for Jess? Absolutely insane.
Round number 24 on the cards of Ghost of Customs has got the first for PvP here. Frosted takes Duck. Jez for Sinner. Plaid stripes in the kill feed as we bleed multicolored early on.
Oh, Frosted will take out Jess. No more Ash 12 raining down on the battlefield. Ghost of Customs just barely missing the timing here. Go ahead and try to get this device planted, though. AVT has found Jin, or Frosted rather, up top. And in good positioning here to hold this for the post plan as well. Customs finds Germ, and now a chance for them to close it out. They just got to get through Roach.
1v3 is very unlikely for the Generation side. He's got to swing into the close member on site, and that took position from Ghost of Customs is going to be enough to seal the deal. Steez claim the game in the second overtime with a 13-11 scoreline. A final total score for Jez at 28 kills, 12 headshots is a phenomenal MVP performance. Game 2 in the bag. two very drastically different games in comparison on the same map, which is kind of cool to say, actually. I'm kind of interested that we had a particularly fast-paced first game, and then we had... I don't know what to describe the first half of this game as. The second half of the game was very good to watch, actually. It was a back-and-forth chess match, rather than necessarily particularly about the gunplay. Barring Jez's nice little ace that he had a fandango with, and a couple of good moments from Frosted. It was more about team cover, defending side crossfire, and good positioning on the defending side from both teams that made that a really tight, close match. 13-11 double overtime. Steez just about squeezed it out there, but they did themselves the best job. They, every time in overtime, converted both of their defending half rounds to put the pressure on. As any team going into that position, you have to try and take one of the first half rounds in overtime to split it one apiece to stop yourselves from being forced into that I have to win 2 rounds in a row pressure scenario. So Steez did their best job in overtime, really, to make that game theirs.
What I would like to see a little bit more of, I think, of is util, though. We haven't seen a ton of great util yet here in this. We've seen a couple team kills. We've seen some missed smokes on the lines there as well from both of these games, really. And so I think that's a big difference maker there as well. We talk about it recently in the ACS, especially some of those Russian squads. So I think, if you really want to take your game to that next level, you've got to be kind of exploring some of those nade lineups, whether it's through VOD review or watching some of these other teams, watching back some of the ACS. But I don't know how many times we've seen teams, win just much more easier than they probably could due to these nade lineups, finding 2-3 early nade picks, the smokes, the flashes, allowing yourself to get onto the site, find those plants, and then fall back so you can play those post-plant positions. So we've seen, you're right, 2 drastically different games today. One much more decisive, but in both of them, I felt like that I just want to see a little bit more from the util here.
I think I've got to agree with you on the utility standpoint. In fact, I want to dive a little bit further into that because I think it's a really good talking point for the time being. Is the one piece of utility that was creative, that was, both accurate in its execution and less predictable, less sort of run-of-the-mill, you throw it in your pub games style, was that post-plant overtime grenade that came up and over the top to deny the bomb going down, which would have been a big turning point in the game had that have come through. And that was Steez's execution at the end, really, really deep into the game. And that was the one good grenade for me that stood out. We spoke multiple times at the beginning of rounds where we called out the lethals going off. You could hear 1, 2, 3 explosions, but like you said, it's good util. It's not quite finding that marker. We saw a misplay where a grenade ended up killing a teammate for Generation, which did also cause them some issues. It's good grenade gameplay that was slightly lacking, and not just from one team either, from both sides. We were seeing grenades that weren't quite landing where they were meant to. Even in the first game, like you mentioned, we had Sicario caught with the grenades in their hands a couple of times, which again is a vital part of the gameplay. I know it might seem like we're nitpicking to the folks in chat, but these are the kind of things that the pro teams work towards. They graft week in, week out to try and perfect these kind of setups so that that doesn't happen. There's no possibility for somebody to be able to trade a kill while someone's holding util. So as we get to look through the highlights, we'll have a look at some of these again. The first few highlights are going to be very much a Plaid Stripes and the kill feed feel. It was back and forth kills, left and right from both teams, in very sporadic gunfights early on. Bit of positioning misplacement from teams on the defending side, some audio being lost in just the hail of bullets being shattered around. We see AVT here just getting a little bit swifty with it, which leaves space for the 1v2. Oh, nasty.
Yeah, that gun is, yeah, I'm glad to see it. I mean, right? That's a gun I don't think we've seen in the competitive scene quite yet. At least not that I can remember. So it's nice to see a little bit of a change. We talked about it from that side as well. It wasn't just a bunch of P90s. They had a little smorgasbord, including that Ash 12 in the hands of Jess, who had a field day. Jin started off really well here, though. I felt like, we saw a couple sloppy rounds from S3 to open up. I think it kind of maybe took them a minute to kind of get feeling comfortable here in this situation. Again, it's opening game day. It is the first game as well. Sometimes those jitters or just, finding that comfortability can take a little bit. But once they kind of settled into that gameplay style there, we saw them finding those trades, playing a little bit better together, the crossfires. And so it was nice to see him be able to make that adjustment relatively quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. gunplay coming out towards the end started to get cleaner. This little headshot from Germ over the top of that jump peak was lovely to see. You saw the grenade there in the kill feed from Germ as well. We did see a couple of good bits of util work out of Generation towards the end. Some insane plays. Jez here making that Ash 12 look good. We saw the aggressive push up as Duck jumps to try and find himself a two-piece. He gets a little unfortunate there, does Duck, that he doesn't get two from that play, pushing up over the smoke. But again, it gets a little messy in the smoke here in Kitchen. There's a lot of, I'm going to push through here and try and make something happen, where you feel yourself wondering, did it need to be so crazy? This was the nutty little round that Jez has where he goes crazy wild. You've got Ghost having some good shots from left to right across the back of sight. Oof.
ABT was just a menace here as well, but Jess for me was that shining star here on the Ash 12, consistently finding bodies and just great decision making here in these tough times, even when finding themselves outnumbered. So I think we see a lot of great highlights here from Jess in this one.
Yeah, it's just something we talked about for the bullets as well from the Ash 12. That gets through a lot of the armors pretty comfortably. And the shots from the Val also with the PAB 9 doing a similar amount of work. You can see the approach that both teams were looking at for this one. We've got the P90 and the assault rifles for the meta approach, but AVT, Val, Ash 12, all going for something just a little bit different to try and get through the slightly tankier targets, just to try and reduce that TTK down to something that's comfortable for how your team plays. 2 games in the bag. We've gotten to decide ourselves our first 2 teams that will go head-to-head in a best-of-3 later on today as well. We've also sent a couple of teams packing. They're going to go down into the lower bracket where they'll have to come back for some fighting matches tomorrow, but more on that in the near future. For now, we have to give ourselves a moment to vibe and chill, I believe, hot, as we get ourselves wound up for our next 2 series. So, folks, before we dash anywhere too soon, shout out and a thank you to our partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon that have come together as a partnership to partner then with us here at Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games to bring this amazing action to you. Have been with us, like we said, since summer, and to be all the way through till the end of the year. Very grateful for that partnership, so a moment of shout out and thank you. And now we need to take some time to rejuvenate. So, drinks, snacks, seatbelts, and some super cool gameplay, all coming your way if you take a trip to the kitchen in this next interval. Don't go too far though, because the action will be coming right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to part 2 of day 1, Pinnacle Season 2. That's right, we're here for the NA region to take the top 8 seeded teams to battle it out for the title Pinnacle champions in their locale. Hunt Premier here, partnered again with Battlestate Games on the Hunt Premier channel live on Twitch, bringing you all the action alongside of our partners with AORS and AMD Radeon. As always, I'm Cracked here in the booth with Hot Sauce to bring you the details, the dirty deets, all the best bits from inside of the commentary booth. Hot, the first two matches have been registered and written down into the logs. We have decided ourselves two victors and a couple of sad silly sausages that will be sliding down into that lower bracket to revisit tomorrow. But for now, we've got to pick our second set of victorious teams. We have two more head-to-heads, which we'll find ourselves victors and losers from. But two more people to be crowned and cruising into the final best of three for today. This head-to-head is set to be cinema. We've got New Dawn back from their continued positive trajectory as they always show improvement, stepping out into the arena versus a new team in Syndicate with some familiar faces. New Dawn, Slaughter, Pug, Aiden, Steezy, and Razin taking off against Yuki's, Europe, Not Mr. Kevin, Tizzy, and Nuclear. Who have you got painted on the board for this one?
This is a tough one. Honestly, I would love to see Syndicate take the dub here just because they are a newer squad. You know, there's a lot of fun players on this roster as well that are, I think, very well known. Aspect, certainly, I think, excuse me, New Dawn is a well-known team. Slaughter, Pug, Guy, and Steezy, Raisin, they were the team that also upset Sicario in the upper bracket last season. So this is a really tough one for me. It could, you know, potentially go either way. I'm just hoping for maybe another OT.
Yeah, absolutely. And folks at home, not to confuse Steezy with the previous team Steez that we just saw. Obviously, similar names, but different standpoints here, as Steezy is with the New Dawn roster for this one. Pug and Guy Aiden. Honestly, for the folks at home, if you're not too familiar with this lineup, were two of the people to watch out for in their last performance and showing. Very, very consistent and solid players. Pug with a couple of standout and highlight plays, you could say. Slaughter, also another member that's been around the scene for a long time. He's been trying to drive this New Dawn wagon since its inception. Has been doing a pretty good job of it, honestly. Slaughter's own character development and improvements from both his mechanical, micro, and macro gameplay has seen leaps and bounds with improvement since his entry into the HPL, whether it be Pinnacle or whether the leagues. They have a tough task. I mean, you've got Europe, extremely experienced player across a couple of rosters. Not Mr. Kevin, again, similar aspect, even familiar, playing alongside a few of the members on New Dawn. Tizzy, do I need to say much more about Tizzy? There are clips from Tizzy's previous endeavors, and as a young player in the scene, he's got a lot to prove and a lot of talent to be able to show. And then you add in Nuclear, who, for me, arguably hot. I think Nuclear is my favorite Dark Horse player in the entire NA scene all around, because this guy just pops up out of nowhere and pops off.
Nuke's a super fun player to watch, and so kind of curious as to what kit we're gonna see him on today. But before we get into that, we'll take a quick look at the map picks and bans. Our next matchup here, New Dawn doesn't want to be on Bay 5. Syndicate says goodbye to Bull and Fort. And Iceberg cracked almost there, but unfortunately not quite in this one, as New Dawn will ban it away as well.
Yeah, I know myself and Yuki's have had a bit of banter back and forth recently about the comings and goings of what's happening in the NA scene. I've not caught up with him recently, as he's been grinding hard at work with his team to try and make sure that this next match is as close as it can physically be. But I know we did have a little bit of a joke that if Iceberg was going to make it through the picks and bans, that his team is definitely not going to be afraid to look at that one for a pick. So I am glad to see us go to Skybridge here for both of these teams' perspectives. I think this is a map that it really does test your ability as a team. You can't just win heads-up gunfights in this map and take dominance of a site. It really does test your util, specifically that smoke usage, actually, which is something we've not had to lean into too much for the matches today so far. Skybridge's E-box angle and the headshot towards the A site is very, very back and forth derivable as to whether it favors the defending side or the attacking side, as to whether smokes are in play or not. So very, very keen to see how the two teams match up here. We saw ACS feeling extremely defending-sided favored on Skybridge, and I feel like the pace in the NA region is going to match that perspective, especially with these two teams.
Yeah, I agree to an extent, but I felt like everybody did well on the defensive side for Skybridge, unless it was like Virtus Pro or some of these teams who just shined on that attacking side. I mean, we saw them down 5-3, I think, at half, and were able to come back and power through. So I'm still not 100% sold on that yet. I think it kind of depends around the team's play style as well. We've seen a lot of teams do really, really well on that aggressiveness. I think if a team is playing back very defensively here as that attacking squad, they do much better when they slow it down themselves, wait for those smokes to come in. Once they dissipate, then, hold their smokes a little bit longer, then throw them down those lanes, pressure onto the site. It allows you to get that plant and fall back for that post-plant positioning. So I think if if you're going against an opponent that isn't matching that aggression or wants to play very, very safe on that A site defensively, that's where that util that we talked about really comes into play. We saw it in the ACS. If you're holding on to those smokes and making sure they're not up at the same time as your opponents, it just makes that entry so much easier for you.
Weapon choices. Another thing we're going to look at and pay close attention to when we get both of the teams deployed out on the field, as we've seen that the NA scene is not afraid to throw out an oddball pick here or there. If you're on the lineup of Steez, we have Steezy inside of this game. Wondering if he's going to bring an element or maybe a bit of inspiration from that of the team maybe fondly named after him. Probably not, but we'll see. I'm not sure we're going to have an AVT on this one. I don't think Ironsight's AVT is going to calibrate itself well into the range differential that you find on that B site. And B is something we're going to talk about as well, Hawk, but we'll get into that in a minute because we're diving on into the game. Straight off the rip, you've got Syndicate taking on New Dawn. New Dawn on the attack.
I don't know if we'll see many AVTs other than in the hands of Mr. AVT himself, but we will see a lot of these P90s coming back out here on the side of Syndicate and New Dawn. Both 3 apiece, I believe. We get set and ready, but we are seeing Syndicate eating up a lot of space on this attacking side. They're not playing that slow style or that deep defensive position here. So really up close and personal. Couple in toward VIP. This nade is going to go just past the mark as well. And I'm not sure if New Dawn's going to be ready for them to be up close and personal.
Yeah, the textbook sets out from New Dawn says that they read the initial push out from Syndicate really well, but that util not landing home and finding a kill or any chip damage is going to find them faked out a little bit. The second follow-up grenade from Slaughter does, however, tickle Kevin enough that they will get an audio cue to be able to play off now. Pug working in from the right-hand side. The two members jump and pee together, but it's not Mr. Kevin who's not ready to let them enter KFC. Pug does claim well back into Europe, but the bomb is down.
Oh, Busy, the jump shot finds Pug over the top. Guy Aiden will eventually get the trade, but numbers certainly favoring Sin here at the moment. Trying to shift forward here. That device again down over toward KFC. Kevin, who had found that early 2-piece, and Gaiden just trying to find a way out of VIP. Brazen holding the opposite side. He'll try to shift in toward the back of the site. Usage is here waiting though. Shots from both exchanged here. No damage done just yet.
Really good teamwork out of Yuki's and Nuclear there as they both dip duck and dive away from Gaiden. The magazine's drained. Kevin finds the pick onto Razin. Gaiden is going to be able to pick up a kill onto Nuclear, but with 4 seconds left in the round and 2 players left alive, this is done for. Discipline and team play out of Synergy looks really clean in round 1. Damn, son.
Kevin with that 3-piece there as well. And it was those first 2 picks. We saw New Dawn. They tried to have a player jump out, draw that first fire, and then get that trade at a minimum. But, we always talk about the importance of trades. They don't find it. They allow not Mr. Kevin to find a 2-piece there. You go on to get another pick as well. And so that's something that they're going to have to figure out and learn to deal with very early here, or they could find themselves in trouble.
Credit to Guy Aiden under the pressure. He finds himself in a position where he has to push an aggressive play out of VIP around the site to try and recover the round. Makes good progress, but doesn't find the kills as needed. Good mentality from New Dawn, though. Shows that they are ready to take this one all the way. Europe's going to find himself a 2-piece in place of that. Mr. Kevin, never mind. He says, what you can do, I can do better, baby. Gets for 3. Razin for 1 on the trade, but Kevin's got the final finishing blow as Guy Aiden goes down and Razin is left last alive.
And Raisin do here. There's members absolutely everywhere here from Sin. The bomb there, the device down as well. And it was not Mr. Kevin in the previous round. It's Europe in this round with a quadra kill. And Well, Syndicate's looking very strong here through these first 2 rounds. New Dawn doesn't seem to have an answer at the moment.
Got to look at the big gameplay as well. Slow round to KFC. Grenade trade. Double grenade to bench. This time around, Syndicate aggressively pushed that bench position, calling the bluff that they don't throw the same grenade twice. They get through into KFC for 2 early kills, and it works out. Now, what is the adjustment round 3? Syndicate have brought a textbook to the game today. You can see it in their setup. Keep your eyes locked to that minimap for the first 10 seconds, as that's going to tell you a lot about what's going on. You see this time now they nade for that push. Instead, Syndicate read and hold back off the backside. Yuki's with a nade onto Steezy to cover off that KFC peak with a single man there as they rotate 3 through is a good start as well. Syndicate looking extremely clean.
And you can see exactly why that utility is so important in a gun game like this. Is you find these early picks, you've got that player advantage now in your favor. And for New Dawn, it makes it tougher to enter into the site. Numbers stacked against you. And even though you've got 4 here and they might have one lurking on that B site, still 4 strong for Sin. No flank coming in yet as well. They're comfortable just having Nuke anchor down over here. And so as long as nothing's showing, no rotation coming in, they're comfortable just posting up 4 toward the A site.
The comms as the jump across is going to give more info. Europe spots bomb. Now we might see Nuclear activate as that number 5 member starts to work his way along Heaven. We can see that there is a New Dawn player holding that lobby rotation. Nuclear goes around the outside, around the underside, coming through B main as all 3 remaining members of New Dawn towards the site start to push forward for that site access. Back VIP hold for the flank. 30 on the clock.
That smoke has gone a little far here as well. Europe's able to shift in front of it. Nuke now beginning to rotate around for this flank, and that's Europe to deny the plant as well. Aiden and Pug will find 2 apiece. Nuclear and Tizzy right back the other direction. The flank's a big one. Tizzy good for 2, and Sin continues to stack rounds on the board.
You don't do a good job of recovering from an early grenade kill that round to settle themselves into some stability, but once they've stopped, they just can't seem to get that engine going again there in round number 3. Syndicate grind the New Dawn train to a halt. Their job now to try and find a way to pull the brakes off. 1 round, you say? Little spark to ignite the spectral flame to start the fire. Fingers crossed. From the New Dawn perspective, they can find that 1 round of magic to make it happen.
New Dawn's going to shift toward the B site. Nuclear. Nuke's been anchoring over here comfortable. You can hear the audio footsteps as well. He pops out, finds the device, and got 1 pick. They're going to try to close in, potentially look for a pincer play, and they do eliminate him. It's Pug here to answer back. So they're only able to find 1, but that rotation's already here.
Much better response out of New Dawn as they do lose a member going down lane 3, but they put the pressure on correctly to apply it for the trade. 3 Syndicate members towards this B site here. Red train cover, a push up from Berlin Wall as Europe comes to help out. Yuki's holding from the back of Blue Train just outside of Snake, tucked behind the cover. We can see him through the walls thanks to Spectator, but there's no line of visibility for New Dawn. Good shots.
Yeah, he's been killer. Actually, this whole squad for Sin has been playing lights out here through these first 3 rounds, and Tizzy continues to stack bodies here. He's found another. Steezy does pick up onto Europe, and with that, they're going to look to rotate back toward the A site here. Not Mr. Kevin comfortable anchoring this site down as well. You'll see that rotation on the minimap begin to mirror from Yuki's in the back of the site.
Who's that in the corner? It's definitely not Kevin. Bomb ready to plant. Steezy ready to cover up the push. Kevin knows that he's there. Not going to get over aggressive into it. Kevin simply smartly wins out his duel and then claims himself the space to slam home the 2-piece. Not Mr. Kevin. It definitely isn't Kevin. He's a demon. Nods from Yuki's as he's happy with the teammate's job and a job well done as the 4th round goes on the board for Syndicate, and it is looking like it is all business here in the gameplay.
Yeah, it's tough so far. I mean, this is New Dawn, a squad that did very well last season in the NA Pinnacle #1, placing 3rd place on that podium. So tough start for them here against Syndicate. 4 rounds on the board. New Dawn still searching for their first one from the attacking side here, and it just seems like they haven't found a way to deal with these players yet. We've seen them try the A side a couple times. We just saw a B push there as well. Didn't work. They rotate back to the A, and the Anchor's still able to hold it here. So Tizzy's going to continue where he left off, finding a pick on the Pug, and Steezy's in quite a bit of trouble as well, but he's still able to get Europe in the mix.
Steezy and Tizzy. Steezy feels dizzy as he's gone down now. Double dose of damage dealt out as the P90s are going back and forth in equal measures for both teams. It's still Syndicate that come out on top of it with a 2-player lead, though.
Cat and mouse here, Tizzy and Raisin. Again to peek out. Tizzy's going to let this thing 27 rounds left in the mag. And while the P90 again is just such a valuable asset to a lot of these teams here. We can see that device on the mini map there as well, being patient, still trying to figure out what they want to do. And now, if you again take a look at the mini map there, we'll see Nuke beginning to inch forward. He had a long late flank that paid off last time, and he's looking for a similar one here in round 5.
Good shots out of Razin, knocks Tizzy over. And shut down the crown as 3 kills in the favor of their team, all in the hands of Tizzy. Oh, Kevin's going to land a nasty one onto Razin as he swings out. Slaughter and Kevin duel back and forth. Slaughter's got the blue suede shoes on to steal that one for him. Reader side. Oh, the outside. No, the E-box swing is just the better play as the positioning leaves Slaughter left with too many angles to check. Synergy. Put another one in the bag.
Yeah, 5 in a row to be in fact now at this point. And you start to worry a little bit for New Dawn. You know, again, from this attacking side, you hope to at least get 3 rounds on the board. And that would mean they'd have to win every round here left in our first half. So not an easy feat here, but again, you know, it just seems like they're having trouble pressuring these sites. I'd love to see some of these smokes coming down lane and trying to work off of that as well. But, you know, I don't know if we've seen quite the same utility that we're used to.
It does feel like New Dawn have struggled to be able to get themselves in and through some of these angles. You can see Slaughter and Guy Aiden there just having a little bit of a conversation back and forth on Heaven, just sort of talking through what the next plan of attack is. Readjusted approach, sees Europe crossing on the backside. Steezy picks one up onto Nuclear.
So trying a different site here, back toward the B site, just trying to make the magic happen one more time. We see Tizzy slowly crab walking through that smoke here. Slaughter's going to try to get the plant down, but Yuki's found round. That device does eventually get planted here, but Slaughter's going to pick up on the Tizzy. It is a 3v3. They've got a chance to get away here, and now looking for this post-plant position here with just 40 seconds on the clock.
Jump peek from Europe, looking down lane 2 to try and find some sightline to try and remove some of these members holding the bomb. One back and forth as Steezy. Let's get shot down by Kevin. Slaughter onto Kevin as well. Good shots out of New Dawn. Might just find themselves putting a point on the board. Europe in a 1v2. No time left to be able to get back to defuse. This is just going to go and pick up a couple of kills. Confidence. Oh, in, out. Dodge, dip, duck, and dive. They're both dancing.
Not exactly sure what was happening there, but eventually the kills will rain down. And, well, it does appear that New Dawn will eventually get on the board here. So Syndicate, after getting 5 in a row, will finally be stopped momentarily here. But we said it, New Dawn needs to get ideally all 3 of these remaining rounds in the half. Now 2. 6-2, it just, for whatever reason, we don't see a lot of teams overcome it. It's still possible, but, you know, ideally, if they can find these last 2 here in the first half, it would be great for them.
I do quite enjoy one of the comments that's just slipped into the chat there. I don't know whether hot take or not, but Pop-Tarts are pretty much fruit raviolis. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, it's a big fruit ravioli, I guess. We like everything's bigger is better, I guess, you know, so
True. Fair enough. Fair. Round number 7, here we go. Smokes out as this is the exact textbook A execution you're looking for. Smoke E-box, smoke headshot. Grenade over to E-box to try and take out one of the members holding it. Europe takes a bit of chip damage, as does Yuki's. Tizzy finds a kill through the smoke. The lurk is not quite the quirk they were looking for. Bug punishes for 2.
A lot of kills back and forth early. Rosin's going to find not Mr. Kevin, though. And now New Dawn trying to reel this one back. It's a strong round for him. A quick plant here as well that eats up a lot of time off that clock. But Nuke again in the background on this flank. It does appear that Steezy is ready this time. He'll find the headshot. Yuki's able to trade to a pick on site here as Slaughter does go down, but 25 seconds on the clock. And again, with Skybridge, it's one of those maps that you really can play a lot of ring around the rosy. And when you have 2 players left alive here as well, it makes your job just that much easier. Yuki's going to find one, and it does come down to the 1v1 here with Rosin.
12 seconds left on the clock. He's probably not going to have time to defuse it, but he might be able to tuck for this one here. He's got enough time. Nah, he's not quite going to be able to. The angle's going to be poor for him. That's so close and good effort from Yuki's, but Razin is going to play his time and space perfectly well to be able to rotate round for Sandwich, so he guarantees he has line of sight on the bomb. Probably a good call out from New Dawn there as well, Hort. As you saw, he was holding from VIP, which the position that Yuki's took to defuse from would have been full covered from VIP. So good call out and good rotation from Razin. New Dawn puts another one on the board.
And they get this all-important final one of the first half, though, and look to make it that 5-3. New Dawn pretty silent through our first few rounds, but maybe that beast awakened one more time here. We're going to head right back to the A site. They've had some success with early aggression onto this site, but it looks like Syndicate now look at the mirror.
Oh, speaking of starting to come alive, Syndicate might have just been infused with a little bit of fury and frustration of their own as they pick up 3 quick kills across the chaos. Slaughter has himself one. Gaeden now starting to level the numbers with a 2-piece of his own as 2v2. New Dawn wrestled around back into their wheelhouse.
I mean, honestly, that looked like a very strong round for Syndicate. The fact that we're looking at a 2v2 here, I'm kind of blinking and looking around going, what just happened? In a matter of seconds, New Dawn does reel it back. Slaughter talked about holding on to some of these smokes till later in the round. If you can smoke off some of these sight lines and look to pressure on here. So we do see Yuki's vision will now be blocked by that smoke. Who might listen for that run cue and try to spray on through. But again, who on the flank? It's Nuke on the flank. He's had some success. He was stopped in the previous round by Steezy, but it doesn't look like anyone's paying attention to that flank this time.
Can't let the ball drop for a second. You've got to keep your eyes locked on. Like you said, that pincer movement starting to come into play. Walk to site is a tough one from Nuclear here. The angles are very, very good. On site, Nuclear is going to challenge for the strong push and play of his own. Left hand swing into VIP, jumps for the cross into the right hand, gives himself a better advantage into this. 18 left on the clock. The 2 Syndicate members are just going headfirst into the fight. They're going to chow for it. Nuclear ends up taking out the teammate in Yuki's, and a slight mistake might just give New Dawn the round. You can see the play. Sometimes it doesn't quite make it. Shots out as Gaeden is going to delete Nuclear off of sight. Another good round from New Dawn. And really strong post-plant position sees them doing much better than we saw for the first half of their attacking sides. We switched sides the scoreline 5-3 in the favor of Syndicate.
Yeah, honestly, I really I like that from Gaeden. I mean, they had a double push into VIP. Rather than taking that engagement, he kind of just backs off a little bit. They were expecting him to swing, and it forces Yuki's forward and, well, catches Nuclear, I think, maybe a bit off guard there because he kills his teammate in the back, and, well, Gaeden able to clutch it up after that. So a big round to close out the half for New Dawn. They saw themselves losing the first 5 rounds. Well, they've gotten 3 in a row now. But how can they do on this defensive side here now as we get set up? Syndicate, excuse me, looking to attack themselves here. And do you think we're going to go right back to the A site?
I would expect so. However, Syndicate made a very minimal use of rotating on that flank and an aggressive standpoint from the attacking side. We know New Dawn has players that like to lurk. They like to aggressively lurk. So I'm going to keep my eyes on Slaughter in that number 6 position. Pug's going to go for a stupid strong walkout on Sandwich and find the kill for it as well.
Shots happening over here toward KFC. We see Tizzy in the background trying to peek out. Device on back. Not Mr. Kevin. Does try to heal up a bit. Tizzy on the peak is able to find Rosin as well. He does equalize it out to a 4v4 here. And he begin to pressure into VIP a little bit. It looks like they've got Nuke kind of posted up, holding that flank as well. Europe able to find Steezy. With that, things will get a little bit easier.
This is a really good Pinnacle going to be in place for an absolute devastating push. Guy Aiden matches it for a two-piece as well. We hung for the sounds of the arena as we just hear the pitter-patter of both sets of footsteps behind that blue tarp. Oh, hot. Oh, brother.
Honestly, I'm looking at it, I'm trying to figure out how we got here. It was a 5-0 game that favored Syndicate. They were looking so strong here to kick things off, and there've been some very close rounds in these back and forth. But Nudon, I don't know what adjustments they made after those first 5 rounds, or if they, maybe cracked a Monster or a Red Bull, but whatever it is, it seems to be working really well for them.
I think both teams just need to stop stacking themselves up in numbers in KFC. I mean, it's a fried chicken shop. What do you expect? 2- and 3-piece meals are given out there daily. Speaking of meals, Pug's trying to make a meal of the jump peak over the top of sandwich. Easy finds one Tizzy in the response. Yuki's on the aggressive push-up in sandwich is going to find Pug. He can't lurk twice in the same place without paying the price. Guy Aiden with a very aggressive spot on sights in a tough spot to fight from. Razin with good cover off is going to help him out.
See that util rain in from KFC. That'll give him a little bit of intel to work with here as Aiden shifts back in toward VIP. No pressure from Syndicate toward VIP just yet, but they've gotten some space, but they're still not able to pressure onto the site. Now, they've held on to these smokes like we talked about. And so now with, us seeing those smokes pluming, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them begin to pressure on. Just cautious of VIP here and look to get that plant down.
This is going to have cover of the smoke. It's going to take just a long time. Aiden's going to have a perfect line of sight onto this, and he's going to make great use of it. The swing in from Europe is good to cover. Trade for the bomb on site does a good job of dealing with the biggest problem for the Syndicate lineup. And now they have to get onto site to grab that bomb. Yuki's is being held by Slaughter. Bomb collected, going down.
Should get that device planted. Slaughter was right there, but the peak comes in just a second late. Rosin wants to shift forward and apply a little bit of help here, but he's got to be cautious of VIP. Yuki's finds the initial pick. Rosin steps forward, though. He catches the timing in between. Europe gonna have to rotate around. Still 30 seconds on the clock. Does he try to bait it out? And he does. Rosin has done it. What a clutch from Nudon. They dropped the first 5 rounds, but they don't let it affect them. They grab the next 5, and all of a sudden we're tied up.
Yeah, stuck in a tough spot as Europe there in VIP. Yuki's obviously in a position that the cross doesn't work so well in the favor from VIP because of the positioning that was held by Razin. And Razin does himself a good job on the second chow of making sure that he's not tucked in animation on the bomb for whatever reason. He doesn't even think about tapping for a fake. He just gets himself sat there in case Europe over-aggressively challenges from VIP. Europe in a tough spot, with him potentially not being able to hear the audio of that defused tone over him running on the wood, forces him to have to peek aggressively. Razin plays to the tune of the music and plays the better end of the deal. New Dawn tie us 5 apiece. Next round, super crucial for this one. You see New Dawn play an extremely defensive line of scrimmages. They know how important this next round could be. This is the momentum turner right here.
Saw why that VIP control can be so important, especially in those post-plant positions. Steezy's going to find Tizzy early, though. The device does go down here. And the troubles continue here for Syndicate. See him trying to scoop this one up. Still be able to pressure on with these smokes down lane here. So they still might find a relatively early plant, only down a member, and they'll look to apply that pressure to Nudon now as that one just misses the mark.
More shots from the AK-12 through the smoke as New Dawn doing a very good job of just not over-peaking. They walk onto site. The device is being diffused with positions held. Nobody dying. That device is going to be deactivated. We see the Ninja diffuse in full force as New Dawn really have started to take a whole grip on this game.
I'm a little bit baffled, honestly. I mean, to come out and get 5 rounds in a row for Syndicate to look so strong, and then to not be able to get one of the next 6 rounds that would follow is kind of insane to think about. New Dawn, a slow start, but man, it seems like they've got this engine roaring, and well, there's no slowing down any time for them soon. Syndicate has got to find a way to pump the brakes here of New Dawn.
A little bit of a breakthrough or something to try and remotivate the team back to that initial first 5 rounds with the strength that they'd found. The textbook gameplay to begin with had been working to a T, but it seemed like New Dawn had got a read on that pace. And as we swap to the attacking half, one does wonder when the push to the B site's going to come in hot, as this A site is looking like New Dawn have it well under wraps.
Well, another quick plant here. Syndicate has done a great job of getting some of these early plants down. It's this post-plant positioning that they've struggled with a little bit here. So we'll see if they can do it in this round. Tizzy's found one. Pug finds two. Unfortunately, one of them is his own team in Slaughter.
And Yuki's is still locked on site by this bomb here. A great grenade from Mr. Kevin's going to take out Pug. See a trader util back from Steez as that flash gets put out. Guy Aiden finds a kill onto Nuclear. The more members that get taken out behind Yuki's, the more dangerous this position becomes. He has to win one of these first 2 picks. The first goes down, the second is then a Chow available for the trade, and it's totally played out exactly how it should be from Syndicate. They do finally secure a good, consistent round after post-plant. Positions work as they should. Tizzy's cooking, man. 14 and 10, Tizzy's cooking.
Oof. Syndicate needed that round more than ever, and they finally get it. They're able to keep it close. New Dawn was looking like they really had turned this one around. So Syndicate ties it up. But can they get one on the back of it? We haven't seen them get a round here in the past 6 rounds. So, I need to see that it's more than just a fluke here. They've been struggling a little bit. So we'll see if it comes in at the right time. You're right. Tizzy has been cooking here. Not Mr. Kevin started up nicely, but now Steezy, an early nade on the Yukis, who is sitting at 11 kills, has been a big playmaker here for Syndicate as well.
You can see New Dawn looking for these walkouts, this aggressive push play through sandwich or through bench, depending on the timing. This time, Europe has managed to find a pick onto VIP. There is a member in Pug out behind that smoke that Europe may or may not be aware of. Guy Aiden is playing a great job of the creep timing. His timing is impeccable. The stim comes out. He hears the audio cue, and he's going to claim a life back in VIP.
There's a life claim by Slaughter. Tizzy, not Mr. Kevin, the last 2 standing here for Syndicate. And again, after having some explosive pushes onto site, some early plants, we see New Dawn match that aggression. They get up here and really deny that early entry from New Dawn. So, or from Syndicate, excuse me. New Dawn has really done a great job of making these adjustments on the fly. We'll see not Mr. Kevin pick up a kill onto Pug here as they try to get forward. But again, if you look at the mini-map and the positioning of New Dawn, this is going to be very difficult for Syndicate.
There is one slight fortune as there's a back turn in VIP, which Tizzy is able to make quick use of and capitalize on doing so into a 2K. Now earning himself a 1v1, minimal health left alive, but he has got the bomb on his back. 20 seconds means he is forced into planting on this A site, and Slaughter is just going to tuck himself down over the backside of site. Tizzy might just even consider going for a fight rather than trying to plant this. No time left on the clock. Slaughter tucked behind that position. Is going to step out. Tizzy's going to get off. Slaughter's going to step away. Tizzy has to push the angle. Time is clean. Tizzy gets it right on the border of the clock, and he nails the head of Slaughter. The shot, the first bullet accuracy actually counts, and he makes it count.
I would love to see that in slow-mo with the clock right there as well. I do not know how this man pulled it out. You talked about Tizzy cooking, and man, is he cooking. Looking to be the king of the castle at the moment. Syndicate, it was a little bit of a silent lull for them there for a while. New Dawn went on one hell of a run, but Syndicate, they answered back. They tied it up. They've got the lead once more. They're 1 away from match point. Have they found the answers now to deal with this New Dawn defense?
I mean, the chat asked for cinema. You wanted cinema. You will be delivered cinema. We do nothing but deliver when it comes to entertainment here at Hunt Premier when we partner with Battlestate Games to bring you Comp Arena. Both teams fully alive now. That nade towards Steezy and Slaughter made Steezy feel a little bit nervous. He takes a tick of damage, but nothing more.
Europe cautious of the flank here. We'll see Nuke shift back that way as well toward escalators. Haven't seen much B pressure from Syndicate on the attacking side here, but this device is already going down, and this nade will find a home. Slaughter, beautifully done, but Tizzy still able to get that plant. The device not denied here, so time will favor Syndicate, even though the numbers do not.
Yeah, all-important factor there, called out exactly. The device is planted. That flash goes off just before Yuki's peaks on the timing from KFC. New Dawn are on site. The members are here. They tuck and they cover. The spray and the pre-fire is going to have to come out. Are they going to get the defuse under the cover fire? They certainly are. There's just too many bodies to fight through, and a full 5-man retake sees New Dawn level the scoreboard.
I mean, we saw New Dawn holding on to some smokes there. They pressured out. They put the smoke toward VIP and lane. And so for a lot of these post-plant positionings, they had to just blindly run through smoke. And you could see all of those red silhouettes on our end through that smoke. They were all sitting there protecting the president as he makes the defusal. Great job by New Dawn. They continue to hit the shots. And, well, we find ourselves tied up yet again. Much like we, I think cinema was the word of the day last weekend. It might just have spilled over a little bit here into this weekend as well.
Crucial point in the play. That grenade picks off the member that's on site after planting the bomb. Tizzy goes down early. Tizzy made the play the round before. Removed. Bomb does get planted, but we saw Yuki's take up that position on site. Just stops the enemy team being able to just walk up for free, even with the smokes in tow. That's why you sometimes leave a teammate just segregated behind the smokes. We saw Slaughter nade close this time. He's going to throw the same nade again, and that one rolled towards backside. This time, Syndicate do a job of baiting the nade out and then replanting in a position closer.
So he's not going to make the same mistake twice. Get the plant without losing the body this time. And now we'll see these smokes again kind of being held onto. So it makes that pressure inward tough, but there's that counter smoke that we saw last time from New Dawn as well. They're prepared for this.
With New Dawn, though, and so many numbers up on both sides of the bomb, planted a full 5v5 ensues. 2 kills coming out from either side as no Guy Aiden's going to be the one to level it. Nuclear finds one on the edge of it. There are 2 members on site, but this smoke is covering Nuclear off. He has to push through. The device is being deactivated. The members need to come through now. Syndicate are going to play the evolution factor correct, and they are going to earn the match point here against New Dawn. Boy, oh boy, would it be a surprise if Syndicate were able to put New Dawn down in the first best of 1.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised just because Syndicate came out and won 5 rounds in a row. That's something that New Dawn cannot allow any team to do, I feel like. Now, to New Dawn's credit, though, they battled back, and realistically, it shouldn't have been that close given the start that Syndicate had. So it is a toss-up. It's really anyone's game, but Syndicate in that driver's seat now, and we're seeing much better use of the utility, even from the attacking side this time. They made sure to hold on to at least one of those smokes to try to counteract that retake from New Dawn, and I think it allowed them to win that previous round. So again, making these adjustments on the fly is a huge for both of these teams, and we've seen both of them be able to do it throughout this game.
There's those smokes you were talking about. You see both of them coming out on perfect synchronous timing of the trails. Thanks to our spectator view, let us see them both sail over. Headshot and E-Box will be fully smoked off. Pushing pressure towards site. Syndicate are going to tap for the plant. You see no grenade comes through this time, so the bait out is going to give them 2 pieces of information. 1, the grenade is still held, and 2, New Dawn have come for a different approach. This time the grenade comes over from Pug in the smoke immediately after the plant, so New Dawn looking to retake on a much quicker timing this time. Tizzy's up on the close box. Oh, Syndicate. Tizzy's making the play.
Free fire there, but New Dawn right now hanging back. Pug's going to find Tizzy. First opening pick here for New Dawn, and with that, they'll try to shift onto the site, maybe going instantly here now with the refusal. Brace coming out. Yuki finds one. Guy Aiden straight back as well. And through the guise of gunfire, they get the defusal. New Dawn squeezes in the final round, and we'll get our second games of overtime here today.
Back to overtime. 2 rounds on the attacking side for New Dawn, 2 rounds on the defending side for Syndicate. And given the match that we've seen so far from both teams, the defending side definitely looks like the stronger of the two. So Syndicate will be looking to try and take the advantage here by putting 2 rounds in a row on the favored side to give themselves 2 chances to get it over the line. New Dawn will be as happy as you can be with a 1-on-1 split in the first half here to go into their defending side. So arguably they have the easier job in the first half when it comes to thinking who's favored before they get to fight. Eyes up as the B site is a big talking point in this one. This is where the overtime rounds come in. New Dawn are immediately going to put pressure over there. You see the number 5 member in Nuclear is extended towards the box. He's going to have to fight his way out of trouble if he's going to keep his life in this.
Nuclear on the peek out, but Pug was ready for him this time, and that was where Nuke sat the last time they had pressured toward the B site. So New Dawn taking some Nuke notes. See Tizzy in the background there as well, looking to exchange some fire as the smoke is down on the site. Slaughter looking to find a nade lineup as well, potentially dropping this plant. First Pug finding Europe though, and shots continue to rain through the smoke. They're not able to find Slaughter until after the device is planted.
And here comes Razin. He's going to pick up one. Yuki's goes down. Tizzy and Kevin, last 2 left alive for Syndicate. 4 members of New Dawn strong. And the device down. 35 left on the clock. The 2 Syndicate members are going to try and team up and look for picks. Kevin is going to find one onto Razin. The long angle from Pug takes out Tizzy. Device is planted perfectly as well. You see, unable to try and sneak any form of a defuse, and the flash comes out. And Kai Aiden from the tops up in heaven is going to finish the round off. New Dawn take the first of their attacking side.
Oh, coming down to the wire here as New Dawn gives themselves that opportunity. And if they can get a second one here in a row, it's always nice to only have to get one in that second half. So Syndicate's going to have to try to battle back here. And again, a lot of this pressure kind of has been going to the A site. We see him switch it up a little bit there in OT and head toward the B site. So really looking to keep him guessing here. I love the strategies coming out from New Dawn.
Both teams putting in a great performance so far. New Dawn been doing a really good job of keeping a hold of the game after it's kind of run away from them a little bit. Yuki's is going to put a grenade kill out early, and it's a big one as the bomb goes down. Slaughter, the captain from New Dawn. Well, he's not going to be guiding that ship anywhere this round.
He's on the walk forward, feeling a little bit more comfortable here because you see that smoke in VIP. Doesn't have to necessarily pay a ton of attention to it. We do see Rosin falling here as well. Not Mr. Kevin will pick up a pick or a kill rather on the guy Aiden. Tizzy shifting forward finds Bug, and now the bodies are dropping by dozens here. Steezy will fall as well, and Syndicate, after dropping an important round in OT, not only do they win one back, but they do it flawlessly here. Up to 20 is Tizzy.
So that's an even first half in overtime, and again, both teams be looking for a similar, if not better performance in the second half here for Syndicate. Again, almost crucial that they get this first round in the bag for them, as the defending side definitely looks to be the stronger for both teams, especially New Dawn in the most recent rounds have shown us just how good they have been at executing, being able to stop or retake after planting on that A site.
Ooh. Syndicate, New Dawn, both wanting to get this lead one more time. We've been blessed with 2 overtimes in our previous game. Already an overtime here in game 3. We are in our 3rd best of 1 on the day. A couple best of 3s a little bit later as well. Ton of action to be had here today on the Hunt Premier channel, as we see that utility beginning to rain down in the background. And most likely that entry will be short to follow.
See, again, Nuclear has been tasked with keeping an eye on that flank. Guy Aiden over towards the B site is going to rotate through red and start to push down that lane as Slaughter picks up a grenade kill onto Tizzy. The device did not go down crucially this time, so Yuki's is tasked on site to reclaim and replant. Device will go down the second time over, but New Dawn have already secured themselves a numbers advantage. Grenade from Mr. Kevin is going to go towards E-Box for an aggressive push back to site. You see smoke out post-plant to try and deny a little bit of that push. Razin finds one onto Europe. And slowly the Syndicate starts to bleed. Nuclear finds one, Kevin finds one, but Steez and Gaiden are good for their shots too, which leaves room for the double swing on E-Box, and that's going to claim the first round for New Dawn. They claim the match point.
To match point we go, and a chance to close it out here as we see if Syndicate can find a way to get us into a second overtime. And we see 20 bombs here on both sides for Guy Aiden and for Tizzy respectively. Almost everybody really into double-digit kills here as well, and so it doesn't surprise me that we see the game this close, but it is surprising that it's this close after the start that Syndicate had.
All eyes on round 20. Syndicate looking for this A site again. 2 members towards B as New Dawn guesses that they might flip-flop and switch up the play. A bit of audio bait towards KFC, sees no util being thrown their way. Not Mr. Kevin and company starting to push up from KFC. Bomb in tow. Whoa, we see Nuclear's been sent up to heaven now to go and look for something.
Trying to pressure onto the site. They've got the smokes up in the lane here as well. Gonna try to plant, maybe bait out that plant. The nade hasn't come in instantly in a while. Would have liked to see him maybe stick it. We'll see it rain down now here after, but it does come on that short side here. Flashes over the top as well, and with that, Syndicate can get into a post-plant position. They got a couple left stranded on site here, though.
Again, eyes are going to be kept on, keeping an eye on where the flank is going to come in. No. Okay. Guy Aiden is coming back from jungle to reinforce, so it's going to be a full 5-man retake from the natural CT defending side. Steez plays his angle as well as Nuclear looks to push up. Europe is going to find one in trade. Syndicate getting a little bit itchy on site, as all they really need to do is just hold for 18 more seconds. Swings from Close and Slaughter. Tizzy for 2. Slaughter finds Tizzy. Steezy finds 1. And with 10 left on the clock, they are just going to do it, as they nearly couldn't find the bomb in the smoke. New Dawn squeeze it out in overtime, one with an 11-9 scoreline.
Talk about coming down to the wire, and you're right. You saw them there kind of scrambling. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? They were looking around for that bomb as the smoke began to dissipate on the corner there, and still able to get it in time. New Dawn, it was a bit of a rough start for them, but they squeezed this one out. Your MVP, Guy Aiden, 20 kills and 17 headshots.
9-11.
This is why we came.
11-9 New Dawn escape. It was close. It was close. It was a really good game to begin with. We got ourselves absolutely shocked that the Syndicate might have been allowed a free access pass to the first half of the match, but 5-0. We spoke about this earlier, Hawk. We said it doesn't matter how big a lead some of these teams can take early on into the match. It might just not make the difference, as everybody is able to make a comeback look like it is going out of fashion very quickly. So, successful play all around. I've really zero takes, you know, to ask for improvement from either side. I think both teams played a defending side half really well, which is what Skybridge leans itself towards. I think we saw attacking approaches that were slightly more varied from New Dawn. They favored that B side a bit more than Syndicate did, and I think that was maybe the turning point for them that made the slight difference overall.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really see very much of that B action at all, and so when they switch it up there in overtime, they were, I think, you know, prep for where Nuke was going to be anchoring at. They paid attention in regulation rounds, and so I think that big round was a big turning point for them. But honestly, Syndicate had some great plans from their attacking side. It was the retakes again from New Dawn as well. You know, even when numbers weren't in their favor, when they weren't, when they were, it didn't really matter. They had some really good retakes.
Some great play all around. I actually quite liked the utility. Again, we were impressed with both sides with the utility. Smokes were good. Lethals were good. Even a couple of flashbangs being used to some very detrimental effect to people trying to peek aggressively into angles that were immediately just seeing stars instead of silhouettes and spotlights. So good work from both teams all around. I'm excited to see some more of that in our next head-to-head. We're going to get to show you guys some highlights in the very near future, but the next match is something that I've been looking forward to again as much as I was this one, because I think this is another spicier game than maybe the first two we got to see. I think this is another extremely close head-to-head, and I think these two teams are going to be, again, delighting us with some more back-and-forth gameplay. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a same, not just similar, but an exact replica of the same tempo of what we saw from this match, where one team does bolster out into the lead by a drastic margin to begin with, and then the other team claws it back in our next match. But I think, again, we are in for another close bout. I mean, if it isn't overtime bound, let's be honest. We don't stick to schedule anymore. That's not a thing.
I don't complain about OTs, man. I love it. I love when it comes down to the wire. I think it just kind of further reiterates how close the competition is here and how much it continues to grow for a lot of these teams. So I think it's a good problem to have if you're going to have a problem. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a similar situation in toward OT. I don't know if we see like a 5-6-0 start, though. I feel like it's pretty rare that we see teams come back from that. I was pleasantly impressed by New Dawn's ability to deal with that, especially early on in your first game as well. So did a phenomenal job, and we can take a look at exactly how they did that, because these highlights were a little bit one-sided at the beginning of this series, but man, New Dawn really buckled down when they needed to and came up with a big dub here.
Yeah, the GG's coming in from both teams in the chat there as well, and you can see why. Some respect been earned by Syndicate from New Dawn. Comment even there for too much DTG, Sin Insane team, well fought. So well fought match, and you're going to get to see how well fought it was through these highlights, folks. You got great shots out of both teams all around. Not Mr. Kevin making himself feel like a man menace for a fair amount of time, but it was the young man Tizzy that took the spotlight a bit later on into the game for Synergy as they started swinging back. Here we see the back end of their steamroll of a performance in the first 5 rounds that then got swung back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki's the whole crew. You see right here on your screen, if you look at it 5-0, you'd think, wow, Syndicates have this in the bag. It was not the case, though, because at this point, it was New Dawn that would really begin to turn it around, and they did 5 or 6 in a row themselves.
Certainly did. Razin there, the last one to clean up the round. There was a lot of rounds that actually ended up down to one player on the New Dawn side here, clutching it up later on. This was the round that really started to turn the tide. Pug gets a 2-piece, Gaiden gets a 2-piece together, and those 4 quick kills left one person left alive to do not really a whole load of much. We saw some good return util. Kevin gets a self-grenade pick up. Yuki's made himself a great danger on site with the numbers playing out in their favor. That was the first round Syndicate found in a little while, but after that, it was dominoes all over the pitch. We went back and forth. Syndicate takes a round, and then New Dawn takes a round. Some great post-plant work out of Slaughter with good grenade use here finds Tizzy to claim themselves the 7-7 scoreline being pulled back. This was decimation on site. Absolute deletion.
That was the true definition of a firing squad, I think, right there. All you could hear were the gunshots ringing out. But then we saw Syndicate not make the same mistake twice in a row, and they did answer back in this round. They made those adjustments with those counter smokes, and then looked to tie it up. So we saw ourselves into overtime. We almost saw another double overtime, but New Dawn wanted to make sure that did not happen. It was a crazy round here, back and forth again to start things off in our first OT half, but New Dawn would be able to solidify that dub.
Yeah, this is a good position that Synergy got the Syndicate got themselves into 2-3 times over here. I said Synergy because the synergy from Syndicate was good. They were trying to use this position forward over the bomb post plant on site to try and catch off that New Dawn push, the 3, 4, 5 members that were slowly walking towards site. To kind of almost surprise, shock effect them that they wouldn't be just standing over the bomb holding it. And it worked for a few trades, but it didn't lead them, again, that numbers advantage they were looking for to then get off site and hold that post plant from. So good gameplay from both teams. I like the amount of preparation that's gone into that Skybridge match from both of them. It did feel like the 3D chess match was very much in play as much as the gun skill was there in that one, which is really, really good to see. So, more to come. Speaking of more to come, let's waste no time. We've got the next head-to-head right here for you guys on screen. Folks, Aspect taking on Covenant. The Aspect lineup, probably one that's not too unfamiliar, but some new names. Oberstorm leading the charge, Buparino, Corium, IFP, and Head Eyes.
On the other side here, we've got Covenant, CK, excuse me, Nick, Boa, Ghostly, and Nova on the side here of Covenant as well. Probably some familiar names in that list and maybe some new names as well. I know you mentioned Nick was a newer name for you that you'll be looking out for. CK, another familiar name that we've seen in action. And you talked about what Covenant team is going to show up here today, and I think that's going to be a big factor for them. Aspect, a team that's been well known, very, very good. Picking up a couple new members. We talked about Epic Fails and some of those old members, Buperino, Corium, stepping over here as well. And so I think this is a team that has the potential to go very, very far. But, how well do these five members play together? Buperino, Corium just coming on. Certainly the skill is there, but is that team synergy locked in?
That's the big question on everybody's minds. Also, Matt picks. Let's have a quick look at the selection process for the picks and bans. We've got Generations taking out Fort. We've got Covenant taking out Fort. Aspect taking out Iceberg. Aspect taking out Bowl. And then Covenant taking out Bay 5. You'll have to excuse me, folks. My brain is twizzed today. Apparently, it seems I got a little bit of tizzy-itis there. It's just knocked me a bit dizzy. Skybridge is the picked Fort this time. Fort. We did double Fort. Now we're doubling down for Skybridge. Then we're going to do back-to-back same maps, which I'm going to be honest with you, I'm quite a fan of. It lets us see different teams in the same environment, which allows us to compare the gameplays across a more broader spectrum, maybe outside of the head-to-heads that they're playing. But when it comes to this one, who does the map favor? We've not seen Covenant on Skybridge versus this Aspect lineup. So I don't really think there's going to be too much sort of leading into this guesswork as to who it's favored map-wise. I think it's going to come down to individual skill and who is able to win out as to who turned up on the day. We spoke about a particular match being a turn-up match. This one here for me is who turned up for what. And pun intended, the Aspect lineup has a roster full of members that both have exceptionally overperforming days and slightly underperforming days. Covenant, we're not to see in a little while, so this will be their first return for a little bit, and I'm interested to see what this development from these five players can do in the form of synergy, like you said.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea who's favored in this one. Whether it's players or map. For me, I literally have zero idea who is favored in this one. So luckily, we won't have to wait too much longer to see. Let them do the talking on Skybridge. But I'm excited to see Exquisite back in action here as well. Nick, Boa, Ghostly, Nova. I think you and I both had the chance of, or the pleasure of meeting Nova, ironically, in Paris at PGW. But it's like we said earlier when we were talking about Sicario. It's always nice to put names to gamer tags and to get to meet the person behind the screen. So we know a little bit about them, but as far as the battlefield goes, I mean, all of these 10 players certainly, capable of beating the next. That's why they're out here. Oberus, Tom, Buperino, Corium. I think some of these guys may be a little bit more well-known in the competitive arena scene, but with the way that the recent weeks have gone, whether it's, HPL or Pinnacle or ACS, I mean, we've seen so many crazy things happen in the last 2 seasons as a whole that I just love it. I love the fact that truly anything is possible, and I think, either one of these teams are capable of getting the dub here in Skybridge.
Don't want to be choosing the winner without seeing who the winner's going to be. It's a smart perspective. I mean, both of these lineups have a vast roster full of potential. The couple of comments from the previous games, there's a couple of super teams for New Dawn and Syndicate, which I could understand that, border logic. I could get on board with that line of thinking. Similar feel here, I guess. People are looking for, Oberstom's been in the scene for a very long time. Probably one of those wiser heads. Has done a lot of IGL work, has a vast amount of experience. Buperino and Corium have played across a couple of different rosters in different places. Obviously, those in the NA community will know of them. Probably a large amount of people would know of them. If you don't, then I'm shocked at this point. I mean, Boop, very vocal, likes to make himself well heard in the community for his opinions, and Corey's not known to be quiet on the battlefield, I'll be honest with you, where the two of them become like the Bash brothers outside of the scene when they joke in the socials. The two of them inside of the gameplay are actually quite dynamic as a duo to play together. It's been very difficult to find a team where the two of them have fit in together, which is something that we're looking to Aspect to see whether that's been good, whether they've been able to find a good synergy there. Flip side, the side of the pitch, you've got Exquisite, who we've not seen in the scene for a long time. Time away, there's controversy, whatever you may say aside, when they were previously playing, this player is highly talented. There's a lot of, heat behind how much skill this player supposedly has. And they're going to get a chance to show and prove of it today. I'm interested to see about Nick the Man. Like you said, that's an unknown factor for me, so I'm curious to see who this is, how well they play. Boa's been around for a fair while. Again, valued experience. Ghostly, another one. The two of them have they've ridden the wagon through a couple of different teams together and have found themselves here. And I mean, I'm with you on Nova. We got the fortune of speaking to him, and the one thing that was very prevalent from talking to him about his experience in the competitive scene is he's played with a few lineups. He doesn't mind what roster the other players, their intention, or even how their etiquette is inside of the team. He doesn't care. He's there for his individual improvement and his team's success, regardless of who his other four players are. He just wants to be competitive and continually be at the top level of being competitive. So it is a hard-driven mindset. It is a little bit of a ruthless mindset. Some people say it even comes off cold sometimes, or what's the word? Ignorant, maybe. I don't know. But it's just passion. It's just hardcore driven passion and drive to achieve. So I'm interested to see what this Covenant team has got to give here today. Both lineups with something to prove. Consistency for one, ability for the other, I guess, as a team. And both of them with a chance to go and face against New Dawn if they win, which is another point to add, Hot. That's another great, you'd like to go and take yourself for a test versus New Dawn before going to the lower bracket. It's a good chance to really get a feel for how you are going to match up against some of these more seasoned teams.
Yeah, Nova and I may disagree on a ton of things, but I think you're absolutely right when you say he's very passionate, and that's why I really enjoyed my conversations with him, over there in Paris, is that, I got to learn exactly how passionate about this game he is, and he's very, very hungry to win. And you're right, it doesn't matter what team he's on. He wants to go and win for that team, and so I think he's got a good roster to do it here. I think, we talk about those stepping stones. Aspect, in my mind, would be a great stepping stone for them. This is a team that historically plays very, very well. It's a team that got second place in our previous Hunt Premier Pinnacle 1. And so, if you're looking to be the best, you got to beat the best, as they say. So we'll see if they can topple that here on Skybridge.
It's a big roster change for Aspect. I'm not expecting or trying to hold them to the similar standard of before, because as good as Corey and Boop are, I'm sorry, and no disrespect meant, but the two of them are not equal to one Apollo. There is value in arguably any two players that you could put up against the value of one Apollo, okay, to put that out there. And that's not just because of his ability with the Balti. We've seen even now with Apollo playing here earlier today, he wasn't tied to that marksman class that we've seen him be as successful on as like the marks of that ace and so on and so forth. So I think the Apollo move to Sicario has been an improvement drastically for that team. I'm surprised that it's Sleek that's gone. I don't think necessarily that either player is better than the other there. I just think that it's another exceptional player for an exceptional roster. I'm interested to see how the dynamic shifts with this Aspect team, and that's what's asking me the questions, because it's a different style of players completely here under Oberstorm. We know he's a wizard with the Wanders, Oberstorm. We know he's going to get those four players to come together and execute what he wants as a strategy, but can he really unlock the potential in these four players he's got with him here today?
Yeah, well, I will say that at least with the current meta shift, we don't really see a ton of marksmen. So, I mean, it's something that could potentially, help their play style a little bit. We've seen Buperino and Corium, very comfortable in the assault and scouts, as I combine the two classes into one class. But, yeah, so, as we always say, right, anything's possible. I think Aspect probably slightly favored, but if Covenant shows up and shows up right from the beginning, then very well could be, a different outcome than we're used to.
A very paced opener, round number one. Look at the spread of both teams, Hawk. Look at the mini-map. Are we all playing rounds of golf on a different course? Because it looks like there's one through hole 1 there. There's 2 of them through hole 3. One's through hole 7. We are full spread. Jokes aside, 2 VIP, left side towards KFC. You see a super deep hold from Aspect as the B player also respecting their ground. Boop holding onto Util. It's Exquisite going to find up. Captain v Captain as Tom goes down.
Guns go Burr. Elbow shift forward. We see Dominic on the site here looking to get this device plant. Has Ghostly holding for him here as well. So plant does go down. We see the nades rain down just a little bit late on that exit here as well. And now great post-plant positioning here for Covenant. Cautious of the flank, but look at where but Exquisite is all the way up that B site. So there's really no flank coming in. They don't have to worry about it. And now this flank from Exquisite's going to be huge.
Chip damages. Like, Boots to follow, goes into 2. IFP's in a good position, but Dominic's going to shut him down. 10 on the clock. Stuck on site. Head Ice finds one. Exquisite down. Nick the man tuck in inside of the VIP position. Is going to be the best spot to stop this, and that's going to be around in the back for Covenant.
Starting off right. That's what we talked about. Come out swinging right out the gate. Get as many rounds on the board as you can. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for Syndicate in the previous one, but hey, you're not Syndicate, you're Covenant. We'll see if they can continue to get the job done here. It's a great start to the attacking side, but it's only one round. We always got to remind ourselves that we can't get too far ahead of ourselves.
Don't forget about IFP either. That's another player in this AP lineup that is another talking point separate. There's a lot of heat in this team, but IFP has rapidly been known amongst his flickering of appearances to be an absolute demon in the arena too. So don't be surprised if IFP doesn't pop off at some point. We saw him with a nice little 2-piece there to try and drive him back down, but not the big difference maker. Overstomp on site, and a little bit of pressure coming down. The Covenant squad starting to flood towards this B site.
IFP's going to find Nick here early. Nova quick to answer back on the Head Eyes, though. We see Ghostly shifting out. Look at his foul. Cooperino. Engagement on the site, though. Dancing around Ghostly. We'll shift on here. Nova from above, trying to hold the teammate as he will. Go ahead and stand down the steps. They've got good spacing and positioning here, but it is Corium that's going to find one back. There's an 8 kill from Nova, though, to answer back. The trade comes in. The numbers still favor Covenant.
Both Aspect members look to rotate up through jungle. We see consideration, even in they might have gone back to the other side. There we go. Tone of the bomb gets planted. Overstorm is going to be convinced that it's here. Exquisite holding off for the aggressive peak. Covers them out. 1 versus 3.
IFP certainly is a great player to have left standing if there was one. Already 3 kills on the board here as well, but time unfortunately stacked against them as well as the numbers. Exquisite from VIP will find them. Covenant now up 2-0.
Good start from Covenant here on the attacking side after we saw a very strong defending sided Skybridge from both teams in the previous match. And Covenant doing a great job on their attacking half. Early start from Exquisite at a 4-1 scoreline is a good lead. As we said, IFP definitely taking the charge for his team. Keep your eyes on IFP. First out the gate. Early aggressive push or a walkout here on the cards. The VIP push not going to happen. It's going to be a sandwich walkout from VIP. Exquisite playing the slow pace is going to keep an eye out for it. Again, the B site. Covenant have got their eyes. Rush Beeble, yeah. Let's go.
Honestly, I love the fact that we've seen Covenant, addressing some of these B issues and not being afraid to come over here and force teams to play around this site. Again, it can be a little tougher with those longer sight lines, but we see that, Aspect has shifted this way. They've got the majority of the attention over here as well. 1:15 still on the clock. We'll see some of that utility rain down, and with that, Covenant might try to inch forward a bit here.
Shots down the lanes. Nick the man finds IFP. That's a good pickup from the Covenant squad. Ghostly trying to jiggle his way behind the box to try and bait something out. Overstorm instead is going to play his experience to the fore, finding himself 2.
Man, that P90, again, it doesn't matter if it's up close or down range. It can be a very deadly weapon, but Exquisite. Nick the man answer back with 2 picks of their own, and no, Exquisite has been on fire early in this one, already sitting at 6-1, and they've given themselves the best opportunity to go up 3-0 in this series. You can see on the mini map that despite the fact that Corium has eventually rotated over here and will find a nasty shot onto Nick. It was a little bit of smoke and mirrors. They've shifted back to the A site. The device has been planted, and now for Corium, he's only got 45 seconds to make the magic happen.
Don't count him out on this one. The Corey is more than a match for 1Vs. If he's got his head locked in, this is some of the mindset we were talking about. Corium and Boot, two heavily momentum-dependent players. On the right-hand side is Corey going to find the pick. The left-hand angle is hard. Dominic tucks tight in and plays it well. Covenant 3-0 up now. Tough spot for Corium to be in the 1v3. But it's due to some great work out of the gate from Covenant.
Yeah, again, I mean, we haven't seen a ton of teams attacking this B site. We've already seen 2 looks from Covenant toward the B, even if there was a rotation away. But we're seeing some pressure over here. And eventually, Aspect is going to have to consider, you know, not just sticking 1 player there, but maybe potentially 2, at which point opens up some more opportunities toward the A site for Covenant. And that's what we see this very round. They send over both Oberst and Head Eyes toward the B site, but it's quick action. Back toward A from Covenant. Shots exchanged here, and Ghostly will take a little bit of damage.
As Nick the Man continues to pretty much 90 bullets off just to try and make sure that he doesn't get reswung into without free trade. Dominic lands the grenade onto IFP as Covenant again take a member for the ground that they push.
And over the top, doesn't find a home, no Aspect. Good job of just playing back here, giving up that space. Might vie for a little more of it after those nades rain down. We can see the smoke there in lane, but there hasn't been pressure from the device here. And again, on the minimap this time, it's Exquisite all the way up through this B site. Has taken a lot of space. Oberst Tom is there, but if Exquisite finds this pick, we potentially could see a rotation away.
Exquisite got over the top from the B site. Can see Tom playing extremely well at the back of lane 3. He's not going to give his space up without being forced to do so. Nova finds a pick down the lane onto Tom. Hatchel back and forth now falling in the favor. Head Eyes does manage to remove Nick the Man. Close space, 15 on the clock. Exquisite down on site. Device cover from Exquisite is going to help. Nova finds Head Eyes.
Man, Exquisite has been just that. Absolutely exquisite here today. That prone slight peek there, finding the pick. Ghostly picking up on the Corium here as well. And Covenant has looked like a dominating force here through the first 4 rounds. 7-1 for Exquisite. Nova not far behind, I believe, at 4-2. Dominic, no deaths on the board. Aspect, unfortunately, just hasn't been able to deal with Covenant. And again, I think a lot of this B pressure has opened up a lot of these possibilities for this squad.
With positivity at the 4, possibilities are endless. Cheese aside, no B push this time from Covenant is interesting. We're looking at a bit more of an A setup. Corium and IFP have stacked towards VIP. Exquisite now playing this deep position into the lobby again. 3 of them sent to deal with him. Wait.
Exquisite is hanging on by a thread here, but somehow still alive. Booperino! No rounds left in the mag, and that's why the P90 continues to be that driving force. Corium does pick up the kill onto Exquisite. Nova, I believe, found one in the mix. Is able to get away here, and now Corium, that last lone member yet again. Device is going to be planted. Nova knows he's coming, and Covenant now 5-0. Flashback of the previous game?
I'm feeling a little bit of a similar feeling. Yeah, I did. Did we not say this in the pregame though, Hot? I wouldn't be surprised if this one literally followed an exactly similar routine as we go 5-0 one way, and then we start seeing the team climb back into it, and then we see it swing back the other way, and maybe not overtime. I feel like we might see a 9-6 this one, but I think Covenant aren't going to be slowed anywhere near as much as what we saw Syndicate were.
know if we're going to see the same style of comeback here. Exquisite Covenant continue to pop off here. Now nearing double digits for Exquisite just through these first 5 rounds. Corium, though, a big pick on to Nick. They've already lost Ober's Tom, who's been a little bit silent here in this one, at least from the defensive side.
I think Aspect will find this being the best position they've been in. 60 seconds into the entire game so far. Boop does get caught with some unlucky timing as Exquisite gets the kill onto him just before that smoke plumes. As he turns his attention away, and that calls the Covenant squad to start rotating. Interesting choice of rotation as it now leaves 2 people open for the catch for the kill. Corium picking up both Nova and Ghostly. Head Eyes is already here as well. Exquisite coming out of the fire. Right hand side, left hand side. Exquisite gets slowed down. The hip fire is good.
He's just been playing so well today. 11 and 2. It's hard to topple. Dominic and Exquisite, though, the last 2 standing. This is where we saw New Dawn begin to reel it back in their series. Aspect do something similar. Exquisite says, not today. Corium, the first to fall, will dance around here. Not sure if they didn't hear that audio feed from the other side. They'll get the intel now, though, and IFP will be able to get out of the train here. Does get the jump across Dominic. And now just kind of waiting for Exquisite to get into position.
20 seconds left on the clock. He is now in a great position to be able to just straight defuse that. They are going to be forced to push up. Dominic goes for 1. The second is not quite good enough. Exquisite is going to be able to close the round out. And Covenant move to 6. We might not even see a round comeback at all. This could just be a straight out rollover.
Did I hear from the background there was an ace in that round that we might have missed due to Exquisite? It doesn't surprise me. Exquisite has been dropping bodies up to 13 and 2. And, you know, we talked about maybe reminiscent of that previous match, but I felt like if one team got out early in this one, they would be able to close it out. Covenant certainly pleading that case here is they might be looking for a flawless half in this one.
One might call that 5K Exquisite. I think Boot might have heard me, actually. He turned around with a little sigh to that joke there. They're going to nod their heads at each other, a little bit of disappointment, saying that nothing happening over on the A side. Ghostly going to find a kill on Tom. Oh, IFP's playing Smoke and Mirrors. That's a real good bit of tuck, duck, and diving. IFP doing a great job of dancing, better than Nick the Man can.
Is it into VIP control? And again, the Covenant squad is a team that is not shy of the B side. We have not seen, you know, B have this much action in quite some time, but it's really set themselves up for success. It allowed them to go back to A at times, and, well, Exquisite just continues to do exquisite things here as he's found another headshot. Pulling him over his top down here early in this one. Numbers favoring him. Whistling away as Exquisite finds Booperino. Ghostly eventually gets IFP. And on the minimap, you can see Exquisite has complete control of the A site. The rotation will most likely follow suit.
Scaffold not safety enough for Head Eyes as Exquisite's going to hop, skip, and jump to that final kill. The 7th round goes onto the board. Covenant find themselves with a drastic lead here. 7-0 up.
Man, if they can solidify the flawless half and potentially a flawless sweep on the game against Aspect as well, I mean, a team that got 2nd place in NA Pinnacle #1, I think this is a great start here for Covenant. Regardless of the outcome, I mean, this is a great start here, but it's always important to close out these decisive wins here. You don't want to allow a team to creep back in. So, you know, we'll see if Covenant can do just that. Already finding Corey, and we see him getting a bit aggressive toward VIP over as Tom goes down as well. And the domino effect continues to be in full effect. It's a flawless round and a flawless first half.
I'm just cleaning my glasses just to make sure I can see this right and I'm not being put under an illusion. Okay, well, Aspect is missing one aspect of their gameplay, and it's the victory part. Right now, they have been unable to put a point on the board after Covenant have absolutely flattened any form of a response they have tried to muster up. The sides have swapped, and Covenant are now on the defending side, with Aspect needing to find 9 rounds in a row. Well, 8 in a row, if they're even going to be able to think about an overtime. Did I really just say that?
This is, this is a bit surprising, honestly, especially against a team like Aspect. You talked about them losing Apollo, but I mean, losing a half 8-0 still, regardless, is pretty insane. So they're gonna have to find, exactly what they need to do to figure this out here, because Covenant is 1 round away from closing it out. And despite, even if they lose this game, they've got another opportunity, but they can't continue to have that, this happen.
Yeah, this doesn't come down to an individual player at any point in time. At this point, there is just a fundamental issue of the rounds getting torn apart by better gameplay from Covenant all around. Positioning, gunfight, utility. Head Eyes is going to have a good shot onto Exquisite. The gunfight start to roll out throughout the scene. Head Eyes is going to take a duck and a dive down, prone by the bench. IFP finds 1-on-2. Nick the man Nova has Head Eyes. Boop for Ghostly. Nova for IFP as Nova starts to fry. Boop finds himself a second as he might have also come alive. 3v1. Our Aspect going to be able to get a bomb on the board. Big swing from Dominic, and they do secure the first round in the breadstick.
That's an important round. You don't want to lose 9-0 on opening day in game 1. So an important round to get your footing. Hopefully you can build off the back of that a little bit. But the fact that you have to still win 7 in a row and you're going up against Exquisite, who's 17-3. I mean, this man is an absolute monster at the moment.
Can Aspect take that first round and start to try and find a snowball of their own? Again, early util just not finding the mark when it comes to the lethals. And you know what Nova's set up for. This is Slaughter POV from a game before. Post-plant grenade inbound. 2 members pushed aside. Aspect, you can see on the minimap that bomb is now tucked in up by the E-box angle. Nova up, out, bomb over is going to fall just short of finding the kill. Head Eyes loses half of his HP, but the bomb is planted.
Big boy's out now. He's ready to let the choir sing on this Enforcer class. In the line, the jump over, and IFP finds Nova. Ghostly picks up on the Booperino. Exquisite picks up where he left off, and Corium, IFP, Exquisite, good for 1 more in a 2v2, 22 seconds on the clock.
And this one is over. He's going to defuse under the cover of the smoke. Both members going to rush him. It's going to be trade to Nick the man as he just covers off Exquisite. The trade does come out 1-for-1. Nick does not find the second kill. Corey doing a good enough job of being able to pick up Exquisite and get off site. Time left out on the clock. No tries to defuse. And a good play out of Corium is going to secure another round for Aspect. They put a second on the board.
Yeah, Nick unfortunately couldn't find both of those. There was so much smoke in the way there that it made it tough. Exquisite will get up to 19 as he finds 2 more on that one. And I don't know, if I'm on that team and there's me and Exquisite left alive, I say, well, I'll plant or I'll defuse. Let Exquisite do the shooting right now.
Is it the comeback you were looking for?
You're not going to get me to believe that just yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm believing either. That nade is bound for death. Goodbye. Night, night. Bomb down. Head Eyes takes one straight to the toes. Nick the man's got that SS-190 to bear. Ghostly letting the RPD end, saying no, 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 no to anybody coming through the gap from lobby. I think it sounds nasty in the arena too. We love the sound of the RPD.
I love it all, man. I love it in the arena, from the booth. If I'm actually on the battlefield, I love hearing that beautiful music sing. But Nick fighting over his Tom. IFP all alone in a 1v5 with half health crack. This might just be the closeout of this one.
Yeah, as much as I would have liked to believe in fairy tales, I'm also not a mug. much as many people may paint it otherwise. 5 versus 1. IFP's good, but he's no Dynamo. You need a magician to get out of this, I'm telling you now. The IFP now tasked with dropping more bodies than Anthony Joshua did last night.
I have to get through 5 with just 40 seconds on the clock as well. You look at the positioning for Covenant, and realistically, there's no way that they go on to lose this, especially with being able to bait out the time on their side. IFP continues to dance around. He knows he's in between a tough spot here. Nova will find that final one. Covenant close it out in dominating fashion, to say the least. 9-2 is your final score, cracked and exquisite. 4 MVPs to boot. Your main MVP of the match, 19 kills, 12 headshots, 4 deaths, 3 assists. An absolute legend here in this one.
Yeah, crazy sights inside of the arena. He's just better. I guess it's 19-4 with an exceptional performance out of Exquisite. And this is something to point as well, Hort. It's not just the one man, but a team performance. 9-2 to Covenant. Honestly, a round of applause. That's a very, very, very clean match from Covenant. I think it's a strong performance out of the gate from them. I think the Aspect players did exactly what I think anybody would have done after a game like that, and disconnected out of it as quickly as they could. I would have run for the hills after that one too. I think they were grateful to have escaped out of that one without a donut on the end of the scoreline instead of the 2 rounds that they did manage to claim. I'm hoping that we get to see a much stronger performance out of them when they return in day 2, but Covenant have thoroughly earned their spot in their matchup in the best of 3, and that's what I'm really excited for from this. That was a strong performance from Covenant, and New Dawn got shaken, not stirred, but just a little bit of spice inside of the action by Syndicate in their first match. Now they're going to have to face off against that Covenant lineup in their second, which I'm very keen to go and see. So we've made it through the first 4 best of 1s. Let's have a look at the bracket. And let's see what our next 2 matches for the day have in store. With 2 more matches for you today, guys. 2 series, should I say. Best of 3s.
Sicario and Steez, which we saw in those, the first opening game. Sicario obviously had a much easier time, I would say, than Steez did in that double OT. So Steez going to have maybe a little bit of a tough go there as well. New Dawn had a really tough start. They were able to battle it back, but going against Covenant, they're not going to be afforded that same luxury. They're going to have to come out right in the gate here in this one, but at least it's a best of 3. So if there are some early issues, you do have some time to address them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody wants to slide down into that losers bracket to begin with, but I would argue that all 4 teams that are down there in the losers bracket have seen, enough evidence from the team that they're going to be playing that there's going to be, room for each of them to exploit each other's weaknesses. I definitely don't envy the first matchup. I wouldn't like to be the team going up against Syndicate in that lower bracket match. That was the one team of the 4 that are down there that really, to me, looks like they've, scary strength, honestly, in comparison. I wouldn't be surprised if Syndicate was the team from that losers bracket that makes their way back into contention. I do think that the people we've still got in our winners bracket right now are very strong, though. I think all 4 teams that are up there looked good. Sicario versus Steez is the best of 3 next. We get highlights from this match first, and a little bit of time to digest before we break down that best of 3. So, folks, feast your eyes over the Fury, as this is going to be very heavily one-sided.
Yeah, and that's almost an understatement. I mean, Covenant came to play, and more importantly, Exquisite came to play. We saw an ace here in this one at some point, but the man just kept putting up kills. It didn't matter if he was the lurker, the flanker, the lone member sent off to B to explore or back to A. Really just finding frag after frag, and it didn't matter if numbers were in their favor. Exquisite had a hell of a performance here in this one.
We just saw gunfights not going the way of Aspect, I think, time and time again. Multiple members on that roster that are known for being exceptional under pressure in the gun skill, in multiple 1v environments. I mean, they're just having a playing day with it, aren't they? It's just like a playground. Exquisite's having a wonderful time jumping over the top of scenery and landing the shots. Nick the man there with a nice little two-piece. Nova covering off. It's good teamwork again. This is another thing that impressed me from Covenant in this match. Look at how well each of the players are playing for each other. We spoke about the effect of synergy going into this. Could they piece together these 5 players to create a combined force? Well, they did here.
Man, yeah, that was certainly a one-sided showing, and for Aspect, luckily for them, they'll get that second chance opportunity. And so, obviously, not the way they had hoped it had gone. They were, you know, at a minimum, I would assume wanting to keep that at least close. So that was a bit of a rough one, but you know, that's the nice thing about those double elimination brackets. You get a second chance opportunity. You got to make the most of it from the bottom of that bracket, and I mean, you have a chance to write a really cool Cinderella story. So there's definitely more to be had, I think, from Team Aspect.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of these players are just moving that quickly from the Covenant side that they're invisible to the naked eye. I see just insane rotations, honestly, all around from the Covenant team. Better team play on a whole, where the crossfire angles just came to bear way too often. Not only that, but people seeming to be having gunfights back and forth where it just wasn't the same level of accuracy on the shots. And I mean, you can't really argue with a whiff. You missed. Here's what it is. The better gameplay ended up prevailing throughout. GG's and congratulations. And, you know, the next match will come to the front and we will get to see the Covenant tested again. A different team will be able to take to the field against them and see if they can win out with those gunfights, but arguably drastically more difficult challenge than what we just saw, because the team they're going up against, whew, I'm not sure I'd like to be facing that one either. We are going to have a moment, though, Hort, to have a breather. So, with lots more to come, let us take ourselves a small time to say a prayer for the aspect ratio, as we have 5 more minutes to round ourselves back up, rack, reload, and jump back into the gameplay. Don't go too far. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, set up after 4 best of ones concluded with 2 series. That's right, 2 more best of 3s for you guys to feast your eyes over to close out the first day's worth of Season 2 NA Pinnacle action. Already, all 8 of your teams have taken to the field to show you what they have to offer. 4 were successful. 2 more of them will fall now. First head-to-head, your victorious teams from match 1 and match 2 are going to take off across a series of 3. We might not get to see all 3 maps, but we will certainly see a victor. For me, this one is probably the more decided of the 2 series. And as we pull that head-to-head up on screen, you'll get to see why.
Sicario, I mean, we saw them 9-3 in their opener against Aquila. So certainly a strong team. Returning champions, Undead, Cruisin', Strix, Apollo, Watchful. And, we know just how good they are. So I think Steez has something to prove here, but I am going to have to agree with you on this one, especially with how well we saw Sicario playing right out of the gate. You feel like this is certainly heavily favored for them.
Steez are going to come to the table to try and show that that's not the case. They're going to put the best efforts out there to say that they have what it takes to be able to upset the Sicario squad that has seen only success for the majority of time that they have played in the competitive scene. Ghost of Customs, Jez, T-Roll-F, AVT, and Duck are going to be here to upset the Kings. We saw some kooky choices of their kits in the first match that they featured in today. Are they going to bring the similar level of complexity to the best of 3? Are they going to mess about with it a little bit more? Are we going to see some crazy calls from the gameplay? 5-man cannon slam? Something akin to a little bit of a creep walk out in the corner like we saw out of Generation? Maybe. We don't know. We're going to get to find out. Both of these lineups have had a choice of the coin toss, flipping heads or tails, and figuring out which matches they're going to play off against as well. So let's take a moment to have a look at the maps.
Yeah, correct. This is where it gets more interesting because it's no longer a best of 1. So we've got more maps to be played out here. Bay 5 banned away immediately by Sicario. And honestly, I'm a fan of it. I've had my fair share of Bay 5. We had a lot of Bay 5 recently. So, the less Bay 5, the better for me. No fort in this one, though. And so off to Bowl to start things off. We're going to see that Skybridge again. And I guess for you, maybe hoping to see that Game 3 in here because we might have that Iceberg here in our first opener.
Might. I'm not going to try and deceive myself that we're going to a map 3 until Steez has put one on the board. I genuinely believe we have to be in a situation where Steez is going to take home map 2 on Skybridge, if any, for us to see that third deciding map. I think Bowl definitely is a Sicario favored map. It doesn't surprise us to see them picking this. And I expect that this first match might be very one heavily sided towards Sicario's favor. The second map will be a much more closer contested fight. If we've seen any form of sway or slightly jagged rhythm, shall we say, from the Sicario squad, Skybridge has been one of the maps that they have been a little bit back and forth on from time to time. So I think Steez have done a good job in the pick ban phase. I just don't know how much it's going to actually impact the overall result.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to the last one, and they lost 9-3 against New Dawn on Skybridge. And then I believe in OT, they lost on Bowl as well. And that, I think, is where we saw that swap come in. They were having some issues. We saw Undead step in on Bowl. And then that was that nade that we all remember where he kind of got himself on that sub. And then we didn't see him in the following games to come. So, maybe they have a chance on Bowl with Undead in here, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Sicario's so good on this map. So I agree. I think they have to try and get their pick on Skybridge if we want to see an Iceberg. But I don't know. If Sicario plays like they played in their first game and they continue to pop off, we saw Watchful having an early start, the whole crew. And I think doing this well and doing it without Barb at the moment here is really great for them.
Yeah, I would completely agree. It definitely feels like all of the members that were there from the original roster that had played before Apollo joined are playing as We are used to seeing them play the same level of stability with Apollo in there. They look like the same team. It doesn't look like there's a, a player that's slightly off the tempo or still getting used to that rhythm. They look very much like a unit, even with your member stepping up off of the bench in place of Barbaric, bearing in mind he is out for today as well. It just goes to show that the dedication this Sicario team puts into preparation before their matches doesn't just go as far as the first 5 members. It's the entire starting roster, which does include the two members that make up that 7 for the starting team. It means that come match day, should somebody have live things going on or an inability to make the availability, that they are still going to be able to put out a team that will do just as good on the day. They have the record to prove it. Their history books have been littered with trophies. That mantelpiece right now is going to need a couple of extra supports to keep it up if it gets any heavier. Steez looking to try and maybe steal one away.
I mean, they're certainly capable of it, but especially with Jess on that Ash 12, who knows? I mean, we saw some crazy kills from him, but you wonder how well that's going to work against a team like Sicario, because yes, it was nice to see them get away from the meta and use that smorgasbord of different weapons, but, does it really work against a team like Sicario that's good at finding those adjustments on the fly? So, and it's not a best of 1 anymore either. So if there, it happens to be an error or mistake, there's room to correct that. And typically, the more seasoned veteran, the experienced squads come out, on top when those series get longer, best of 3s, best of 5s. So I think that, the Steez squad here certainly has a very tough job in front of them. But, I think they're incredibly capable and certainly up for, tackling that.
A decider on the horizon. The tip of the iceberg, potentially. We'll see. I'm not sure we're getting there. Sicario, they're going to start themselves off ball here with their best foot forward. We really have to ask ourselves the question is, how much can Steez put on the board early on to give themselves a cushion to fight back against when Sicario get on the attack? Sicario on the defending side on ball here. They're going to start off not having to make the moves. Steez being forced to make the play. The AVT is back, by the way, as Undead slams Duck.
I mean, with a name like AVT, I guess you better be using it all the time, right? Strix finding another pick here as well. Look at the control of these lanes. We see Undead back here in tower, just being patient. Cruising, holding toward Jen's side as well. With 2 early picks in the positioning that Apollo has gotten himself into on this lurk here is just kind of lay in wait. They know they've got to pressure on toward the site or make that rotation toward Apollo, which he would hear that audio cue. So great setup here from Sicario. And again, it's up to Steez to really make something happen.
Very ball feel as time bleeds off the clock. The push comes in, 2 for 2. The pace slows to a grinding halt as it turns into a 3 for 2. Sicario play those numbers and crush the incoming push with a deft flick of the wrist.
Oh, so early, though. Again, we talked about it in some of our other games where those underdogs were up, 1-0. I mean, we've even seen a 5-0 start that didn't go in favor of that squad. So Sicario up by 1 here to kick things off from this defensive side. And for Steez, it's just those early picks. I mean, we saw 2 early picks come in. There was 0 trades on both of those picks from the side of Steez. And you can't continuously fight at that numbers disadvantage, especially against a team like Sicario.
Leading charge is halted again as Watchful drops a grenade onto the head of Jez. Good util usage early out of the gate as Undead just playing his space on Jen. Again, not trying to give too much of his model away. The pre-fire shots traded back and forth, rotates and kites a little bit back for further defensive positioning. Watchful just trying to play a little bit of a sneaky snake towards the curtain.
Or that utility heading toward Jen. Undead on the peak, though. Finds one. Can he get a second? No, it's T-Rolf. does return fire. Watchful will pick up onto AVT. T-Roll's not done, though. He's got a second before being shut down by Cruisin'. Ghost of Customs now on the other side, maybe about to have a 1v1 engagement here with Apollo. Apollo's going to hear him shifting away. They've got the device down as well. And again, 45 on the clock here. Everything kind of stacked against Steez as Watchful slot in from the opposite side. The headshot from the P90 and Sicario will find themselves up by 2.
Yeah, long walk out from the wide angle as Watchful claims himself the final one to finish off a 3-piece. 2 good kills on site. The T-Rolf almost made a mess of what was a good defending hold. And he gets shut down at the end of the action. 2-0 Sicario, the rounds favouring them for now. Round number 3. I mean, it's in the name. S3. Is this the magic one?
Jess onto the AUG and off of that Ash 12 here. Most likely due to the longer sight lines and ranges here of Bull, but unfortunately has been a bit quiet here. Still a donut on the board. Duck will find this pick on to Undead, though. The nade lineup is good. AVT is found Cruising, and that third round might be the lucky round as Watchful finds one. Duck Customs both getting picks, and Steez really setting themselves up to take this round. It comes down to the shoulders of Strix.
Yeah, Strix 1v4, something that has happened before, but again, this level of competition extremely difficult. Duck turns away from the angle that's being pushed out. Jez gets a little bit of an audio cue, and Strix is not going to be able to fight that as Jez gets a little bit swifty with his movement. It's rather erratic in positioning there.
Talked about, you know, the importance of keeping it close against a team like Sicario. So Steez, they make sure it doesn't get too far out of hand. This is something that you can deal with here from the attacking side. But, you know, that one thing that we always talk about, right, is putting multiple rounds on the board in a row. You can't just settle for one. So we'll see if they can perform here in round number 4 as well. Most of the action still kind of heading toward that A site, though. We haven't seen a lot of pressure toward B, and right now they're comfortable allowing Apollo to anchor down this B site.
AVT is going to stray straight on into the crosshair placement from Cruisin'. Bomb down, second, third as Cruisin' makes light work out of the walkout from site and finds himself a fat 3-piece.
Roll's going to go down. Watchful will find Ghost of Customs in quick succession here as well. And that's the crazy thing about Sicario, right? Is even if they drop a round, it doesn't seem to ever affect them. They get right back into the following round. And not only do they find the quick response round win, but they do it flawlessly. They don't even drop a single member in round 4. And it's things like this, I think, that make them difficult to deal with. They never really seem to be phased by too much.
Yeah, I think sometimes we joke when we say you can't win them all to help us cope with some unfortunate incidents, but it really is a very true statement. You can't win them all. Like, very rarely do you actually pull off just a flawless game. So, you know, like you say, you pick yourself, get yourself off the ground mentality and get yourself back into it again is good showing from both sides. Jez and company are stacked up towards this generator with a 3-man push that looked like it was threatening to be extremely aggressive, and they fought against it now. Just some early util going out.
Ooh. Cruising. He was hit previously. He does avoid that one, but he's taking a ton of damage. And now, as he looks to deal with the bleeds, AVT shifts through the smoke. Timing is everything, and it plays out in the favor of Steez here as Strix tries to throw down an A. Jez will claim a teammate, though, and give Sicario just a little bit of help back into it. We can see that rotation coming from split side here. 40 seconds on the clock, and they got to get through 4.
Yeah, too often we talk about grenades that don't get kills, that do their job. Take space, chip damage, just make the next push that little bit easier. The TTK reduced just that little bit shorter. AVT finds Strix. Apollo on the long range. Pick up onto Ghost of Customs is on the backside of site. The device planted, 1v3. Time ticking away. Apollo's going to push for site aggressively. S3's AVT is going to cover him off from Gen.
So they do get multiple rounds in a row. They're able to check that box here as well as they work their way back in. AVT, he has been a shining star here for Steez tonight. We saw him, I believe, top frag in that previous one. It was really, or no, excuse me, I think Jess, it was just that bug we saw initially. It was Jess that was top frag in there, but AVT has certainly been up there, and in this one already at 5-3 as well. It's interesting. I mean, using the iron sights, but hasn't had many issues and just consistently puts himself in great positioning to find these kills.
Smokes out from both sides as Cruisin lobs one towards Curtain that does not plume where I'm thinking he was hoping it was gonna. He ends up swinging out to one, tries to tuck into the smoke. AVT picks up the kill from Platt as the trade out. Cruisin goes down.
Dead's gonna find one. Watchful will pick up another. Watchful will pick up another as well. And the bodies drop like flies. Apollo will find the final one, and Sicario will answer back one more time. They double that lead. They guarantee the tie at half as well. We'll see if they can push it over that one extra into that winning territory.
It's another cheeky walkout that works from the defending team. We've seen so many aggressive plays being made from defending side. Just we go through such a change in the meta. Teams look good on the attacking side, teams look good on the defending side, teams look good on the attacking side, and now on the defending side again. It's like almost these mini changes that happen back and forth, and how the teams have prepared for each tournament kind of adjusts how the maps play. But this is an interesting push. Ghost is watching for this.
Slow and steady. How far is Strix willing to go here, though? Going to catch one here on that peak. I'm not sure. They most likely spotted Strix as well, but that kind of baits out all the attention of Strix. It leads him right into Ghost of Customs. And, oh, there's Cruisin. You can't be snoozing on Cruisin. He finds Duck Customs. AVT answers back with two of their own. And so far, we've seen Steez be able to answer back here in these last couple rounds as well.
Yeah, Undead not able to find the kill, but Watchful with a double kill with a grenade on sight. He's going to pull out a little bit of a hero move. He's going to find out one of these two fights. He might have a chance to be able to get this diffuse play into play. He's kited out of the angle to be able to get to safety to top of his health. He has access to generator if he wants to come down tower lane to just straight challenge site. Jez is holding split pushes up. Ghost of Customs has to be careful not to give his body here for free. There we go. Good play from Ghost of Customs and Jez together. Discipline on site and Ghost working the angle.
A little bit of tug of war. That's what we love to see in these games, especially for Sicario. We haven't seen him challenge really yet today. That first series for them, that best of one, ending in 9-3 fashion. Steez already been able to match those 3 rounds. We'll see if they can get it over the board here, though. They'd love to end this half tied if possible, but I mean, even realistically at a 5-3 half, I feel like Steez has done a great job here against the Sicario squad. And, you know, you can, again, 5-3, so much more manageable than that 6-2.
Yeah, the difference, it sounds crazy, but the extra 2-round cushion that it gives really does make the difference. That smoke over curtain's going to cover off a walkout from Cruisin. Are any thoughts of an aggressive play on the defending half from Sicario? Trader bullets back and forth down tower lane and Jen to the ambulance. Neither team losing any members yet. A pause to wait as the bullets continue. Strix finds one onto Duck. It's just a line of scrimmage battle at the moment.
We heard Cruisin, hear the footsteps, tries to get the swing, but AVT just a bit quicker on the trigger finger. Watchful, able to answer back. Undead tucked toward Jin. Jez, T-Rolf inching closer forward here toward this Jin engagement. Ghost of Customs will scoop up the device here outside of Curtain. Jess on the swing, able to find Strix. Doesn't get that help from Jin. Trade doesn't come in here from Undead as well, who's taken out by Jess.
3v2. Ghost and Co. looking to rotate in from that generator position. Watchful with a bit of pre-fire spray just in case an aggressive push comes out. T-Rolf now looking to try and work his way into the tuck in front of that headshot angle. Jez goes. T-Rolf down. Watchful tries to play the pick for the bomb. Oh, so close. He tries to turn and whip onto the member on site that ducks out of the animation of planting, but it doesn't come through. Jezen goes to Customs, manage to close it out, and S3 do secure that even 4-4 half.
It's a good turnaround by Steez here, or by Steez. Yeah, excuse me. I mean, again, already more rounds than we've seen anybody take here in Pinnacle against Sicario. So they find themselves at a tie at half. But again, these opening rounds, I think, are going to be those crucial ones from that second half. If they can find a way to steal away the first two, then I think that they could potentially steal the game away. But I think to keep it competitive and close, they're going to need at least one of these next two.
Anything could happen. I'm still a believer of these rounds going back and forth. Actually, I could see one team taking 2, 3, maybe even 4 early and it coming back again. Very volatile state between both of these teams. Neither one sort of finding that breaking point for the floodgate thus far. Very much so just a little bit of a momentum swing from either side. Sicario need to just reel back a little bit to the roots, try and find that very basic structured gameplay and just bring to bear what they normally do, which is all-round good gunfights. A little bit of over-creativity early on, just not quite paying off.
Ooh. Cruisin finding Ghost on this opening pick. They'll try to inch forward. Cruisin's not done that, though. He's found Duck as well. Cruisin is dropping bodies. AVT, the smoke will begin to dissipate soon. That flash doesn't actually catch him here. And Watchful just on the other side. We see Cruisin, one more piece of utility about to rain down. Watchful is going to follow suit here as well. And as the smoke begins to clear, they'll look to pressure onto the site.
Yeah, AVT's done a great job of playing his discipline here. He's going to be able to swing through for 2 big crucial kills, including the bomb. Jez gets one. Undead goes down on Jen as the reload is just in time. The AVT making himself look like an AVT AT Walker out of Star Wars as he makes a mincemeat out of 4 on the A site.
The quadra was insane, and Undead had an opportunity to take him out there. He was caught in reload on that initial swing from Undead, but the shots don't connect, and, well, AVT is just popping off at the moment. 12 and 6 on the board. A few players in double digits here across the board, though, but we'll see Steez for the lead for the first time here tonight.
One would say he's a master baker with that AVT. $20 off the clock, round number 10. Sicario have themselves a way more reserved position towards the A site. I'm wondering if we're looking for a bit of util bait into a B rotation. You see Cruisin is trying his best on those new penguin wings. Now, penguins don't fly, Cruisin. You will eventually come back down to the ground.
Goes flying by one more time here. Watchful and Cruisin. They've been working together here toward Curtain's side, but it's been AVT lurking on the other side here in slightly different positions, subtle off angles. Duck will find himself in a bit of trouble here as well. And again, we just see him being patient, waiting for some of this utility to run out. We'll see some of the counter utility rain down here as well. And with that, Ghost will shift forward. Cruisin's already found AVT, and that's the player that gave him the big problems last round.
Yeah, big man Ziddick on the rename. Down and nearly out of this one. Watchful and Cruisin combined together as the P90s fill the kill feed, followed by a Model 1. Another one comes through. It's Undead that actually robs the kill out from underneath the awaiting arms of Strix, but it is a Sicario round nonetheless, and a confident one at that. A flawless round as no member goes down. And the scoreline is tied up again, Hawk.
Flawless is nice, but it's just important to win the rounds. It doesn't matter if you win by 1 or by 5 there. Winning is that important factor. So they do tie it up as they look to try and regain the lead here from Steez. It's been back and forth here on Bull. We talked about it. Bull, a map in the past that they've lost on back in NA Pinnacle 1. Bull and Skybridge both. So we have maybe a chance here for a little bit of a Steez upset, but it's going to start with this pick from T-Rolf.
Yeah, he reads the smoke that gets thrown out to split so that he can make the aggressive timing on top apps work. Swings for 1, gets out, puts himself in position if they were running down from the yellow van. That counter grenade from Cruisin is a good read, though, to take him out. AVT finds Strix on the backside. The duel back and forth goes to Customs, has got a better wiggle than Undead, and Cruisin's back is exposed as his reward for the fight.
Polo is that new member here on the roster. They ever need a time for him to shine, it would be now. It's a 1v4, cards stacked against him. Time. Still a little time to work with, I would say, but you look at all these bodies wrapped around this device here, and this one from AVT on this long flank is going to be a crucial one. He doesn't spot him below. AVT will find it, and not quite a flawless round, but almost a flawless round to answer back here from Steez.
That's why he's the AVT AT Walker. Do you see the pace that he's just cruising around at? Step, step, step. Laser, and down you go. Got a lot of appreciation for the AVT in the chat as well. People enjoying the different style of gameplay. A couple even a little bit of frustration, it sounds like, from Slaughter, saying, hey, the gun's so busted.
You know, if it's not the AVT, it's the Enforcer class. If it's not that, it's the P90. You know, it's always something, and that's, I think, a good problem to have. That means the meta is shifting, and we see it changing from season to season as things go on. I think it's, you know, it keeps it fresh. It keeps it funky. We don't see AVTs out here ever, so I personally love it. Busted or not, I'm 100% here for it.
Exactly. I'm so down. It doesn't matter what you... Hold up a minute. Okay. I wasn't sure whether what Weston had said earlier on was accurate or not, because I hadn't had time to properly lock in, but just realize this is no rear sight, iron sight, front sight only AVT, by the way. See that gap?
Mm-hmm.
The rear sight is missing. This is like old tech, like front sight MP7 tech from way back in the day. Strix is going to pick up one duck with a headshot going down. I mean, that front sight's a real clear reticle, isn't it?
It is, and the nice thing about the AVT is it hurts. It hurts bad, and so you just got to point at center mass. You don't have to hit the headshots. You don't have to do leg metas. You just put it on the body and you click. And it usually there's no body standing on the other side by the time you're done clicking.
It's got a very Ash 12 feel to it where you let it rip, but the problem is when you try and pixel peek or you try these disciplined, delicate peaks, it just doesn't quite hold the same level of punishment that the P90 does. We jump on board with Watchful as he punishes the peak from the top of headshot, and as quick as you can blink, it's gone. Sicario, another flawless round to tie us back up, and I'm feeling a little bit of a dose of deja vu.
I mean, how many flawless rounds can they string together? It's been a lot, but the crazy thing is they haven't been able to find round wins after they get those flawless rounds. So the fact that they can have such great rounds followed up by round losses, you know, again, it shows that Steez and a lot of these teams are very good at making adjustments on the fly. They're adapting, they're looking to overcome, and just trying to find a way to stay in it, to stay afloat, to stay above the pack here if you can. And now as we get into round 13, it's more important than ever to try and find these late game leads, to look to close it out in regulation. And, well, it could be huge here for Steez if they're able to do it on Bull.
A-site being held with a single sight anchor and a three-man strafe, long angle hold. Out of the back is split. Deep headshot and deep tower. You have your 1v1 duel over towards the B site set up for success in the way of Steez, as that number 2 player in T-Rolf is just keeping his distance as much as he can. Just playing for information, no need to commit to a fight whilst you're on the weak side of the map.
First point of contact here, this entry is so tough to make without proper utility as well. And you just see the smoke here in front of Curtin. It's hard to pressure forward. You don't want to come through blindly. That nade was a close one as well, but Cruising and them will brush it off. No damage done here. And with that 45 on the clock, the smokes are going to begin to dissipate. And with that, we should see them look to pressure on. There's no rotation coming in. Watchful does find a pick. Duck answers back. Watchful for one more. Now it's Ghost to return on Watchful. And Ghost will find Cruising trying to sprint forward, but he will also find himself alone in this 2v1.
Yeah, Ghost did a good job of not getting encouraged into the sprint steps to have his gun down. Instead, he plays discipline well, keeps his gun up, but it's not going to be enough to be able to fend off both Strix and Apollo from either side. The two Sicario members spot each other at the end of the round, nod ahead of GG, consider themselves a handshake and a job well done, and will move on into round number 14 with their eyes set on a 2-round cushion. Now the scoreline sits at 7-6, looking to move that to 8, and that all-important map point in the first is where Sicario will be looking to go. Steez at this point, crucial round for them. They will not want to let this one go to the wayside. Try and tie it back up at 7-7.
All right, Strix and crew. Looks like they're going to be heading toward the A site this time. Right now, 4 stack this direction here from Steez. They look to get up close and personal, but they've got a couple members playing deep here as well. Looking to play off of headshot, waiting for maybe some of those nades to come in, as Strix will put some range or some bullets down range here at tower lane. And right now, Steez just playing back, playing that deep defensive position. Strix is still going to catch Jess here, and that's a huge opening pick for Sicario.
Oh, Cruz is going to find Duck all the way in the back of tower lane, probably from the A plat peak, that looks like, from the angle that he stood at. That's another big pickup. 2 down. T-Rolf and AVT now left tasked with sight. The quick peek from Strix is going to be a 1-tap destruction.
Could be troublesome for Steez. You talked about it. You don't want to let Sicario get the match point, and Ghost of Customs is trying to fight back. He's found Undead. He'll shift forward on the site. Unfortunately, timing not playing out in his favor. Strix on the peak will find him. Watchful. T-Rolf goes down, and Sicario will get to match point.
That all-important 8th round comes at the crucial time. S3 not going to be given the chance to pull themselves up close to tie the round. Instead, Sicario are going to find themselves with 2 chances at map point here in the first. We did expect Sicario to take Bowl. Not as well fought for as Steez have done so. It is only a 2-round lead at the moment, and the job's not done yet either. It's a good start from Steez. It gives me faith for their map choice that we would go into next. AVT's got thoughts, as has Duck, for an early return and a bit of revenge though. Watchful finds one back. Watchful and Undead together find 2 more.
This is a 2v2. It's still winnable here for Steez. See Watchful onto site. Now that plant comes out as well. Jess on the peak timing. Watchful looks just away, but does shift forward. Jess is still going to catch him on the secondary peak. Undead tries to get out here as well. Shots exchange in a very tough spot. Undead has found 1, but 1 is not enough, and Steez still in it.
1 match point denied. 1 more for us to go to another overtime. And I'm here for it. Scoreline's pretty even across both sides too. Your standout players, your AVT 15 and 11. You're cruising on a 15 and 9. Watchful on an 18 and 9. There's some good scorelines out of both sides. Sicario obviously slightly favored in the scoreline for now, but only for 1 more round. If Steez are able to secure this, we go back to a fully tied match and essentially a 0-0 scoreline where the game is reduced to a best-of-4 scenario.
Watchful has been on fire here today. Did a great job in their opening game. 18 here in this one, as you said. Duck and Strix will find 1 more apiece here. We are back to that 4v4. Cruising over the top. Looking for a bit of a pixel here as we see Jess in the background. Making sure not to be too exposed here on that quick peek. We'll get the pre-fire coming out as well, and has some intel as to where Cruisin' could be. So far, all this action has been continuously toward that A site. We see T-Rolf anchoring down on toward the B site, but no flank coming in yet.
Yeah, every player on the pitch right now will have the belief in their mind, why can't I be that guy that just comes up with the miracle play? Steez in a position to try and push Sicario in the first to an overtime. Sicario on the cusp of success here in standard time. Strix is going to find a pick onto Jez towards the B site. Sicario are aware that that's not the only B player, as somebody gets knocked over down towards A as well.
That AVT, they finally stop it though. This time it's cruising to put him down. Strix is right there to find Ghost as well, and they've set themselves up to close the game. T-Rolf gonna let that one go over the top. The flash, I don't think it connected. It went a bit far here as the device does get planted, and now one on towards site, one with the buddy system, and one playing deep. Sicario has a real good case to close it out, and it will be a Polo to find the final one here. They get it done 9-7, a little bit closer than what we saw from them earlier, though. And again, it is a best of 3, so still a chance for Steez to find a win here on Skybridge.
I'm impressed. Consider me impressed. That's a good performance out of Steez in the first match there. I did think we were going to see maybe a 9-6, 9-5, but no, they held on to that 9-7 close score line, which is exactly what you want to see on the opponent's map pick. Now, Steez get a chance to play in their chosen territory and a potential, and I'm actually convinced enough to say they may have a 9-7 victory for themselves on the cards. It's to be played for. I don't think it's guaranteed. The map selection doesn't, secure a mythical, we have an advantage around home turf, but it certainly does help. You were comfortable here on your favorite map, theoretically, or second favorite map, depending on how the pick bans went, and you will have a very varied textbook prepared for this. And the maps you tend to enjoy are the ones you tend to invest more time into. So I'm interested to see what Steez have got to bring for map 2. Map 2 it's a big one for them, They didn't quite get it over the line here on Bolt, and it was close, Hort. There was a potential Steez could have had that one, maybe.
I mean, we saw back and forth throughout the entirety of it. We saw it a tied half. We saw Steez take the lead at one point. So yeah, I have to agree 100%. It was even closer than I expected it to be, really. So a great job by Steez holding it down here on Bowl. Hopefully they can get it over the edge on Skybridge. Not just for them, but for my boy Crack, so that we can take a little trip over to Iceberg.
Please. I'd be so down. First day Iceberg. Could we get an Iceberg once a day, every day for NA Pinnacle? Nah. It's fine. I'm not fussed either way. Like I say, the gameplay, as long as the gameplay is exceptional, I don't mind what map we take to. I'm just always happy to see an Iceberg pop up here and there, especially as we did get to see a lot of it in ACS. To be honest, I could probably go a whole tournament without having to see it after how much we were blessed with getting to play on that map, given ACS. Not because I don't want to see it, but because we got a lot of it. I've been more than fulfilled for my quota of Iceberg recently. That being said, I am very, very, very curious as to if any of these NA teams have prepared an Iceberg and whether that might make the difference here, bearing in mind we said about teams not being prepared to play on that map.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they need to start getting a grip on Iceberg. We see the Russian teams certainly don't have a problem with it. There are more EU teams starting to get more comfortable with it, but kind of in that same situation, which is, again, why I think we saw the Russian teams continue to shine here in the recent ACS. So, I think if some of these teams want to take it to that level of these, top ACS teams, they're going to have to get comfortable. They're going to have to get more than comfortable. They're going to have to get good on that map and learn to use it. But why don't we take a quick look at our highlights from Bowl before we get into Skybridge and potentially all of that Iceberg talk here. But again, we saw a little bit of a one-sided highlight from Sicario earlier today. This one, not so much. It was back and forth, Jess. The rest of the crew doing a great job here on Bowl, even though it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and I think there's something else to be said for this Steez lineup. They don't seem to care about the ebb and flow of the gameplay, where there are a couple of teams inside of this Pinnacle tournament that are very heavily momentum-based. This is definitely not one of those teams that I consider myself concerned at any point in the match to be able to turn it around. They've shown the potential to come back from disadvantages, both small and large, and I feel like that's something that is a high value inside of this game, because you can go 5-0 down and you can still make a match out of it. And I think sometimes giving a game up before it's totally really spoken for is something that does let a couple of these teams down. So I'm curious S3 have done a really good job in this first game. Like we said, even all the way towards the end here, you've got the AVT that's going to pop off for this beautiful 4-piece. The reload comes in just in time. The hip fire is nasty. And then he gets it up for the 4th. It's beautiful work.
Yeah, I mean, that gun can be a tough thing to deal with, but Sicario, they were able to deal with it. And, you know, we saw it here. They made those adjustments. We saw him getting that pick onto AVT in that second round. Ghost of Customs had a couple nice ones there as well. But at the end of the day, it was Sicario, again, able to close it out. Watchful on this P90, combining with Undead. And Watchful was at 18 right there before we closed out. Not sure if he ended with slightly more than that. But, again, everybody's playing very well on Sicario. I think we've seen Watchful have a couple really big standout games here, though, to open things up.
Yeah, got to agree with you on that one. Some good util use from both teams, again, going back and forth. Some good grenades coming out of Steez to help remove some of that forward fighting force. I think something that Steez need to get a better handle on for map 2 is their ability to fight back and forth. The initial angle-to-angle trades where, for example, you've got Cruising and Watchful that are doing so much damage, being able to pick off like headshot gets killed early, tower headshot gets killed early. They were doing some really good fights from the face up, just head-to-head gunplay in general from Sicario's side. So I think if Steez can help nullify that a little bit, that'll give them a much better space to be able to play off the defending half from our next match here on Skybridge. It's something also to be said about Smoke's util. Skybridge, like we saw in the previous game, it's very heavily util based when it comes to those smokes. It really can change how the pace of the game plays. And one particular play, pushing through a smoke, might be the game difference maker. So down to each team to see who's got the solid steel stones to really take the front foot on that one.
Yeah, I mean, Bowl, I think, is one of the closer maps to Skybridge out of all of them. We talk about the util-driven of Bowl and Skybridge both, but so, you know, what team can have that slightly better util? We saw, honestly, I liked what we saw in that previous matchup on Skybridge with Covenant there in their util. We saw them attacking that B site a lot as well. And so, you know, maybe that's something that Steez could use is a lot of different B approaches. And because a lot of times, again, Sicario and a lot of these teams, they stack 4 on the A side. It is what it is. You know, there is a pretty quick rotation there, and they can get over to that B site relatively quickly. But I think, you know, if you're able to use that numbers advantage of 5v1, you don't find that first pick, you get the trade at a minimum, you can get control of that B site, you can get that spacing to get the plant down and try to prevent some of that rotation. But always easier said than done when I'm sitting up here in my booth. I know I certainly couldn't do it against these top tier players, but, you know, again, it's just, it's something different, you know, trying to think outside of the box. Something to give Sicario a different look than what they're used to seeing.
Yeah, those best well-laid plans don't always necessarily execute as nicely as you would like them to. Sometimes they go to waste. Sometimes execution isn't necessarily the problem. Something else, an unforeseen variable, or even just a slight mistake in gameplay comes into play. I mean, all it takes is a desktop, you hit your spacebar and you jump when you were meant to lean instead of. So whatever the case may be, depending on how you've got your keyboard set up, slight mistakes can be the marginal difference, especially in the scoreline at a 9-7. I mean, this game is very tight already enough as it is. There isn't very much room for you to make mistakes, and Sicario are not a team to really let the ball drop very often. So I think Steez, we know they've got the wall up against them for this one. There's a tall mountain to climb, but there's potential. AVT, again, is going to feel good on Skybridge. We saw it work previously, so that's something else. There was a comment made about the AUG. Would we like to see a return of the Ash 12? I think maybe here this has got potential. I think the range on the B site makes it more difficult, but neither of these teams maybe too heavily fondant on rotating to that B site for the gameplay. So we'll see. We'll see. It's Skybridge. It's definitely one that we've seen a lot of gameplay on recently. ACS gave us a lot of different looks on how teams play this map, so I'm curious.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think we could definitely see Jess on the Ash 12 here, especially playing around that A site or even through VIP or something of the sorts, because he did do very, very well with it. But I felt like he played well with the AUG as well. It just, Sicario's, you know, a much different team than what they played earlier. You know, that's something else to kind of to be considered. So I too would like to see the Ash 12 though. Again, it's something different, and Jess certainly did very, very well with it on Fort. Can he have the same kind of luck, or not luck, but the same kind of outcome rather, on Skybridge, and the fact that it's Sicario as well. So, but I love seeing all the different weapons. I really do.
Hey, we're both down for some creativity in the arena. Let's be genuine about this. How many times do we go on a nighttime and want to? I'll just pull the KS-23 out for why not? Because it's good fun. So here we go. We are back at it again. Jez has gone for a Model 1 this time, actually, which I'm keen for. AVT back, P90. Lots of assault classes on the Steez side. A more meta base pick choice from Sicario as shots towards the B site, and an early B push is the play.
Maybe trying to mix it up just a little bit here. We talked about it, trying to give him a different look, but Sicario has rotated over here very quickly already. And they've mirrored it. They've got 4 onto this site. Only one top forward A for the time being. That is going to be watchful as Apollo does find Jess. Strix on the duck, and now quickly they're finding Pick.
Shots to the smoke almost end up landing there. T-Roll. It's got a little bit of a heavy bleed to have to deal with, but not much else has been said for the health bar so far. Chip damage down dealt as well. Goes to Customs finds a good kill with 2 members as Goes to Customs eliminates his teammate. And the bomb. I'm as confused with that as you are, chat, and we're just going to continue on there. That one was just a Lemony Snicket's event of unfortunate timings. On board with the AT Walker in the AVT. Close step in, and he doesn't quite manage to land the shots. Undead survives the onslaught.
Nice shot from Ghost, though, to find Strix. Unfortunately, had that little bit of a mishap earlier. We talk about limiting those minor mistakes, and you really got to do that against a team like Sicario. Ghost, not enough rounds in the mag there, I don't think, and unfortunately had another mistake that allowed a kill to slip through the cracks. And as I just previously said, you can't do that against a team like Sicario. They're going to nearly make you pay almost every single time. And Apollo will kick it off with 2 here in round 1.
Yeah, Shades of Noni as Customs caught with the curse of the click there, the bottom end of the magazine. Couple of bullets short of being able to do the damage dealt to the back of Undead that was exposed open for free. It is only 1 round though, and you have to say one thing, Hot. It gives Steez the due. At least they got all the crazy out in the 1 round if they're going to get it out of the way and done with early, right?
That's fair. That's fair. Just hopefully it doesn't keep continuing, because then they might have a little bit of a problem. AVT on the peak out here with these iron sights. You talk about it. Sometimes those downrange shots can be a little tougher when you've only got that front iron sight on board. We'll see if he can work the magic here as they try to pressure back toward the B site.
Yeah, it's getting pretty tough. It looks like that B site is under lock and key. Strix is going to somehow survive a grenade that goes off just over the backhand side of the right shoulder. Traded chip damage on lots of members right now, but nobody actually finding that killing blow. Apollo trapped inside of the train is going to step for 1. That quick reload's a rough timing though, as Jez was going to trade him out.
Saw Steffi in chat saying he must have needed that plant for his daily, and that's why Ghost had the TK. Had me chuckling over here. Love to see it.
True.
Sicario still have that player advantage in round 2. See those tracer shots ringing down. Undead will go ahead and peek his head back behind the box here. As these, even though they've given this B side a couple good looks, Sicario has done a great job mirroring it. They have no space to take here over toward the B side, and it feels like it's a struggle they're having on both A and B. They can't find any space on toward the site. That's where that util could come in big, as Jess does find a pick here on the Strix.
It's those util kills, like you say, that's going to start to leverage a little bit of an opening for them to try and push in for these picks. Jess now doing his best job. And playing the Grim Reaper, he almost looked like he was about to off-angle timing swing Undead there. I felt like that was about to play very well for Jez, but Undead reads the timing extremely well also. The pace in this one's a bit jaunty. You can see why Sicario are... They're not allowing themselves to lose gripper sights, but they certainly are having some of this odd momentum for the favor of S3. Steez, like, They're almost forcing these picks out. It's like they're arm wrestling for them.
It's a good 2-0 start. This is where Steez needs to start reeling it back if they're going to, though. From this attacking side, we'll see. It's Undead, cautious of VIP with that smoke booming out. We'll see if they can get maybe an early entry on towards site here, but it's something they've struggled with a little bit.
Smoke out towards E-box, nade over towards the 90 angles. Cruisen's going to step away. He's going to pick up a kill in the... Wait, how does he get that off? What?
Just as the smoke goes, I mean, the guy steps out, it's like 2 bullets, and he somehow finds a headshot. If you're Duck, you just put your hands or your head in your hands and go, how, why? You know, it's just unfortunate timing. And now Strix. I mean, this whole crew from Sicario, the shots on point, they thread the needles, and now they're dropping bodies in shallow graves. AVT tucked on, though. We'll find Undead.
Some crazy plays almost turned into a bit of overzealous enthusiasm, but as the bodies start to drop left and right, the trades will fall for the favor of the numbers until Jez is going to step up for it. He has to get off the plant. I think Apollo is getting forced away from this one. 15 seconds. Jez has done just about enough. And he gets the kill for it as well. Great play out of Jez. 4 as well. 4 for the round. Big 4-piece.
Is there any weapon that this guy doesn't frag out on? I mean, from the Ash 12 to the Model 1 to the AUG even had some success. The guy is great on any weapon, which is, again, a good problem to have. But for S3, they start to reel it back. We talked about not allowing Sicario to get that 3-4-0 start. So, you know, they can check a box off here on the side quest, but now it's about getting out in front of the pack.
Steez map choice. With only 2 rounds from the early start from Sicario, you'll be very happy with that on your attacking side so far. If you can draw level, like you said, this one. Not necessarily massively impactful for the overall, but as Steez, you'd like to pull level early on to keep it close.
Ooh, that nade was a close one. I see AVT getting out of dodge. The plant going down. And with that, again, a quick plant here. And we see that clock get dropped down to 50 seconds. Undead, the first to fall. Watchful right there to get the trade back and forth, though. And with these smokes in session, it's hard to pressure on towards site. We haven't seen Sicario really hold on to some of these smokes like we are now here in this round for that counter smoke. And pressure in. There is a flank coming here as well, but it'll be eliminated.
Eliminated is right. That's almost an understatement. As Devastation comes through in double. T-Rolf and Jez finish off the round, and Steez have come alive a little bit. It feels like this Skybridge match now starting to feel a little bit more Steez favored, like we would have expected given the map picks. 8-2 on Jez, and AVT's riding all the 3s. That scoreboard looks pretty good right now.
It does indeed. But we saw a similar scenario on Bull. They were able to keep it close. They took the lead at one point that was fairly late in the game, I think 7-6 roughly. But again, in the end, it just wasn't enough. So I think that's the important thing is you can't really get ahead of yourself when you're playing Sicario. You just take it one round at a time and see if you can topple these juggernauts. They've had to deal with that lower bracket run early. It was the upper semifinals like this in Season 1 where they found themselves sent to that lower bracket. They don't want history to repeat itself, and it's Cruising and Undead to find the first 2.
Undead almost found the 3rd through the smoke as well. The pre-fire aim was perfect. Maybe the wall corner just there on the edge of his spray, but T-Rolf lurking in the smoke. Strix on the hunt, trying to find it. T-Rolf 180 whips and nails Strix as the response to the muzzle fire, maybe giving him away a little bit more than he'd anticipated. Undead with that nade over towards the back of VIP is going to get a bit more chip damage down. But 4v2, Sicario still with full control over this A site and importantly, bomb control down in KFC.
Yeah, that's something that Sicario is always so good at. Controlling the pace of the game, the tempo, the spacing. They find themselves up on top, but for how long? Because AVT is still on the battlefield, but not for long as Cruising does put him down. T-Roll for quick trade back, and again, all alone 5 on the clock. We'll shift forward from right side. Undead spray comes out, doesn't connect though. Has to be careful. Not a ton of rounds left in the mag, and T-Rolf will find it.
He's not got much else left to play with though. He's got 3 kills in the round already. It's Apollo versus T-Rolf. There is time on the clock for him to be able to do this, but Apollo knows exactly where he is with all these audio cues. Apollo jumps off, T-Rolf jumps through, and Apollo doesn't miss shots like that. The trace and the hip fire is good enough to bin him off.
On top they go. 6 for Apollo and Cruisin', as Cruisin' finds 3 big ones in that round. And Sicario always staying out in front of the pack. We saw ourselves at a tie at a half on Bolt. This one still extremely close here on Skybridge as well. And now we look to see if Steez can do it one more time. Undead nade in hand as well as Strix. We've seen some good utility from both sides here, but it's been this early utility from Steez toward the A side that has allowed them to find some really fast plants. And AVT finds one. Cruising another, shifting forward. Watchful. Cruising. They combine for 3, and Strix will wrap it up as they look for 2 more. Sicario ends that round quickly.
Blink and you'll miss it. That one went down in a blazing storm. Sicario, have they just found that extra gear that we see them rise up into ever so often? Where this is it now. Have we opened the floodgates? Or do Steez have another couple of speed bumps to throw into the mix? Round number 7 on the clock. We keep a keen eye on the attacking side out of spawn. It's another A hit by the looks of it. 1, never mind. 3 tasked towards heaven as Steez look for B control.
Well, looks like they're going to rotate back the other direction. We'll see a subtle shift, though, from Sicario toward that B side. There's actually 2 more members heading that direction here. An opportunity for Steez to try and get onto this site here. And again, it's going to be just Cruisin' that's anchoring it down. And, well, we say just Cruisin', but he's got 8 on the board already.
Yeah, ring around the rosy. But the time taken to execute gives Sicario enough to rotate back. He called it. The gap in the opening for the free A site push has now closed again, and we find ourselves back at a stalemate with a minute off the clock.
Just holding this. Waiting for that peak to come in, and eventually Don finds the first. Can he get the second? No, he needs it, but Watchful is there. Undead, good for 2. Customs, the trade back and forth we go. It does leave it isolated down to this 2v2. 34 seconds on the clock, and Steez trying to play a little time here.
Yeah, a little bit of kit diff coming into value there. The 30 rounder versus the 50 rounder. Coming out on top. The double swing is good from Sicario. They trade bodies for members. AVT last left alive in a 1v1, and Sicario will trust Apollo to get the job done. AVT has been the star shining member for S3 in multiple matches so far. He's not leading the frag board right now in this one, but he will be trusted. Apollo has no choice left other than to just duck, tuck, and try and defuse, and AVT will close the round out.
Will we see another tied half here on Skybridge? We've got 1 more round to find out. It's all up to Steez here. Only 1 P90 on the side of Steez as well. And a sea of P90s we typically see here, but on the side of Steez, 3 here for Sicario.
I guess the argument that's going to be made is nobody else can say that it's not working. They've definitely held their own so far. And we would be ones that would be fool to try and argue with that logic, for proof is in the pudding, and we like to eat our pudding here in the casting booth, especially when it's given to us in such delightful action. Speaking of delightful action, the B site must be absolutely blessed today, as so many teams have started to look to see whether that's open for business. Steez have split 2-3. We have a couple of fishing towards the B side, but we've gone back for an A rotation again. This time, are they going to look to put the foot down to the pedal a little quicker on the execution for the A side?
If they could have had that pep in the step in the last one, they might have had a real advantage, but this nade from Watchful, and it takes out AVT as well. That's a huge pick here for Sicario. AVT certainly has been a staple, and now Watchful. Another laying up. We see the flashes raining down as well. Smoke in position, but no pressure coming forward from Steez just yet.
Actually, on the flank side of things, Undead and Apollo are combining together through their angles as Apollo's managed to work his way into the lobby, but he's done the smart decision-making process here of not over-aggressively pushing. Now the threat of where Apollo is more dangerous than his actual action. Ghost of Customs does manage to find himself enough space to look at the forward-facing challenge. Watchful down. Ooh, Ghost with an aggressive challenge, doesn't find it. Cruising for one. T-Roll trades back. T-Roll for a big double, gets the bomb on site.
Gonna get that plant down here as well. Strix pressing forward. Apollo's gonna beat him there from the flank side, though, and not a tie at half this time. Still close half, though, at 5-3. Sicario enjoying the lead momentarily as they'll get set and ready to swap to that attacking side. Apollo 9 on the board as well as cruising. And you made a good point earlier. Apollo, although a new member in this team, you wouldn't really guess it. You know, a lot of times, even if there is only one new member coming in, just building that team synergy, getting everybody, you know, on the same page can take a little bit of time. But for Apollo, it seems like he was always here. And the fact that Sicario can trust in him like that as well, I think really speaks volumes for all the players involved.
I think between Undead, Watchful, and Strix, even if you put Barbaric there instead of Undead, the members have played together with these other bits and bobs of people in the community for the longest time. So I'm sure they will have been familiar with each other's play style off the rip. But like you say, it is another level to play it at a competitive level. 2 quick kills as Watchful and Strix are going to pair together. It's Duck and AVT that paid the price early in round number 9.
This attacking side, when teams are aggressive and have great use of utility, you can really see him begin to run away with that lead there. Cruising peeking a bit early before that smoke plumes, though. Jess back on the Ash 12 has found one. They're going to shift forward, though. Smoke's in the way at this point, and back into control of VIP, which is great for post-plant positioning here. Nobody shifts forward through the smoke from Steez as well. Now on a 4v2, they're going to have to wait for the smoke to clear. And, well, it's not going to be easy. Undead will find the great nade onto Jess. I was wondering when we were going to see some Undead Neds out there.
This is where I was a little bit worried that it might get ran away with. Sicario have a good attacking sided half to Skybridge. And I did fear that we'd need to go into the half at 4 and 4 for Steez to keep it competitive. I won't be surprised to see them trade some rounds here on the defending side. But it's going to be a tough task for these 3 together in a row right now to pull the tempo back. The tempo of the game definitely lying in the hands of Sicario. They are going to hit this A site again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of mentality. But here we go.
And they don't plan on fixing it. Right back to the A site they go. Apollo and cruising, finding 2 early ones again. Nades raining down here in both lanes. The jump over and Ghost of Customs. A nice flick, but he can't escape the grasp of death, as they will find a way to put him down as well. And it's a 2-player advantage now for Sicario.
Hoping for the Hail Mary with a 2-piece. The nade is just too long. It kills Triple Undead, but it won't take him down. T-Roll from the flank. This one. The second goes to Undead as he closes off the flank challenge now, Jez. In a 1v3. With 35 on the clock. Cruising's going to go down first. That Ash 12 is a big, beefy, bully gun.
On the peak. Just trying to be the bully with that big, beefy, bully beast here. Dancing around, though. 18 seconds time. Slowly dwindling away. And Watchful will play around here as well. Jump over. Can't quite spot him. The peak. Watchful good for this one as Jess goes down. Sicario goes up. And they more than double the lead now at 7-3. 1 away from match point, and a much stronger showing here from Sicario on Skybridge.
If you were a fan of the cinema, you were hoping it was going to evolve the other way. But for Steez, this is looking like a last chance to win. 2 more rounds for Sicario to close this one out, which gives them some time. But that time ever so slowly slipping away from them round by round as Sicario continue the charge. Eyes on There's 2 members from S3 on the B side. They're going for a very wide flank. Watch those members.
JVT have a little line up here we haven't quite seen yet. Too many nade kills coming out from Steez, but maybe holding it to deny this device plant here. And now we will see it rain down. Does Undead avoid it? He does. Plant goes down. Duck has found one. T-Roll for another, though. And they've got bodies and numbers in their favor. Cruisin tries to answer back, but will be shut down by T-Roll. Ghost is good for one more. And Apollo is all alone, but he has found Ghost.
Yeah, a little bit of creature energy from Steez. Sees a little bit of a sub-step from Sicario, tripping and falling. The diffuser's about to come through on site. The device has been planted, so cover from Apollo might just save this from the depths of despair. The quick 2K and some great decision-making. It's going to give him a chance to come up clutch. 15 left on the... Wait, 15 left on the clock. He's done this. This is done for.
Whoa. Especially with those pre-fire shots coming in. It lets him know that he did get off that device plan. Apollo's able to tuck in, and he finds a 1v4 clutch. You talk about a pickup of the year. Maybe it was Apollo, Sicario, and now Apollo, a quadra, 14 on the board, and Sicario is 1 round away from closing it out.
Well played, Apollo. You've got a feel for Steez there. How do you let that one slip through your grasp? 3-8. We could have been 4-6. Oh, 4-7 even, sorry. My math is terrible. So up we go into KFC. Cruisin's going to find the first on to Ghost of Customs. Cruisin's going for the third. He doesn't quite get it after he takes down Duck. AVT closes him out. It's a good kill from AVT, actually. VIP control secured. This A site is still very much contestable from Steez. And that will bring in the rotation, which I think is a smart call from Sicario too.
Watchful's going to try to catch one on the rotation, but look at the positioning here that Apollo already has. And we'll play a little ring around the Rosie himself. Catches T-Roll on the shift back, though. A big pick here as well. Going to go ahead and take some time to deal with those bleeds. My man looking almost like a chicken nugget. We'll pop the reload. Jess continuing to shift forward. Still has that Ash 12 in hand. And, well, going to run into the waiting arms of Apollo, who can't seem to quit hitting the head. Strix will find the final one. And Sicario will avoid that lower bracket upset this time here in the upper semis, as they close this one out in 2-0 fashion. 9-3 in this one. And who else is your MVP other than Mr. Apollo C? 5 MVPs, 16, 5, and 4, and a job well done by Sicario.
A much better game from Sicario in that one. I actually think it's a tale of two sides in the maps, where we saw that Sicario were potentially struggling a little bit to get through the mire of actually getting the bomb onto site on ball and getting through that stale section of the round where they were kind of holding each other at bay. It felt a lot stronger from the side of Sicario holding Steez at bay on Skybridge. Like you mentioned, the bomb moved from site to site multiple times, but it just couldn't get itself off of their half of the pitch without losing the entirety of the lineup. So really strong performance from Sicario here in the second map. And a deserved 2-0 victory in the series. Have we seen the end of Steez? I don't think so. And I think if they get to play ball in any more of their matches, I think other teams are going to be very, very scared of that, because that ball performance versus Sicario looks good.
Honestly, I'm loving the way our lower bracket is shaping up. It's going to breed some really close, fun, interesting games. So obviously you don't want to be down there, but again, we've seen some really good Cinderella stories. We saw Sicario have to fight from that lower bracket in the previous season. Well, they make sure it doesn't happen this season. They get into that upper grand final, where they'll be waiting for an opportunity to punch their ticket into that big grand final at some point tomorrow, I believe. Potentially. Or no, that's next weekend, isn't it?
That would be
I
next
don't
weekend,
know.
I believe.
Oh,
Yeah, I think so at this point in
yeah.
time.
So I'll let Cracked have all the wisdom for you guys because it's certainly not in my department. But Sicario into that upper final there. New Dawn Covenant. This one I'm really excited for. New Dawn had a little bit of struggles against Syndicate, but despite that tough start to the game, they were able to battle back when it mattered most. Covenant, they just looked good all the way through it.
They really did, actually. Fair point given. This next match is going to be a good one too. I can't wait to see which one of these two teams has to play Sicario in that number 11 bracket. I mean, we could revisit what I think we saw from the previous Pinnacle, which is a New Dawn Sicario clash, which that one is one that I think is starting to become a bit of a rivalry in the NA scene as, you know, two of the considered top tier teams in the seedings. New Dawn, one of the few teams to really have put a true challenge up against the likes of Sicario in a best of series. So that's another one that's exciting. Like you said, there's every potential that that doesn't end up being a New Dawn Sicario match. There could be a Covenant Sicario match depending on how they're going to play in this next series coming up. That is going to be the final series for you folks for the day. Not now. No, we're not finishing just yet. I mean, the series that is going to come, the following potential three maps, 2 or 3, are going to be the final series for you guys for the day. And we will be tripping over our words for the rest of the day for sure. I guarantee that one, because that seemed to be the theme for the tipped tongues inside of the casting booth. However, these players certainly weren't tripping over inside of the arena. Let's take a little look at the highlights and see what happened to close out our first best of 3 series in Pinnacle Season 2. Oh dear.
Who put that in the replay? I want answers. They did my man a little bit dirty on the DK, but hey, it's part of the game. It does happen sometimes. We've seen a few throughout the day here today from guns and nades both, and it's about not allowing that to affect the mental and being able to battle back. But it's easier said than done when it's not Sicario on the other side just breathing down on you. And this pressure from Sicario was relentless here on Skybridge.
Yeah, it's like adding the variables on top, isn't it? Oh, we made a slight mistake. Okay, fair enough. Oh, we made a slight mistake at a competitive level. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Oh, we made a slight mistake at the competitive level against one of the best teams, if not considered the best team seeded in the region. Well, fudge. That kind of sucks. Speaking of kind of sucking, AVT certainly definitely doesn't kind of suck with this weapon. I've been very impressed and enthused to see this man rocking the AVT today. It's been good fun, and it certainly has been cinnamon nonetheless. It ends up coming up clutch here to be able to fill the final kill. Good Ghost of Customs doing some great work and getting traded out. T-Rolf also making his P90 do some great damage. We saw Shades of S3 doing some cool stuff, but the wave of the momentum was ridden by Sicario for the majority, right, Hawk?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think it was a little back and forth early. We saw, you know, kind of some of that closeness early on. I mean, it was even 5-3 at half. But once we swapped sides, the attacking side for Sicario just could not be stopped. And even when they had a chance here, Apollo, this 1v4 clutch was absolutely insane. A true masterclass from Apollo. The ins and outs, the shifting in and out of VIP, finding and taking these engagements, isolating the ones. Just that play, in my mind, the play of the day so far, even though we've had a couple really good aces.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And an ace as epic as it is, you know, it does kind of get trumped by that. It was one decision-making process in that for me where Apollo decides to just completely and utterly patch the fight that's going on in front of him because it is more important to swing for the guy on site and claim that kill. So yeah, no, couldn't agree more on that one for you. Definitely on board with play of the day, I guess, so far. And although it's not an Overwatch scene, I'm sure Port's giggling at all the amazing comments that you guys are coming up with in the chat as well. Folks, it's been a delightful day so far. We've loved all the positivity and good vibes that you guys have been coming out with, so don't stop to keep it coming. We have our job to do in keeping the action rolling, and we have another best of 3 series to delight you guys with in the very near future. But for now, Hort, I think we need to take a moment, right?
Yeah, time for a little breaky poo. And I was giggling because Little Italy said the same thing I said. Now how was that in the highlight? You did my boy dirty. So shout out to Ghost of Customs. Guys, hey, you can think about it during our break. Go ahead, stretch the legs, grab the snacks, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Tarkov Arena action.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our final lap. That's right, we've made it to the end of the first day of Pinnacle Season 2, but it is not the end of the action just yet. No. Myself and Hort are here to take you through our final best of 3 series of the day between 2 victorious teams from earlier on. Without too much further ado, before we get into the details, take a small second to say thank you to the partners that have helped make this possible. Obviously, the Hunt Premier and Battle State Games have partnered together to bring you this action for the entirety of the year and since just before. As well as that, since summer, we've had Aorus and AMD Radeon riding alongside us on the wings of success to help partner alongside that beautiful work that Hunt Premier and Battle State Games have been putting in to bring you many a tournaments from the ACS, the HPL, and now even NA Pinnacle Season 2. So a shout out and thank you to Aorus and AMD again as we do ride off on those wonderful wings of steel into the sunset for our final series of the day. Hort, it's a beautiful head-to-head. Talk me through the 2 teams. Talk me through your perspective as to who you think might be favored going into this before we look at the maps, and then we'll check out some picks and bans.
Well, we got New Dawn over here on the left side. Slaughter, Pug, Guy, Steezy, Rosin. I mean, they had a tough start in their matchup earlier, but they were able to finalize that dub. They were down 5-0. They got 6 rounds in a row before they battled back. Covenant on the other side of things, Exquisite looked nasty today. Nick, Boa, Ghostly, Nova, all getting their job done in dominating fashion against last season's second-place team of Aspect. Yeah, there's been a few roster changes there, but still, those core members, last season's second-place runner-up. So, for me, normally I would lean into New Dawn being slightly favored here, but I feel like my spicy days are always day one. So there's just something about Covenant for me, especially with the way they were playing earlier. So I am going to take Covenant in this one. I believe I don't know if it goes to 3 or not. Something tells me 2-0 as well, but I'd love to see this one go all the way to 3.
Okay, well, let's not speculate to accumulate too much. Let's take a look at the maps and let's see what the territory tells us. Wait a minute. Hold up a minute. Have we got a rewind button so we can play that again just to make sure I saw that right? Covenant of Band 4.
Slow-mo. Can we add slow-mo and confetti for cracked as well?
We get it again. There we go. So, Fort banned by Covenant. New Dawn take out Skybridge. The first match is Iceberg. And the crowd goes wild. Yeah, right. Everybody's least favorite map is now the first in the pick for the series of 3. Covenant take us to Iceberg. Bay 5 is New Dawn's selection. As either team gets their pick of the maps for the first 2, the decider will find us looking at Ball. Hort, thoughts?
Maybe early Christmas for you, baby. Iceberg on the board, and the fact that Covenant is comfortable picking it right away makes me happy, makes me excited, and makes me confident for Covenant. But, again, honestly, there's not a lot of look for how many times these teams have played these maps. So it is hard to get a good understanding of, which way this one may play out, other than the fact that we've seen Covenant playing very, very well today. So if they show up early on Iceberg like they did in their first matchup of the day, then I expect to see another dominating performance. Bay 5, here we go. Probably my least favorite map in the current map pool. But New Dawn, very, very good on this map bowl, that decider if we happen to get there. And so we didn't, it was all Fort and what were the first maps? Fort and
Skybridge. We double Fort, double Skybridge, and then we
That's
did
right.
Ball and Skybridge for the best of 3 series.
So, it's nice that we don't see that in any of the deciders. We haven't seen those teams on these maps. So, it's nice that we're keeping it fresh here.
I'm down for some new scenery. I'm always down for some Iceberg. Which team is more favored here? We don't really have too much logic to give you, unfortunately, folks. This is a fresh look at this map for this region. It'll be the first time any NA team on a competitive environment has visited this one on stage, I believe, as far as we've seen. I could be maybe capping on 1 or 2 games from previous history that have slipped my mind since, but we definitely haven't seen a lot of it. Certainly not enough to be making any gravitational decisions as to whether a map belongs to a team or whether it's particularly favored a playstyle. Wise is a different conversation. Covenant will have an interesting time rotating through mid. They showed us good structure and good crossfire team play, both pre-plant and post-plant in their first match today. So they're going to be interesting that they've picked this one up on Iceberg for me. I'm really curious to see Covenant's approach to this. Have they got a textbook that matches the Iceberg playstyle? Because it's very different to the textbook they showed us from match 1.
Maybe they were watching some of that ACS and taking notes from some of our CIS region teams, but we'll have to wait and see. Not much longer as we're ready for this one. Covenant New Dawn head-to-head here in a best-of-3, starting out on Iceberg. An exquisite opening up with a nade. This man has been a monster today, and already you don't want to see him get hot if you're New Dawn, but it looks like that's where he's headed.
Yeah, these guys are wanting to be a little bit stylish with it here on Iceberg, getting themselves out on the stage. Serve it cool over ice. Or maybe just an ice cold mentality. Only one member in the grave so far. It's New Dawn that's lost a teammate in Steez. Poor Steezy is back seated on the bench for the time being as we see 2 bullets vanish, 3 bullets vanish. Members of Covenant equivalently quickly. Ghostly going to be the only one to pick up a trade on the way back. The bomb over towards this A site, and 2 members left to try and pilot it towards a plant location.
We're going to shift onto the site here. Right now we see New Dawn comfortable with this kind of playing Hickey in the background, giving that space, but Covenant actually sneaks this plant down here. Nova have to get a little bit of damage. Will pepper forward, needs to find at least one of these picks relatively soon. He is going to get slaughtered here on the peak. Can he find the second? Dancing around, needs to get this reload. Has Ghostly on the overwatch here as well. They're going to try to work together to keep New Dawn at bay.
Shots out of Raz and cover Nova off from the site with good defensive repel. Only Ghostly is left alive to cover this. The guy Aiden now holding from the site wall. He's going to play cover on Razin. Shots from the RPDN won't pen the scenery, which gives Guy Aiden space to stop him from defusing the defuse. All the diffusers aside, it does come through for New Dawn and defending side of the first round as a point on the board. Guy Aiden with a kill, 2 apiece for Razin and Pug.
One on the board is a great way to start here for New Dawn. We saw Ghostly trying to shift back, but I think he wasn't quite expecting him to be able to tuck so far away from that bomb. And as you mentioned, just not able to kind of get that fire through there. Great positioning from New Dawn. And really didn't even have to worry about the contention there from Ghostly at that point. So Covenant finds themselves down by 1 on their map pick, starting out from this attacking side. And we often talk about the importance of mid control on a map like Iceberg. We're going to see a little bit of that looking to happen here as Nova is headed that direction.
Good shot from Nova. Slaughter is caught a little bit slow on his feet. Steezy. The response, Ghostly picks up Guy Aiden. Some bullets across the stage from both teams, not finding a mark. Steezy then finds Nick. Ghostly has Steezy. Razin in mid is going to be able to try and pick out Nova. Nova with the drop to the height change finds the angle onto Razin first for the headshot. 3 members of Covenant now start to move in towards B. Bomb planted. Pug left in the 1 versus 3.
Not an ideal situation here. Now with 45 seconds on the clock. Got to try to make the magic happen. At least you got that P90, 50 rounds. Unfortunately, Nova's got one as well, and he's waiting on the other side. Covenant, he dropped the first one, but they make sure to tie it up here in round 2.
I'm still not placing any bets just yet. Holding on to both sides of mid. Covenant played a way better central control in round number 2. The adjustment comes to New Dawn to approach this. We said this about the first time playing a new map in a competitive environment on screen. It will be down to the team that is able to react to the adjustments better. Will come out on top. We see 2 members challenging again mid from the New Dawn side. Nova's played off from a safe angle from elevators to try and change it up. Flash out towards K2 as Ghostly's respecting K3. Shots out of Puck, K1, Nick Man goes down. Puck for 2 good kills to defend on the A site.
That's where it's tough. Ghostly just doesn't have that rate of fire up close like that P90. Pug, 2 big picks. Now they have the luxury of just being patient. It's up to Covenant to make something happen. We see Exquisite trying to do that, but Guy Aiden quick to shut him down. Dominic knows there's one close. We'll spot the barrel here of Rosin, who will just fall back and look to play the angle here.
We have mentioned a couple of times today about defending teams with numbers advantages, but being a bit too over-aggressive on pinks and giving their life too free. This is not something New Dawn have shown at all. The angles being held, and that barrel peak positioning, just trying to draw the attention out, will never ever swing. It's good play from New Dawn. In a flawless round in the bag. 2-1, they're looking good here on Iceberg.
Back and forth we go. It's that game of tug-of-war that we love to see. Honestly, we've been blessed with a ton of overtimes here today. A ton of great games throughout all the series. As we are now into our 6th and final series of Hunt Premieres. Hunt Pinnacle NA number 2. Just day 1, though. Plenty of action coming here over the next 2 weekends. Back to Iceberg Covenant, looking to reel this one back. It looks like the majority of everybody heading toward that A site. Comfortable leaving Nova to kind of handle this mid area.
Ooh, unfortunate. As the blue-on-blue action leaves New Dawn a member short here in round number 4. Nick able to stand by and witness what looks like the mistake going on play. Razin now, after killing one of his teammates, is going to do 2 times damage to the enemy team. Nearly 3 as Ghostly managed to have better steps, then goes down immediately to... No, he doesn't actually. How's Ghostly got away with his life? What is that?
Dominic will not get away with his life. Ghostly over the top, eventually put down. Steezy finds Nick. And New Dawn will strengthen that lead a little bit here now. Up by 2 through our first 4. Pugs sitting at 5 and 3. Guy, 4 and 1 as well. And, you know, everybody just kind of filling that role nicely. We're seeing him finding and winning a lot of these engagements, finding those trades if they don't, kind of those important basic fundamentals that we talk about for a lot of the teams. New Dawn doing well here on Iceberg.
I'd love to hear the mentality and the choice from Covenant. I wish Ghostly had a gun. Imagine Ghostly had a gun in that situation when he jumps couch. P90, an HK, a Model 1. I don't know, man. The RPDN, it just feels like it loses out on that fire rate gunfight, like you mentioned earlier, that leaves him at a little bit of a disadvantage. Ghostly, an expert player. I mean, let's see if he's going to make it work.
He doesn't find a home. The Exquisite. Gonna drop some more util on site, and I have to agree. I think that weapon can be viable in places like Fort, but in Iceberg, there's a lot of close quarters here, and unless you're instantly getting that one tap, that P90 just seems to excel most of the times. Not this time, though. Guy Aiden continues his tear, and he is from heating up to on fire.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to fetch the fire brigade to put that one out. A lot of wood around Iceberg. You don't want to have the whole place set on fire. Thoughts of fire safety aside to one moment, as I need to find myself a set of earplugs to be able to watch through the gameplay as the sound of that RPDN is both beautiful and noisy all at the same time. Easy finds one onto Exquisite, and the Covenant front line starting to feel like a paper trail as it gets left piece by piece in tatters on the ground. Oh.
They're having trouble getting any space on toward the site, and you know, maybe looking to send more through mid, trying to get some control that way. And it's just some of that utility here that we haven't really seen smoking off some of these sight lines. We see New Dawn getting up very close on personal, holding these angles, and unfortunately for Covenant, they're not able to find those early picks to allow them to pressure onto the site. We haven't really seen a ton of plants here from this squad, and now it's just 1 round. Again, this is their map pick here on Iceberg. They were feeling confident. Maybe they do much better on that defensive side, but still, 1 round is usually not enough.
It's very hard on that A site if you get caught in the K1, 2, and 3 angles from the flank and the right-hand side to not feel suffocated. The space from around you gets stolen very quickly on Iceberg. Lose those ones. Good fights on stage. Big swing out on the right side to long. Needs to be successful for them to have full control. Guy Aiden trying to down between the two members. Actually goes down to Nick holding his angles. Nova in a good position in mid now has way better control. Beacon opened up as Razin has a good fight. 4v2. Covenant have B control, but they don't realize that they have site access just yet due to a good smoke from New Dawn.
Exquisite dancing around on toward the site. Rosin up above here. I think Exquisite has eventually heard him. We'll definitely know now as the shots ring out. Rosin inching forward. There is a lot of members looking his direction at the moment. Nobody's found him yet. Nade heading up here as well. We'll push him down right into Exquisite. Pug on the other side, able to find Dominic. Can he find 3 more, though?
It's good shots out of Pug. 10 seconds left per player, though. Lots of work still to do. Bit of cheese to top the health up, and this one's going to feel a little bit tough. Got to get in there by about the 20-second timer to be able to really make this happen. Pug will be more than keen to try and take this one home. 18 on the clock. The angles are too hard now. Too many places to check. Time bleeds away. Ghostly does a good job of repositioning, and that will kite Pug into the trap.
Important round there for Covenant. It was starting to get a bit rough for them. I mean, we've seen some crazy comebacks here today already, but you don't want to put yourself in that position if you don't have to. So, again, important round for them to begin to reel it back. New Dawn solidified a minimum of a tied half. Covenant will be fighting for something similar here as we've got 2 rounds left to be played out. And you wonder if maybe we do see a bit of a weapon swap here when we switch halves from Ghostly.
We will get to see. Doesn't surprise me, Covenant heading back towards the B site. Again, 2 sent towards mid to try and establish this early control. Good grenade out of Slaughter's going to pick up an early aggressive push out of Nova. That changes the pace of things drastically. Support called in from the A site as the 0-numbered player on the minimap, and Razin swings for a rotation. Steezy on that aggressive play out of mid from the control. They've picks up Ghostly. And now you see this conversation we spoke about, suffocated space. Look at how trapped Covenant are towards this B site now they've committed because of the fact that that mid connector just, I mean, it's not even 25% of the map now. They are tucked into 10, if not 5% of map control. The rest belongs to New Dawn.
Patience here from New Dawn. That's the luxury of that defensive side. The flash is a beautiful one, though. You can see Guy Aiden tuck it in. He's got the shades because he's blind. Exquisite Nick. They power on from a 5v3 to a 2v3, and Slaughter will find one more. Exquisite Nick go down in quick succession, and Guy Aiden has been phenomenal on Iceberg.
Al, 3 of the top frags on New Dawn, Steezy, Pug, and Guy Aiden all together. They're playing all together now when it comes to the kill feed. 7-4, 7-4, 7-2. Like you said, crucial value of playing their life out of there from Guy Aiden. Really making the difference. Round number 7 in the book, 8 on the board, last of the first half for both of these two teams. Covenant looking to try and close the first half out with at least a 5-3 score line. It's already 5-2. They don't want to be going into that half at 6-2 with the pressure on them on the defending side.
They can find this final round here in the first half. Pug has been posted up in the same position for the majority of these defensive rounds here. So I'm finding that nasty 2-piece a few rounds ago. I think they're aware. They're going to try to find them with that flash. Not sure if it connected here, though, because we don't see much of a reaction from Pug in the silhouette.
Couple of pops to some pre-fire and some spray through the scenery as Nick the Man does manage to find the headshot on the Pug. That's a good early pick-up. Ghostly now manages to make that fourth kick come to fruition. Guy Aiden is killing the meanwhile, but Exquisite's going to be closing it out. 2 for Exquisite. And 1 for everybody except Nova across the board sees Covenant with a very confident final round on their attacking half. Scoreline 5-3 as we swap over. New Dawn on the attack, in the lead by 2.
And we see Dominic get on the board there as well. So, you know, maybe just a little bit of a slow start for them, but I feel like, Iceberg is a little bit more defensive for a lot of these teams. As you mentioned, it does kind of vary from team to team, but so they still have an opportunity. I think at 5-3, you're comfortable, whether you're New Dawn or Covenant. I think you're comfortable with the job that you did, given the halves that you were on. But it's about finding a couple early rounds for Covenant here now in this second half, because if they give up a couple early ones and allow New Dawn so many opportunities to close it out, we've just seen that the majority of teams are able to do so.
Yeah, both teams having a good understanding of the mid control required, but Covenant on the defending side are really heavily committing to making sure they have that stable control. Dominic having the second player on the back of him in the library that has now rotated off, split, and then towards headshot, making sure that the two-man push got him into his position mid-stairs. B-site closed for business as Exquisite gets the pick on the cross.
Slowly begin to inch forward here. Maybe just trying to limit some of the audio. As we see Exquisite does begin to shift away from that B site. He'll head toward this mid area. Now he's going to go ahead and start rotating toward A. So they may have figured this play out here. We can see Nick proned in the background, Ghostly. Everybody just holding their respective angle and waiting for this pressure from New Dawn.
I wanted to let the announcer finish there because he was speaking wisdom into my ears. The clock's ticking, time to rev it up. Covenant, they don't need to move a muscle. They're just going to stand and hold the line. Hold the door. It ain't open. Oh dear, okay. Strong defending side from both teams. Neither team able to really find that opening pick to get onto a site. Mid control's been fought well by both sides, but neither team really actually managing to make the success that they've found in mid elaborate onto something else. It kind of just slammed to a grinding halt when they tried to push into a site from some good defensive positioning on either team's side. Covenant pick a good one up and close the score gap to 1. New Dawn still in the lead at 5-4.
And we really haven't seen a ton of pressure through mid. We're going to see New Dawn send it this time, though, and it's Aiden and Pug that combine for a 2. We can see Ghostly in the background. Rosin's going to find the Exquisite. Steezy, unfortunately, will take out a teammate, but they still got numbers in their favor. That's the first body they lose here. And for the first time, we're seeing through that mid presence, they're able to capitalize and take advantage and control of this B site. Guy Aiden will linger here a bit longer, and they weren't ready for it. Nick dodges a bullet, though, somehow survives, but not for long.
Yeah, one person left alive from Covenant, and he's going to get blocked by the scope. Round goes to New Dawn. There are many ways to approach mid-control. One of them is, as you saw executed there, simply slam larger numbers and win the fight by force. 3 people run at Nova, and Nova is no more. Now, what is the adjustment from Covenant? Do they look to Util to try and grenade that aggressive push? Are they going to play the side angles from Split and from Beacon instead to try and sandwich Pincer? What is the adjustment? 2 to library. Everybody's here again. It's a big boom, 3-man shove. Nova's just giving the challenge to himself to I can win this. Free fire, 1 for Nova, 2 for Nova. He really does just win those. He's that much better.
Still on this Enforcer class, still trying to hold it down. Has gotten 5 kills here. They find themselves down by 2 rounds, desperately needing some more, and Dominic picks up on the Steezy. Dominic was silent in the opening 4 or 5 rounds, but he's come alive here lately. Slaughter, Rosin, the last 2 standing here for New Dawn, and Covenant just looking to get 1 step closer to tying it up.
Rosin finds a really good pick up. Evan Ghostly trying to play eye in the sky. He's going to get taken out. No Lord of the Rings power on for you, sir. Slaughter, good kill onto Exquisite. 3 versus 2. This work that Nova's done in mid slowly starting to get undone. Smoke out. They might not have mid control now, New Dawn, but they have given themselves some breathing room. The threatening part is Nick the Man has not been called into play yet. As soon as that fight starts, right today, and Nick starts pushing through to those elevators. That space that they have available at the moment for New Dawn is slowly going to start shrinking away. Here comes Nick. Here comes the squad.
Not sure if Rosin saw any feet in that jump over. He's going to see the body here. Shots look decent, but they don't connect. Dominic's taking a little bit of damage. Rosin cautious to the other side. Nova's coming, but Nick has found the kill onto Rosin. Slaughter on the 180, gets one, tries to get the second, jumping around, but he's got no rounds in the mag, and well, ends up in a body bag. Dominic will put him there. Covenant will get within striking distance now, one away.
Is it a comeback? Or is it the ebb and flow of the game? We've seen Covenant produce this earlier today as well, where they were able to claw their way back into a game. They're even to keep themselves an advantage for a small period of time, but closing the game out. It's the most crucial part. And a series versus a team that is definitely seeded higher and has a vast amount more experience at the competitive levels. You would like to take home Iceberg for the advantage. New Dawn again are going to kick out of spawn with their eyes set on the prize of planting that bomb. Mid control pushed up this time. Steezy's not leaving anything to chance with the pre-fire. He's just going to keep covering off Nova from an aggressive swing. Nova trying to play his life is going to kite back and out of mid control. So New Dawn have now established that foothold on the stairs, which is very crucial from that attacking side.
Slaughter's got an aid in hand, though. Looks to smoke off some of this territory. We'll get back here. Waiting is Exquisite. Exquisite was on fire earlier, but hasn't been able to connect the shots like we saw on that Skybridge here. And now it's 6 and 8. Bit of a tough time on Iceberg. Covenant still trying to tie it up. All 10 players are still standing in this one, but still a minute on the clock to work with.
Yeah, the one slight tension from this mid-fight is you have to be on your toes at all times. You can't ever let your guard down from the left-hand side, as that library swing can be deadly. Razin and Pug do a great job of respecting it. Nova on the long angle from single is going to find a kill. Ghostly up top this time in the same place as last time, but well positioned away from the cover. Leave himself open. Second kill comes through. Nate goes up top, and Ghostly's on a little bit of a rampage now. It's Sky Hayden that picks him up. Nova trades one for Slaughter on a different angle. It's Sky Hayden last left alive in a 1v2.
Aiden's been playing consistently well here for the squad, and you talked about it. Oh, and now he's up to 12 with that nasty shot onto Nova. 18 seconds on the clock, though. Nick can afford to play a little bit of time. It's up to Guy to clear these angles, scoop up the device, and find the plant. Time dwindling away. He's going to be able to tuck in here, though, and that's going to force Nick to come forward, and he is going to get the plant down. Can he? Oh, it gets here in time. The animation's too much. Aiden goes down, and Covenant has found a way to tie it up here in round 12.
A tied game, 6 apiece, and the scoreline is settled even. Covenant have put together a fair few rounds in a row now. A little bit of that consistency we've been asking for coming to the forefront. Even spread scorelines again for both teams. You get 12 and 6 Sky Aiden, you're 11 and 8 Nova, leading the charge for either side respectively. Mid control again, just something we are locked in on. Covenant have gone for a completely open section. Now this is an interesting approach. This is one of the ways to play mid, but this is like a, you lead your opponent into a trap. A false sense of security, the mid is fully uncovered. Library rotates in. Slowly, Covenant start to take space towards the divider. Dominic going all the way around through spawn as A site. They just start to get a sense that whilst they left mid open, there was no mid presence at all, and therefore they've got to be stacked towards A. You see Gaeden has worked his way into the B site. You've got a tucked player in Exquisite over on that B site as the Bomb and squad now rotate that way. The lurk from Nova and Library is going to move around to reinforce. The Battle Buddy squad stacks together.
They've all but shifted on to the other side here. We are seeing shots exchanged. Guy Aiden does find Exquisite as well. And now knows the pressure is coming from above. We still see that plant finally being put down on the site here as well. They've got good control. There's some pressure coming in from behind, but there's a long lurk here from Rosin as well.
Guy Aiden's going to work weave and while his way into the wonders of Ghostly. Steezy gets a grenade kill onto Nova in the background. Nick the Man is going down. Dominic is the last left alive. This is going to be a much more confident round from New Dawn and a great recovery here in round number 13. 7-6, they take the lead back.
7-6, and Guy Aiden with 14. We see Pug get into double-digit kills, but honestly, the kills across the board here for New Dawn. Pretty spread out, pretty even, and they're just playing consistently well together. They look a little bit more like a cohesive unit here on Iceberg. And for Covenant, it just, sloppy is certainly not the right word, but it just seemed like things were looking a little bit iffy for them on some of these setups, kind of only posting up one at mid, not really giving it as much attention as we normally see, you know, on that attacking side as well. But they found a way to come back here on the defensive side. They've got to continue to power forward, and they've got to do it without one of their star players in Exquisite.
Dominic finds Steezy. First kill down for the round after Exquisite goes as well. We've got a kill from either side. Oh, big pick from Pug in mid as Nick the Man is not willing to let that kill feed stay one-sided.
Timing don't play out in the favor here, and now Pug in a bit of trouble, but he's still able to find Dominic, who continues to have a little bit of a tough time here on Iceberg at just 5 and 10. Guy Aiden posted up control of the site yet again here. And Covenant trying to find a way on. Ghostly will get one. Guy Aiden quick to find the trade, though.
Yeah, Nick the Man has kind of become a little bit of an unknown factor. They didn't know where he was coming from. He gets the first pick from heaven. Down the stairs comes Nick. The device has been planted, and Slaughter, he just has to play his way smart around the scenery. It's a tough angle to fight on the left-hand side. Slaughter plays the right, smart, wise choices out of the New Dawn captain with 10 on the clock. Nick needs to make it happen now. With no bullets, he's going to go for the melee, and that's going to see him going down. New Dawn take the score lines at 8 and 6. Put themselves with 2 map points.
Always tough when you've only got the sword to work with, but hey, I love the opportunity. He certainly went for it, but in the end, not able to get it. New Dawn, as you mentioned, up to match point. Couple opportunities to close this one out as well, and if they take Iceberg, very well could close out in 2-0 fashion of their own as we get set and ready for Bay 5 coming up here in a moment. Exquisite and the rest of the crew need to dig deep, and well, best case scenario for them at this point is going to be some OT.
I don't know about OT now. New Dawn have seen themselves a sliver of light at the end of the tunnel. And I heard that somebody made a life into the light at the end of the tunnel of being the New Dawn. Shots out of Dominic and a full 50 rounder of E90 down. Nova's one that plays price. Okay.
Does Exquisite know he's tucked right or left here, though? Well, he does now, but it's a bit too late because he is sleeping. Dominic answers back toward Rosin. Ghostland here at mid. On the jump over, able to avoid it. No, but not for long. The headshot will rain down, and he's starting to put in some work here on this Enforcer class, but is it going to be enough? The device has been planted yet again, and New Dawn's so good on these post-plant positionings.
K2 and K1 tucked at the back between 2 and 3 is Pug. Ghostly now the positions take out Slaughter. Second as both kills come through. Covenant do survive a round and pull it back to 1.
Oh, dare I speak? I don't even know if I want to say the words OT because I don't want to jinx it, but man, I'd love to see it here on Iceberg. Covenant at risk of losing their map pick. They were feeling confident. Taking a little bit of a gamble. We don't see a lot of teams tackling Iceberg, so you love to see it from them, but now they find themselves hoping for that OT to try and clinch up their map pick. They need this round here to do it.
Can they clutch up when they need to? Covenant under pressure, down by 1. Final map point in the hands of New Dawn as it's Nick the man that jumps in aggressive early to make the difference.
Gets a piece, Ghostly snaps to the dome and sends him home. Rosin goes down. He finds a 2K before the nade rains down and finds his life. But Nova spots him on the jump over. Slaughter's going to be able to get this plant here as well. Nova peeks back toward mid. He's going to lose Dominic in the meantime. Exquisite. Now on a 2v2. Catching Pug first. Shots. No, Slaughter finds it from behind. He's able to get away, and Nova doesn't catch him.
Confirms from the pre-fire of Slaughter is down there. Now Nova going to let him get across the angle. Nova normally has a really good game sense. He's going to read the peak. He's got 25 seconds to play with more than enough time. Slaughter's going to get baited out from a bit of pre-fire. Nova just trying to win the mag try, goes for the big swing, and he kills Slaughter like it's easy work. 8-8. Nova nails the clutch, and Covenant push us to overtime.
It's moments like that that sometimes I wish we could hear that Discord call or those team comms, wherever it might be, you know, because you know they're screaming in excitement. It comes down to the wire. Nova, under pressure, does not crack, will turn into that diamond-style play. And now we find ourselves in OT. New Dawn had a chance to close it out. Covenant able to stay around long enough to find OT. And they push it over the edge here, though. We've seen a lot of great overtime so far, even a double overtime at one point. So glad to be back here.
So much more in store still from this match as well. 2 rounds apiece now, 2 attacking rounds from Covenant, 2 defending from New Dawn, and we shall swap sides and go again for 2 more. The best of 4, the first person to 3 at any point in time, or best of at the end of the 4. Mid control again. New Dawn only sending 1 Steezy to Ghostly. Nova takes that Steezy. Mid stairs still under pressure. Nova has to watch his angles from all 3 sides. He's got 1 on split, 1 on the stairs, and 1 pushing through to the B site that's trying to shoot him through beacon.
Nova finds Slaughter. Slaughter's going to heal up just a little bit here on the other side. See Covenant on this attacking side being a little bit more patient this time. Not trying to explode onto the side. Exquisite will find Guy. Now they've gotten 2. Nova catches the flank, but Pug a bit quicker here as he's able to find the headshot onto Nova.
Thanks to the good work in the forward lines, though, the team's leveled at 3-3, and information gathered that the flank is coming in. It will slow down the push onto site as they have to respect that somebody could be coming in quickly from that flank. Slaughter finds Exquisite on that tight angle from mid-control that is all so vital. Nick.
Maybe just going to go for it here as well. Now we got to check the top of the steps. Rosin here on the peak. I think he just spotted a bit of the dome there. On that peak out, pre-fire will come in as the plant does go down. Numbers favoring New Dawn, but time slightly on Covenant's side. Maybe not for long as Rosin has found a big pick.
Good trades. Slaughter and company managed to work their way through the good numbers advantage they earn early on in the round to get themselves in for the defuse on site. We don't take the first in overtime, put themselves to a 9-8 scoreline. Defending side, definitely in a better position on this one in Iceberg when it comes to overtime. The attacking side is very creative on Iceberg, which leads you to becoming exhausted to different versions of gameplay very quickly. As only so many times you can shove 3 people down mid and it not end in the same result. Same thing for slamming A and slamming B. The round that is the deadliest here is finding a fight on site in a 1v, allowing you to get in the back lines and rotate behind through library or vice versa through elevators from either the attacking or defending side's perspective. So we will keep a keen eye on the flank, but neither team has done a job of disrespecting it so far. Actually, it's been very heavily respected, and flankers have been found falling straight over instead of being able to find free kills.
Oh, Pug finding the first one onto Nick again. Ghostly does step out and get that trade at a bare minimum here. 2 still tucked on toward the side as Ghostly will look to deal with the bleeds. Head, thorax, dangerously low here as well. And something that he's going to need to deal with. We do see him topping that off immediately here as Exquisite will have to wait for the smoke to clear.
See a 3-man stack through the side of that cabinet. Razin tucked up against the sandpit. Guy Aiden just on the far right-hand side of the site wall. It's Slaughter holding from split as Nova again has been tasked with this mid-control for the majority of the game for Covenant. He's done a relatively good job of winning out most of the time. Not necessarily always managing to convert into the round success, but he has won that fight into Slaughter. On the rotation, Nova nearly managing to pick the head on the angle. By the timing, he's going to find the second down in library. Good map knowledge from Nova comes to fruition. The bomb is going to go onto that B-site and plant, but have they smelt out the rat? Hello?
Oh, the jump right into the waiting arms of Steez. He gets caught off guard himself, and now Nova continues to pressure forward. Nova appears to be well-versed on Iceberg. You talked about the game since previously. The shots to follow at 16 and 12. Razin snuffing out that flame quickly, though, now on a 2v1.
25 left on the clock, and Razin in a 2v1. He's going to be allowed onto site. Tap for the plan for information. He's going to understand Dominic is across towards long. And there is nowhere near enough time to be able to pull this one off. Simple stick will call in the defending squad. And Covenant will claim their first round of overtime, tying us up at 9 and 9, the switching of sides. Covenant will go on to the defending side. New Dawn to the attacking side. 2 more rounds to decide this, as to whether we have a victor or whether we go again.
So far, I felt like both of these teams have played a little better from that defending side. So I think the fact that you see him get one on the attacking side is certainly a great position to be in heading in to the defensive half here for Covenant. But New Dawn is equally as dangerous. And I think it goes to show, I mean, the fact that we're in overtime, I think would show that. So it's really anybody's game at this point. It's been throughout the entirety of this one. You love to see it blessed by another OT, maybe a potentially second one here, but they still got to get through these next 2 rounds, and we're on board with Nova.
Lots of gunfire early across the Coliseum of Chaos, but nobody catching the curse of the corpse just yet. Nova from a rotation in heaven as mid is flooded. New Dawn trying to take new territory. It's new steps towards unfamiliar ground as Steezy and Pug are really pushing this smoke. Nova's in a great place to foil the plan too. He finds one. Does he realize how many men are behind this wall? Oh man, it's like a game down a shooting range and a shooting gallery that's more dangerous at shooting back at you than it is firing forward. What a shot out of Nova, though, to nail Slaughter with a bomb.
Nova has really been tearing it up in these last 3 or 4 rounds. So the whole game, really, I mean, you look, he's 18 and 13, but some really great decision-making that has helped lead his team to victory here. Ghostly on the pre-fire, doesn't hit the mark. Easy and Crew are going to try to pressure him, but he's got help. It's Dominic from the other side. Nick is there as well, and Covenant a flawless round. They only need one more now, Crack, to close it out at OT.
This would be the beginning to an upset. Were they able to convert on that one? 10 to 9. A map that certainly has gone the distance. Both teams being pushed to limits as well. You got great scorelines. Pug 17 and 14. Guy Aiden 16 and 12. Nova 18 and 13. Some big scores. Good to see that Ghostly has made up the depth of the gap that he was struggling with early on in the game as well. Ghostly really not managing to find the mark off the rip with that Enforcer kit, but since doing some great work.
A lot of early pre-fire here. Was it? Can say a little something see Slaughter on the other side. They'll begin to pressure it forward, but Nova, again, it's something they haven't been able to deal with on this P90. He continues to collect heads, and without Guy Aiden, it's going to get tougher here. Pug, another shining star at 17. We see that divisive Slaughter crossing over here in front of Ghost.
A little bit of chip damage down onto Nova, picking up that kill rather than flying ghostly on the rotation. Nova trades out. Pressure onto the B site and full control is there. Nick the Man's going to find himself a two-piece over towards the A site. And that is all she wrote. Covenant take the final kill with Dominic having the dance of death in mid alongside the battle for those stairs. But it is an overall victory after an OT battle. 11-9, Covenant take it home. And if you didn't before, now you know the name Nova, the MVP, and a notable effort towards the end of the game to really get that one over the line for his team in Covenant. A victory in Iceberg in map 1 in the best of 3 series versus New Dawn. Now New Dawn find themselves in unfamiliar ground for a little while, up against the ropes with an L in front of their name, which is not something that the New Dawn squad has seen in a fair while. They've been playing extremely well, and they've seemed to improve every time they've turned up. But this Covenant roster seems to have thrown a spanner in the works.
I mean, we saw Exquisite dominating earlier. Nova had a really big standout performance, I felt like, on Iceberg. And it wasn't just the fact that we saw a lot of big frags from Nova. It was the decision-making, the situational awareness on something that a map like Iceberg, where we haven't seen a ton of gameplay from a lot of these teams. So really stepping up big. That's a tough one for New Dawn. They get to match point first on Covenant's map pick. They let it slip into overtime, and then they let it slip away. And that's tough heading into Bay 5, but at least you get that comfortability of knowing it's your map pick, and it's a map that you should be able to reel back and look to send into this best of 3, which if we happen to get there would be bold, but I don't know what it was earlier. I just had a feeling that Covenant might be able to squeeze this one out in 2. I'd love to be wrong this time. One time only, guys. I don't normally like to be wrong, but I would love to be wrong for this one.
Did he say squeeze it out in 2 for Covenant? Are we okay, chat? Things are going wrong today. We're playing Iceberg and Heart's predicting a New Dawn loss 0-2. I'm not sure this is... The script's definitely been flipped. It used to be me that would be sitting here saying, yeah, New Dawn aren't going to pull it off. There's no way. Something's going wrong. What are we on for? What are we on for? Well, I'm down for a day of upsets. I'm not against any crazy kooky scenarios. And, I mean, you've got to give it to Covenant. I wouldn't say that New Dawn necessarily threw that one either. I think that New Dawn played really well in that one there. I think just Covenant had a really good grasp of how Iceberg played as a map. And they actually showed that there's been some meditated, I think, research done versus New Dawn too. Maybe they've played them in scrims before, because there was a couple of reads of rotations that were matched very well from Covenant's side in that map that looked more premeditated than just straight reactionary. It looked like they had a good idea as to what was going on from the textbook of New Dawn, of how they liked to hold from their defending side, and they played very well into it. So I'm impressed for now. We've got another map to go before this match is decided, and potentially 2 more maps to split the series. I don't think that New Dawn goes down this easily. I mean, they've been shown to be very good at developing and evolving in a game 2. I reckon that their game 2, their map 2 in this one, is going to be their evolution, and it might actually be one that Covenant finds themselves up against the wall in a tough scenario, maybe even down quite a few rounds early on, that they might have to respond to maybe 4, 5, even 6 rounds into the game.
Well, we saw him able to respond 2 different times here on Iceberg, so they'll be put to the test here on Bay 5. And you know, maybe I couldn't agree with you more. You're right. New Dawn is definitely not going to go silently into the night. We know how talented this squad is. It's one of the few teams that we've seen upset Sicario, sending them to that lower bracket in the Pinnacle NA #1. So we know they're capable of it. The talent's certainly there. We get to see it every time they step on the field here, every time they step on the screen. So I certainly don't doubt that, but yeah, I do have to, agree. I don't know what it is about day one. That's when my spicy side comes out, but I feel like, the yin and the yang roles have swapped a little bit here in day one.
I feel like it's probably because of finals weekend. We turned up and we were like, okay, so 7-1 underdog and 7th seed that kind of just squeezed it through playoffs is going to take the first best of 3-0. I think somebody in the background would be coming for me with like a fly swatter or like an electric version or something. Be like, no, it's finals day. Come on, sort it out. Put the suit jacket back on. Stop playing the clown suit. Okay, sorry, boss. No bad. But no, I think day one is definitely the day for upsets. I mean, it's the first day of a tournament. People haven't played in a little while. Nerves are still settling. There's a chance for upsets. There's absolutely everything to play for. You mentioned it, best of one series. You haven't got much time to make a mistake, and every team can capitalize. A couple of team kills, a wayward grenade here or there. It's all it takes, and it might just upset the flow of the game. So yeah, upsets happen on day one. We are in best of 3 series now, but even still, there is a little bit of day one juice in the air. I think Hort's right. There is definitely some sauce on the horizon. I'm hoping personally that the source was not that Covenant just took map 1. I don't want to see a New Dawn freight train from here now. They have the potential, but I'd like to see this one stay competitive to the end regardless of the result, because it's been a really good match to watch so far.
All of these today have been phenomenal. Even the couple matches that we had that were a little bit more one-sided. I mean, we saw a lot of high-paced energy action, but we've had a ton of very close games today. We've been blessed with a ton of overtime today, and it's only day one of our 4-day event here. So all the more reason to hit that follow button down below so you don't miss out on any of the action. I believe we've got a giveaway happening tomorrow as well. So all the more reason to tune back. And it'll be the same time as it was here today, 11 a.m. Eastern. And if you're across the pond here, like my beautiful brother on my left, that would be 4 p.m. GMT.
Oh, I'm excited for this one. I enjoy Iceberg. That was a good match of back and forth between the two teams. There was some cool jump shots that we got to see. Smokes are very difficult on Iceberg. It's very hard to have good, especially pre-plant smokes, because of how the way the map is shaped. It's very hard to get these smokes out for your advantage on the attacking side. Defending side, smokes are great on Iceberg. Map 2 is completely the other way sided. If you are able to set up for bomb plant with your smokes, you are so free in comparison to Iceberg. And I would argue even pre-plant smokes from the defending side here are super crucial too. If you want to talk about the teams in this context, the one thing New Dawn showed in their first map today, not in this series, but on the day, was that their smoke and their utility play was very finessed. It was very good. They were in sync both for deploying attacking smokes, defending smokes, and understanding when to adjust. We saw them drop the headshot E-box smoke to just an E-box smoke, to re-smoke E-box on 3 of their later attacking rounds because they recognized that the push was not coming through on the Fanta side. So I'm really, really keen to see how Covenant can put it to them in this, because util play is not something that you're just able to, pick up and you're good with it. Game sense and being a sick player at the game doesn't just generate util play. You have to have put the time in, the dedication into actually grinding this out. So where Covenant could have said, yeah, we won a lot on our gun skill on Iceberg, map 2 is going to be a different story.
Yeah, I mean, Bay 5 is a map we haven't seen yet today, so that's not something that we normally say either. I felt like in recent times it's been a lot of Bay 5, but, back to Bay 5 we go. Again, we've seen a lot of the scenery, so it's only fitting that we get to see all the maps today. Normally that's Iceberg that we see avoided, so you've been blessed with an early Christmas present as well. New Dawn, though, they're gonna need a little gift here if they want to make it to bowl. I feel like Covenant looking very, very good in all of their performances here today. Even when they had a little bit of a stagger, if you will, in the middle there in Iceberg, they were able to get the grip. Even staring down the fact that their opponents were at match point, they didn't really bat an eye. They just made it to overtime and then got the dub. So Bay 5, I think, is going to be an interesting one. A lot of, close quarter combat that we talk about. So do we see Ghostly switching up the kit? That's something that I'm kind of thinking about at the moment.
Interesting one. Definitely one for the thought process going into this. I've got a couple of players to watch out for, I think, here on Bay 5. The shining star for me in this one is going to be Pug. Guy Aiden has the second best stats here, other than Pug, across this New Dawn roster for Bay 5. They're definitely two of the stronger performers out of this 5 on Bay 5 specifically. Match histories for this Covenant lineup are a little bit more sparse. Sorry, bear with me. CK, Exquisite, having good performances previously, is going to be one to watch out for. Util on Covenant last time they were here was very good too. Okay, so we could be set for a good match here. Again, smoking top mid, that battle for Util, nading top mid, playing pressure, green gap. This is going to be... I don't have a favorite. I really don't have a favorite. This is like super balanced. Everything on the paperwork on my right hand side of my sheet of prep that I've done says it's New Dawn favored slightly, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we talk about looking out for, you know, Exquisite or Nova or Pug, I think for me, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on Dominic. Dominic had a pretty slow start on Iceberg, like 1-5, 1-6, something like that. And so, you know, I think now that we're heading to Bay 5 and it is New Dawn's map pick, you can't afford a slow start from any of these members unless you're winning rounds decisively. Then you can kind of let it slide. So, you know, like we talked about, I think at some point in the ACS, we said you're as strong as your weakest link. And so Exquisite, Nova, you know, you can pop off for so long, but how, you know, I want to see that whole team playing together. Dominic, so I'll be keeping my eye on Dominic to make sure that he has a better start here on Bay 5.
It's a really good point to bring to the table, actually. I was looking at it from the perspective of which of the stronger players is going to be able to help the team get it over the line. But I think you actually might have pulled a more important fact out from underneath the eyes of deceit, which is a very wise thing to do so here. The team performance as a whole, being able to have those members that are doing well on Covenant get Dominic to be able, or just to enable himself to find some success, actually really would make the difference in this. As balanced as it looks, like I say, with dressing down util, dressing down kit choices, that Enforcer's going to be an interesting, you know, quick check before we get into the game. Who's starting on the attacking side? Who's out the gate with the attacking side? I know it's here somewhere. I've just forgotten which one.
Yeah, it's on the sheet. So on the first one, or excuse me, on Bay 5, it's going to be New Dawn attacking first, Covenant on defense.
So New Dawn on the attack first. This could be good. You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see New Dawn start off with a 3 or 4 round lead. Early starting to round number 1 here on Bay 5 in map 2. Sees Nova with the first kill, though.
Nova has been on fire. Looking to do so here on Bay 5 as well. Nick's going to be the next to fall, though. Guy Aiden. Able to return fire down mid here. We see him good pressure in toward connector here. Looking to maybe topple this B site. Covenant has mirrored it well, though. You see that shift. Everybody off the A site. They have a little bit of this mid control from their spawn side, sitting on B side as well, but Steezy, a big pick on the Nova. Ghostly does answer back and is still rocking it. Dominic, the 2K, and Dominic's alive early.
You want to talk about alive? He is cooking. The third is a quick flick peek around the right-hand side of the corner. He's not going to give his adversary a chance to see his model before he slams home the bullet. That sends him packing. Covenant 1-0 up on Bay 5 in the first round. And Hort, you asked for Dominic. Where was Dominic map 1? Well, he's here today in map 2.
Yeah, he started picking it up at the end there at Iceberg. And, you know, I think it was a partial difference maker in them climbing back into that OT and pushing it over the edge. So it's a good start here from Dominic. If the rest of the crew continues to play as they were, then he may be up for smooth sailing, because Nova continues to just ego peek this. He's feeling confident, and it's exuberated at the moment, but Pug quick to turn it down here as Nick. Let's go down toward connector. One spotted, shots are close. Dominic somehow hanging on. He says, if I can't hit the arm, I'll hit the leg.
Really good play out of Pug. Nova's going to find one back onto Slaughter. The 2-man hold from the backside of this pill behind sight is strong from Covenant, but Do they realize there are two here in con to jump across? Nova is strafing to look for that guy that's crossed, and Raz and Guy Aiden get kills of their own apiece, one each from the con section. Oh no. Because where would he be? The last place you'd think he'd be, exactly where the other two were. Is Nova going to find his way in the middle here? If he gets this bomb pick, this is huge. Oh!
And Nova chase him down. He's got to be cautious. He didn't realize that one had shifted through mid here, and Guy Aiden, great positioning. New Dawn does reel it back, and it's been the theme of the day. It has been back and forth in a lot of these close games. It's going to continue to do so here so far through the first two on Bay 5.
Really great spin on the dime there from Guy Aiden after the turn of the play. Nova misses his timing, and Guy Aiden doesn't miss his. Round number 3. The device is heading towards mid. 2 triple. Now 1 triple 3 Tetris as fire escape is flooded through by the New Dawn squad. Three over to the A site for reinforcement. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and neither team wanting to throw out too much in the way of util. We hear a grenade and some smokes coming out towards that A site. New Dawn threatening to execute.
We see Slaughter on the other side. It looks like he's lining up some util himself here. Nova will shift away from Plat momentarily. Exquisite's gotten themselves up into an advantageous position here as well. I'm not sure if they're going to be ready for it. We see Slaughter inching forward, but man, this is a very, very slow round after those first 2 explosive ones.
Sometimes as the pace tailors off, each of the two teams lock in just that little bit more. A pick up from a main man in the captain as well. Two gone towards like Ghostly and Nova are holding disciplined angles towards the deck. They're flat covered up as Pug has found a way through from Gap. Good pick up. 2 down a piece per side.
Nova will find another. Yeah, instantly. Nova has just been very, very exciting to watch here in day 1. Already up to 5 and 2 through these first 3 rounds. Dominic Ghostly picking up as well. And Ghostly, we talked about his kind of a little bit of a slow start for him as well on that Enforcer class. Not the case here on Bay 5. Rosin finds himself in a 1v3. Numbers certainly stacked against him here momentarily. And Nova, he picked up that big bad boy as well. Says, hey, I can get it done with any weapon. And with that, we will see Covenant back on top.
I'm pretty sure there is an achievement somewhere in Arena for killing people with multiple different weapons in the same round, but I'm not sure that's what these guys will be going for inside of the gameplay just here. 1 to 2. Covenant find themselves in the lead by 1.
Can we see a team lengthen this lead, though? I feel like in the majority of these today, it's always that back and forth, never really up by more than 2. Other than that crazy comeback that we saw from New Dawn earlier today. Find themselves down by 1. Quick pressure this time toward the A site. There's one toward back alley here as well. Covenant in some good control. And Nova, how many first bloods is he going to find?
So many at this moment in time, it looks like, as that one is another one to add to the tally. Pug finds a response as the bomb does go down on site. Nova managing to find one back. It's Pug out towards their office that goes down.
Aiden gonna go ahead and pop the stun and get ready for this engagement. Rosin's gonna catch Exquisite, trying to chase him down. It's a good hold here from the crew. Nova finding another as well. He's up to a triple on a round. Slaughter answers back on the Nick. Slaughter's found Nova as well. And now it's all down to Dominic in a 2v1. 15 seconds on the clock. They've got to figure out what they want to do. Dominic hears Rosin go prone as well. And Slaughter, is there enough time to get back here? He's got to stick it. He's going to opt to get off and just go ahead and look for the kill for fun. He forgot maybe there wasn't enough rounds in the mag. And New Dawn will get their important round to tie it back up.
Very close. Dominic almost looked like he was about to make the moves to the Magic. Needed to find the gap in the round to close that one out in the 1v, but not quite enough time on the clock. Time has been a very crucial factor in this match so far. We've seen players showing shades, glimmers of potential, but not with enough time for potency. There will, the further we get down this game, become a point in time where that will become relevant. I have to lock in a little bit later on for that one, but as the early part of round 5 eludes the Covenant lineup, as the smoke covers off everybody rotating along that middle lane, that number 7 member in Nova is going to actually start to push down towards that smoke.
Could potentially find that flank. Ghostly dipping into a different corner this time, trying to play the smoke to his advantage as well. And I like to see that, I like that we see these subtle shifts around the site from Ghostly, not trying to sit in the same location. Already 3 kills on the board. As that smoke begins to clear, though, he's going to get ready. Here's the run. They weren't even ready for him tucked in the corner. He maybe had a little more time, but under pressure, tries to make the shot, and Slaughter will find him.
Yeah, good awareness from Slaughter to spin on a dime and find that kill. Shots as pre-fire through the end of the corridor to nick the man. Aren't going to take him out. Exquisite gets one. Steezy responds. Guy Aiden tucked inside a rat's going to do a good job of trying to cosplay what Ghostly was doing a moment ago. And there he goes as he activates. He pops out of that rat position, swings for one. Exquisite chased off a back alley. Dominic here in support. 2v4 as the bomb swings its way all the way over onto the B site.
Well, 2v4 favoring New Dawn here. They found themselves down early, but they've battled back now. And they've got the numbers advantage once more. Dominic, Exquisite have to work together. Exquisite doesn't spot him on the crossover. They both die in quick succession, and New Dawn will find a way to get back on top here, up by 1 on their map pick. But as far as this map goes, Cracked, do you favor the attacking side a little more, or are you more of a defensive guy when it comes to Bay 5?
It's really down to how much prep you've put into it. Bay 5 leads itself to be more naturally easier to defend, just purely based off of the fact that you can play CT plat, you can play rather snooze fest and stay very reserved, kind of give sight on both sides and then just play for retake. But if you play aggressively on the attacking side with numbers like this, you can kind of make it work if you manage to find the angles. The problem we had here was that before the boom could come through, 2 members were picked off. So a little bit of a blunt spearhead when it's only got 1 point on the tip. Slaughter does start to slim the advantage back. Ghostly. Okay, chill out, man. The RPDN does not have any chill. Slaughter is going to shut him down, but Ghostly going on a little bit of a cameo.
Nova, another 2-piece. That'll put him up into double-digit kills here in this one, as he is now at 11-4 for the first 6 rounds. Covenant ties it up once more, and it is this back and forth. I mean, these 2 teams really not wanting to give up a lead to either. We've seen them both fight from behind. We've seen them both get out in front, and well, we see them both tied up one more time. 6 rounds done here on Bay 5. And just a couple left here for our first half.
Onwards and upwards for New Dawn from this point in their mindset. 2 in a row, 5-3 first half, and then smooth sailing out to map 3. From Covenant's perspective, they're already causing hassle. Slaughter with a good grenade that we've seen used to effectiveness in the ACS. Some good util preparation there again from Slaughter. This one going towards that return deep recess, hiding out a gap. Smoke out to the plat. Over on the defending side, New Dawn really just looking for a textbook execution towards this A site.
And they got 2 members lingering toward forklift, though, as well. And you wonder if maybe they're just trying to find a little pick on either of these sites here to look for that rotation. It's going to get tough, though, as Exquisite has found Rosin. And that's where that device was lingering. Dominic's going to pick up on the pug here from that B site. Harbor is Guy Aiden able to get the trade back. It is picks a piece here, but it's Covenant that comes out on top.
Back and forth, that fight's going to be danced with both members, both in the office and off the ramp, as we see the trails of Slaughter's blood as he's bleeding out during that battle. Just left behind him, running away from the platform. Device down in a tough spot with Covenant surrounding it in parkour. Exquisite takes out Slaughter. Guy Aiden starting to walk into the back line.
Man, Nova continues to be that shining star here. 12-4, finding one more in this round. Exquisite getting that double as well. And it will be Covenant back on top for the time being. We've seen a lot of these tied halves. Seen a couple 5-3s from these squads as well. But New Dawn, can they push it over the edge before they swap sides here? Nades in hand for both Slaughter and Steezy. So we'll see if they can come up with some more magic. It was a lot of A action last time. It looks like they're going to split it up just a little bit here, though. I thought maybe a couple were going to head toward mid, but we'll see these nades rain down again. Back alley control has been pretty standard here for Covenant. They're okay allowing Exquisite to post up here. Ghostly kind of playing off him as well. And with that, we'll see New Dawn just slow it back down a bit.
I don't know if you caught that off the grenade trail, but the lethal that got thrown towards Exquisite's direction actually bounced off of the defending smoke and went out the other side of alley. So a really coincidental circumstance there, saving a Covenant member from what might have been an early lethal pickup. Well, as grenades collide might sound like a song title. The two teams are going to collide within the next 60 seconds or so if they're going to try and see this bomb planted. A very, very slow-paced round has Nova playing a game of whack-a-mole over the top of the scenery.
.50 on the clock. We'll see him begin to stampede on toward the A site. He's got enough pitter-patter. It's time to get at her, but Nova waiting. That P90 has found one. Exquisite from back alley, able to pick up on the Steezy as well. That entry immediately denied, but New Dawn continues to try to pressure forward. Unfortunately, there are plenty more rounds on the other side, and Ghostly, with a lot of them there, will find one more. Nick finds Guy toward mid, and the bodies are dropping like flies once more.
Pug's going to try and compose a compelling argument to let himself in, but Pug has not realized that this is an NPC. He is pre-programmed to say no to this request every single time, regardless of how you attempt it. So, nice work from Covenant, as the A site is a definite no-no. This inn's full. And no beds for the wicked, apparently, as New Dawn are going to have to find themselves a new hut to rest in. The half closes out, and Covenant have themselves a 2-round lead. I'm going to say it again, just to make sure I said it right. The half closes out in Game 2, with Covenant up 1-0 in the series, with a 5-3 lead. Cool. All right. Well, on board with the grenade from Nova out of spawn. Let's see where that one's going. That's a smoke for top mid. What have New Dawn got to turn this around?
Well, we'll see what they got on the defensive side here. Pretty spread default action from New Dawn, as we see two toward A, 2 and B, and we've got Steezy lurking near mid. Has already gotten past Ghostly up here as well, but we'll see pretty much the same from Covenant. They're just slowly inching forward, looking for that bit of early intel. They've been able to win a lot of these gun battles, so just looking for some of these 1v1 engagements.
Guy Aiden tucked here on site as Exquisite is creeping his way around to try and find an angle. That little jump and audio cue there is going to give full info to site. Does he read it? Nope. Exquisite goes down. Guy Aiden playing discipline to perfection. Pug takes out Ghostly.
See where Nova decides to go. He's already taken a little bit of damage on the crossover as well. We're going to see Steezy trying to file in behind him. Guy Aiden takes out a teammate, though. A bit of miscommunication as they try to collapse on these two here at mid. And Now we're going to see Guy Aiden and Pug maybe try to do something similar. Pug has taken a lot of damage there as well, so does shift back to potentially find some heals. Dominic has spotted that flank and will stop it for the time being. Nova finds Pug as well, and all of a sudden they're beginning to turn the round around.
Still 18 seconds left on the clock. That's going to be the biggest problem right now is time. Nova finds one into Guy Aiden as well. 2 members left alive to deal with. Bomb down in Con and 10 seconds on the clock. Nowhere near enough time to be able to do anything about it. Looks to the bomb in despair. Looks for the final enemies and to be able to hunt down. He's going to run into Razin, but he's going to run into the grave.
Time management, an equally important aspect of the game that we see haunt some teams sometimes, but not really a problem if it happens one round. It's not really a problem until it begins to happen in more than one occasion here. So we'll see if New Dawn can maybe make the adjustments they need to make sure that doesn't happen again here. But they tried to find some entry toward the A side. It was denied. Something similar happened over toward B. It was a team kill from New Dawn that allowed them back in, but hold up a minute. Steez, he's dropping bombs. He's found Nick here to kick things off.
That smoke's going to evolve in the front of the face of Ghostly and the rest of his team, as they are stacked up on this forklift position. Oh man, how many times have we seen teams challenge through smokes recently though? Dominic's going to land the shots. Pug tucked underneath the scope here is going to be relatively unknown. Steezy finds one. There's Pug going down as Ghostly walks in, tanking the headshot, letting Enforcer Glass doing its job.
That jump over. He's going to tuck down Dominic. Gonna look to get this plant down. He's got teammates holding both angles here. Ghostly's gonna find Guy. Nova finds Steezy. Both teammates come away with picks and slaughter. The lone member standing, but not for long. Dominic will shut him down, and Covenant will finally begin to extend that lead a little bit further here. And as we get down closer to the end of this game, that's where it's most important. New Dawn has to find an answer in this round.
6-4 Covenant up with a 2-round and over it. 17-5 is a massive scoreline. Bomb to the A site. Play switch up, I think, absolutely needed. Something different. Try and regenerate a little bit of question mark in the gameplay. Only due to the fact that New Dawn have done an insanely good job at adjusting to predictable patterns. This time, Slaughter is just teasing that angle, using the small crack in the spot when the push comes through. The swing goes out. I aided up cover it off with 2 people here in this alley to defend up the push.
And it is sweet music to my ears. Guns popping off everywhere. Bodies dropping left and right. This time it's exquisite to find Rosin. It's a 3v3. Guy and crew tucked in toward the back alley here as well. We see Pug at mid. There is a shift, and are they aware? They don't spot him initially, and now caught running this way. It's Dominic to go down. Device has been spotted. Nova will find one on rotation as well, though.
2v2. 40 on the clock. The Device down in an awkward spot. From Nova from mid. Exquisite is going to be able to swing up and pick the kill as well. Slaughter in the 1v2. One either side of him. Device being planted on site. No, Slaughter's going to put him down.
That's kind of a tough one. They had the numbers. They had a chance to work together here, but it does allow Slaughter to isolate the ones. Pros don't fake. He's caught using the cheese, so it allows Nova to get this plant down. There's no pressure to follow up here and into great positioning. A lot of angles to check there when you're a solo member on that B site. Nova, what a monster here. A triple kill, and my man is up to 20-5 with 5 assists. Nova, one hell of a performance here on Bay 5. A great job on Iceberg as well. This whole series has been phenomenal for Nova.
Absolutely spot on. There's some talking points from either side of the pitch. I mean, Guy Aiden and Slaughter both having good games for New Dawn, but a good game in the face of greatness just ain't gonna make it. Early first blood of New Dawn. Steez is gonna pick one up. 3 members of Covenant though. We can see towards alley position. Slaughter, the grenade's gonna go off underneath his feet. He's not even heard that one land over the gunfire. Nova picks another one up with a grenade.
One contact here, guy tries to find Ghostly. Ghostly is going to let that bad boy sing one more time. Guy shifting back, looking to deal with some of these health issues. We see Nick and them trying to get some control toward this back alley as well. Guy Aiden going to continue to relinquish some of that space. Meanwhile, Device and crew have shifted back the other direction. There's a fight going on toward mid with that Device as well, and a little bit of hecticness there for a moment. Covenant going to shift back toward A, but Steezy catches Nova on the rotation.
It's like when you brought your new favorite backpack into school. Everybody's trying to fight over having a look at it for the first time. 3v3. Nick the man down on the ground. He throws in the body. That's a sneaky little angle to play. You'll love to see it. Cheeky.
Breaky.
And quickly he goes onto site as Dominic does slip the net. Somehow he manages to get in there without having his head ripped off. That Device is going down. He's going to stick up for the kill too. Razid, bomb. Is he alive enough? Surely not, Hot.
Got himself into a decent position, but Rosin seems to know he's here. He's going to aim forward. Who spots who first? Peekaboo! It's Dominic on the 3K! The man I've had my eye on for this one. He had to have a good game, and boy, is he ever. Up to 10. He finds a triple, and an insane clutch couldn't have come at a better time for Covenant. They get to match point. They've got 4 chances to shut down New Dawn in 2.
Yeah, the one time when you could really rely on a play coming through for New Dawn, just to swing a bit of that momentum back in your favor. Go 5-7, not that 8-4. I think Covenant have just about done everything they need to get themselves out of this head-to-head with a W in 2. Ghostly just playing with fire on the far edge of the boundary towards Forklift here. This Enforcer kit, well, you can't argue it's done its job. I don't know about how effective it's been, but it certainly has been worth its weight in player value. 9 for 8. Audio bait not working out, though, as push through corner actually runs into Pug. Exquisite does come in for the counter straight.
Ooh. Back and forth, though. We see Rosin with that one on to Ghostly to keep it at 3v3, to keep it close here in these rounds that matter most. And we see in the background, someone has shifted back toward Harbor as well. Nova finds Slaughter, though. There's nobody home at the A site, and the intel comes in. You can see on the minimap that shift has already been happening here. The Device heads the other direction, and, well, these remaining 2 members are just going to keep New Dawn tucked here.
Swing through to the A side. Hello. A's empty. Let's go plant. One is caught in the rotation around. A 2v2 is how New Dawn's fates are going to be settled here in round 13. They gather up, collect in CT, Guy Aiden and Razin. 2-7 performance from Razin is also a shock to me with how well they've been playing earlier today.
"27 seconds to work with." Nova creating a bit of a distraction, looking to see if they'll chase him away. They don't take the bait, though. They do shift back toward the site. Dominic in toward back alley, though. And again, they're just taking so much time trying to locate these players here. 10 seconds on the clock. The swing could come in together, and if it's denied here, looking toward back alley, but he puts shots toward the teammate. New Dawn has done it here. Nova comes in just a second late, and maybe, just maybe, a small break apart in communication as he fires those first couple rounds at a teammate toward back alley.
Just too late. Only ever so slightly just too late. Still have to do that 3 more times if they're going to think of any form of safety. Oh, here we go. Artillery inbound. Top mid under assault. That one's going to land just behind Pug and not take anything other than a fraction of the health off.
A lot of action happening outside the B site here. A lot more of this slow walking as well. Not wanting to give up any audio cues here for free. We see it looks like Slaughter is going to be anchoring down that A site. You look at the minimap, though, and there is a player and a device hanging out back toward that white van.
Flash out over the top of Harbour just in case there is somebody holding down in the connexers. We see Guy Aiden is tucked all the way outside the backside of Harbour, not in Harbour itself. You see Nova pick out one of Pug on site, but that tall angle from the CT plat on top of the boxes from Steezy is more than worth the match. Guy Aiden in the tucked position, and Steezy now moving and lurking forwards, going to pick up 2 more. New Dawn starting to work their magic on the map.
Exquisite. Not able to connect on that one as we see Slaughter trying to get out of the site here. Dominic will pressure forward. He does get on the site here yet again. Looks to find that plan. Exquisite. A nice shot on one. They're peeking here. And oh my, they find him in quick succession. There was a chance for Exquisite to isolate a couple of those ones. He finds the first kill, but because he doesn't get the second, draws attention toward back alley. They step onto site, kill the teammate, find him at back alley. And New Dawn, they needed 4. Now they only need 2.
Yeah, that one came back a little quicker than I think everybody in the chat expected. 6 to 8. New Dawn continue their climb back into this game. Covenant will be thoroughly kicking themselves if they are not able to close out the series here in regulation time, having had 4 chances at the series. 2 more still left in play for the time being. First one on the board. Round number 15. New Dawn are playing with a 2-man hold on an A site that is currently weak-sided versus a 5-man push from Covenant.
They're looking to maybe send 3 toward back alley. Dominic caught off guard by a nade there as well, and some utility plays coming up clutch for New Dawn late in this one. Ghostly. Does he spot him? Oh, the flick of the wrist, though. Now the shots ring out. He's got some help from above, and Aiden will trade it out. Nick the Man trades it back, though. And both of these teams finding good trades.
3v3. Support coming in from Pug. Considering coming up to support from their side of plat, but actually opting to go through from Slant on the flank as well. But behind Razin, Pug will join in a second. The bomb is being planted. Nearly 2 for free.
Oh, Pug finding Nova. And now they just got to get through Nick here. New Dawn grabbing their way back into this one so far. Nick from back alley's got a lot of work to do. 3 kills and a plant within the next 25 seconds. Most likely, unlikely. Pug will find it. New Dawn, 1 away from another 0-2.
Yeah, it wouldn't be New Dawn without overtime, it sounds like. I mean, a lot of the New Dawn fans in the chat said the same about the first game. Well, you're about to be right about the second. New Dawn keep this up. They will be looking to try and compete for longest series. They've got a long way to go to match which we saw previously from the ACS as the 40-round absolute banger. But double overtime, still no small feat nonetheless. Covenant have 1 more round to make this work though, Hot. And one does begin to wonder, if we can't get it home in 4, how much more hope have we got for overtime?
It is something to consider. Nova, 24 kills, and we're not even into OT yet. Has been an arch nemesis here for New Dawn. Ghostly looking for a little fire spray through. He's going to find Pug, though, and Pug has been heating up these last couple rounds. That's a hell of a pick now for Covenant. Oh, peekaboo, little friendly fire. Luckily, it's on your enforcer, and he doesn't take too much damage.
Actually kind of valid there. A little bit of a fracture and slight bit of tickle damage on the arm, but Heavy all she spoke for. The one thing that the SS-190 doesn't necessarily get through so quickly is an Enforcer kit. Well, it tends to be a good choice against the meta. Weaponry in that Enforcer kit just not quite as top tier considered as it used to be with the shotgun full auto. Now your machine gun's a little bit more viable, but not still pick of the choosing. Exquisite picks up a kill onto Slaughter in back alley. As the assault platforms, they definitely haven't seen any deterioration in popularity.
That pick from Exquisite was huge. He gets that back alley lone anchor there. Robin does get a pick back closely. Now Guy Aiden, all of them finding picks in quick succession. It's Covenant standing tall with 3, though. Nova's taking a ton of damage now to the prone position. Spotted, but it doesn't matter. He takes out Steezy. Guy Aiden all alone in a 1v3, and he needs all 3. He won't get one. Covenant shuts them down into 9-7 here on Bay 5. Nova again, your MVP at 4 of them big ones there. 25, 8, and 6 with 20 headshots as well.
This is why we game. What a performance. Covenant managing to take down the new dawn that was rising on the horizon. Well, today is not the new dawn. Today is the dawn of darkness. Covenant are back. With a 2-0 performance, they put New Dawn into the lower bracket. There's no way. There's no way. Wow.
It looks like the dog days are not over, not just yet for New Dawn, but, you know, in the words of my boy Ricky, I hate to say I told it so, but I told it so, baby. Covenant in 2. I had a feeling they were getting spicy here today after that 9-2 victory over Aspect. And they did a phenomenal series here in this one against New Dawn. We saw OT on their map pick of Iceberg. It almost got there on Bay 5 as well, but they punched their ticket in towards Sicario in days to come, and I'm really excited for that matchup.
Oh, yes. And tomorrow is set to be Heat 2. You've got Aquila Syndicate with a potential for a Syndicate New Dawn best of 3 rematch on the table. On top of that, you have a potential for a generation upset into Aspect after they went 11-13 versus Steez, to see them going up against Steez for another revenge return swing after they went down 13-11 to Steez in their best of 1 earlier today as well. Given the performance that Aspect put out versus Covenant earlier on today, it wouldn't be a daft guess to say that Generation are looking more favorable of the 2 teams to come out of that matchup as favored. Means that we might have a double revenge bout on our hands for our second set of BO3s tomorrow, which would be insanely good fun for the content. Tomorrow's matchup and schedule for the folks at home looks a little bit like this. It's a best of 3 Aquila versus Syndicate. It's a best of 3 Generation versus Aspect. And then the best of 3 where we will choose who gets to face off against New Dawn.
Yeah. The winner of Aquila and Syndicate will be taking on New Dawn. They're excited for that one. Honestly, this is about as picture perfect as the bracket could be in my mind. I absolutely love the way that it's played out so far. But as far as that Aspect and Generation game goes, I don't think Aspect is going to be happy with the way they played today. And so I expect to see a very different, a very explosive and hungry and precise Aspect team tomorrow. It is a best of 3 as well. And so I think to get through this one for Generation is going to be a little bit tougher. But you're right. I mean, there's a chance for some sweet, sweet revenge tomorrow.
We love a good revenge story. We love a good revenge story. It might not happen. Those early matches, the first 2 best-of-3s have got to be settled, shall we say, before we get there. Syndicate Aquila is going to be a real good one to kick off tomorrow's action because there's a couple of rivalries in there. Some old team friends that originally started on the same roster that are now on opposite sides of the table that we'll get to talk about in the build-up to tomorrow's games. But nonetheless, we shall not spoil you with too much entertainment for today. We're going to save a little bit of that cook for the kitchen. We'll let you guys compile your own concepts and ciphers as we look towards tomorrow's action with a fond smile. We'll have to say goodbye to today's games as they have been recorded and put down in the history books. And a thank you to everybody on the teams, the supporting staff, and the members that went into it that took part for today's action. We're delighted, as always, the Hunt Premier partnered with Battlestate Games to say thank you to our proud partners in Aorus and AMD Radeon for their performance in this Pinnacle Season 2. NA brought to you by myself and Hawk. We're always delighted as well to be here in the booth. We thank you guys greatly for putting up and listening to us all day, yapping about the action. Of course, without entertainment, there wouldn't be casting. As well as that, we have a ton of awesome people in the background, right, Hawk? We call to the crew, who we could not man this massive, mighty ship without. So whilst I start taking a moment at a time to let those guys have a breather and pull some rigging in, I'm going to give Hawk the mic as we go through some of the immaculate helpers that work in the background.
It was a ton of fun today, but as we always say, the people behind the scenes do not get enough credit, so we love shouting them out here at the end of the day. But a big shout out to our helpers, Steffi, Step Sherpa, Miss Hellcat, Boosh, Preppy, Raging Snake, the Turbo Bear, Klish on the highlights, of course, our Seeing Eye in the Sky, old King Connor running the show, and old Stepdaddy Philbo for always holding it down here with us. We appreciate each and every one of them as well as all the competitors here today. It was a lot of great action. I look forward to what we got tomorrow, but most importantly, all of you hanging out with us in chat. We certainly appreciate each and every one of you legends, always keeping the vibes hype, fun, and great with us here in chat. So we expect you guys to hit that follow button down below. Click that bell so you're part of the notification gang so you don't miss out on any of the action. We return same time tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. across the pond at GMT. So I believe we've got some giveaways tomorrow as well. You don't want to miss out on that. Guys, please enjoy the rest of your evening. That handsome man to my digital left is the one, the only Cracked Wisdom. My name's Hot Sauce. You guys are beautiful. Take care and enjoy the rest of your evening.